Yes, we are live. We are live. Welcome back once again to another episode of LanceScurvLive featuring Brother Neil Frazier. He will be in shortly. I tried to reach out to him. I just spoke to him about 15 minutes ago, but we'll give him a little time to come on in. Until he comes on in, I just want to say that we have some new features on the LanceScurv app and on the website. If you're watching this program on the actual website, you can look below the screen where you see the YouTube version of the show. There's a chat room below that. And below that, there's a little strip that you can click on that basically says go straight directly to the conference line where you don't have to call in. You can just hit that and click that. And when we say, because most of the time there's nobody there, but usually after our shows, we have dialogue that can go on for hours and hours if we want. So, you know, you can just click there and you don't have to worry about even calling in, which I will prominently display the call-in number. But other than that, it's an easier way of getting in, especially if you're in another country or somewhere else, so you don't really want to show your number. You know, you can just hit that and click on in and get to dialogue with others who are listening to the show and others who may have seen past shows and just the whole LanceScurv family. You know, I'm going to give Brother Neil a call and see if he's okay, because I just messaged him not too long ago. And let's see what's going on with that, because what he had to share today is phenomenal, and he had a lot of work prepared with that. So let me see here. Okay. Just let them know we're waiting for you. We're waiting for you. Okay. So we're live. And like I said, I don't want to step on anybody else's toes when they come on in to do something. You know, I'll bring my own excitement when I do another show, but I want to keep it focused on what he has to share. And he gave me a thumbs up, so I'm taking it that he's coming in shortly. But other than that, everything has been going well. You see the shows have been going well. The uploads, the people subscribing to the email list, everything is progressive, aside from the shadow banning that has been going on, which will not stop me. I'm going to continue to make work and do what I have to do. Yes, here is Brother Neil Frazier, and we're going to let him on in. And as always, it's a pleasure. Let me remove this banner and let him.
What's up, Brother Lance?
How are you, my brother? I'm
good.
Man,
I'm feeling good. Good.
I'm
you know, good mangoes over there?
Serious. I just got out the shower, so you're going to see me a little sweaty already again. You know.
Oh, okay. Okay. No problem. It's hot over there, huh?
Yeah, definitely, and it's hot up under these lights too. So I'm glad
Yeah.
you're here. You
Yeah,
know,
man, me too.
looking
Looking
forward to
forward to it. Yeah, absolutely.
it.
Absolutely.
So
So
how you been?
you guys, yeah, I've been doing pretty good. Busy week, but
Yeah,
productive, and you know how it goes. Time goes by so fast when you look up, but I
yeah.
was able
From
to yeah,
to now, it feels like just one day went by in between. And so
absolutely it does, man.
you could imagine. But see, the thing is, the way I see it, it's a matter of balance. Balancing out
Hmm.
your time, balancing out your thoughts. Because what most folks don't understand that it takes a lot in what you do and what I do over here. The work
Hmm.
never finishes. It's never
No,
finishing. Number one, it's
definitely.
not like build a wall or cut some grass. And, okay, it's done. No, as
Yeah,
soon as
yeah.
you're laying in bed and you have a thought on what is coming next, and you have to think about how it's going to happen. You wake up, it's right there for you. What you did the day before doesn't exist anymore. So
That is a fact.
that's why, with what you're sharing, I take my hat off to you, even though I don't have a hat on right now, because to make it relevant and to break it down, to make it where you can absorb it, you
Mhm.
know it, and you can think of it on a higher level. But most don't have as much of a clue. Those here in this chat room are brilliant people. I know they get it,
Yes,
but a
absolutely.
lot of other people, they have to understand. You don't know where they are mentally, and to
Mhm.
talk to a person with this with message, you have to know how to construct it in a way where it can get deep in their mind, embedded
Yes,
in their mind.
yes,
So it's a
yes.
brilliant awareness to do that. You're not just talking at people, but you're engaging them so that when they walk away, because you got to understand, most people can hear you, but
Hmm.
they might understand you. Like when you read a
Right.
book, you can read the words all day long, and you say, "Listen, what what was it that those words meant?" You know?
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Sort of like going to a church and hearing a sermon
Mm-hmm.
and not knowing exactly what the point is. Yeah,
Right. So we
yeah.
know that many people have those. Um, I hate to say it, disabilities, because No Child Left Behind pushing students through,
Hmm.
as is the custom in America. They don't
Oh
care.
yeah,
They just push you through, and you don't have the
yeah.
understanding to really think. Think. And I hate to say it, but a lot in the younger generations, we have some brilliant people, but most don't think, and you can
That's
outthink
true.
them. You know.
That is a
So
fact.
this is why it's important in what you do, because you're teaching. It's not just a lecture, but you're teaching, and you make sure that people understand, because you cover every base, every angle, every perspective, every point. It's like when I do my artwork, I make sure you see the visual. I'm not just going to do it with a few
Right,
lines. I'm going to make
right.
sure you see it by covering everything around. And on that note, I don't want to take up too much time. I want to hear what you have to
All right,
say, you
all
know?
right, all right. Yes,
So
sir.
let's get to it, brother.
Okay, well, as always, brother, it's always good connecting with you. I look forward to Mondays because I know, as a Black think tank, we have to cover issues like with your program. You cover issues that a lot of people don't want to talk about. But we've gotten to a point now where we no longer can hide in the shadows. And that's simply because of what is facing our next generation.
Right.
Um, this topic right here is so very important to the future of Black people that I can't even find the words to describe how important this is.
Yeah.
But when you look at the larger society and when you look at their agenda, we know that we're not a part of that agenda. But one of the things that we're not going to allow them to do is to destroy the real history of our not only our people but
Mhm.
the people here in this country, because in effect what they're saying with critical race theory is that we want to be seen as saviors. We don't want the part of real history to be known, how it was acquired, why it was done, and just the pure evilness of it. But today we're going to cover a large portion of American history, true American documented history, not what they have in the history books, not the narratives that they are trying to put out. So the other thing about them is that they always look down the road 10, 20 years. So the narratives that they are creating now is for future generations to be stuck. So what I'm going to do, Brother Lance, is I'm going to use a lecture type of format where
Yes,
I'm going to, you know, I typically don't read, but again, we're in a different, we're out in deep waters now,
that's right.
and so we have to make sure that the information is correct and that we explain. So I'm gonna read certain sections, each section, and then I'm going to explain it.
Yeah, take your sweet time. This is something that needs to be absorbed. You can't put the roof on unless you put on the foundation and the walls.
That's
You
right.
see? So we
That's
have to
right.
stand up. So this will be a different style, but it'll be just as nutritious. And let's just sit back and enjoy the ride, but also to absorb it as you're speaking. So at the
Yes,
end,
sir.
as always, we'll always allow folks to come in if they have any questions toward
Okay.
the end. But we're going to sit here and focus on you right now. I'm not going to interrupt you, but I'm going to be right here with
Okay.
and just flow.
Okay, brother.
Right,
Okay.
brother?
All right. Well, I want to greet everybody in the chat room today, as always. Always great to come and share with you guys because I know you guys are fighting the same battle that me and Lance are fighting. And that battle is to maintain our integrity as a people, not to let anyone take away our divine right, okay, to exist on this planet in a righteous form, and also to be able to protect what is rightfully ours. Um, One of the reasons I chose this subject is because I know our people don't keep up with, and I'm not referring to the people in the chat room, I'm just saying in general. A lot of the things that are being done in the back rooms and these plans that they're coming up with is directed directly towards us. And so what normally happens is there's a reactionary type of situation where once it's out there, then we react to it. But by then, in most cases, it's too late. But today, we're going to cover this subject. We're going to cover real American history from 1492 to 1890. And then we're going to bring it into today's world and why it's so important. So we're going to deal with three parts of this presentation. The first part is going to be the history of the Americas, 1492 to 1890, which we'll talk about the roots of European colonization. We're going to talk about the German ideology that exists in our school systems and in our society, which was first established through the Communist Manifesto, okay, with Karl Marx and Frederick Engels, and also John Hegel. This Communist Manifesto was created in 1847. And this is very important for us to absorb because much of what is being taught in our system today comes down from this particular Germanic ideology. Also, we're going to talk about the Spanish conquistadors and the destruction of indigenous lands. The second part of the presentation, we're going to talk about wealth creation in the Americas, which includes banks, insurance companies, capital gains, slavery, sugar, tobacco, cotton, the economic exploitation of our people, plantation life, corporate wealth, the creation of wealth, the theft and robbery of 12 million acres of land from Black people and Black farmers, which is known as the Homestead Act. And also, we're going to talk about eminent domain. The final part of the presentation, we're going to talk about systemic racism and the wealth gap, which will include subjects such as redlining, laws, assets, generational wealth and acquisition, voting, education, incarceration, unemployment, and generational poverty. So I just want to start out by saying that much of what we don't know about American history will shock a lot of people. So I want to go on record with something that many of our people are unaware of, is that the Spanish were the very first colonizers of the Western Hemisphere. Okay, so this was a result of a 15th century document that is very critical to our world today. This document that was created in, I think it was 1486. It's called the Treaty of Tordesillas. Okay, and this treaty was established by Pope Julius II. Now, this is another thing that's very touchy for our people, because it was the religious establishment, along with the European monarchs, that actually put into motion not only slavery, but also worldwide domination and colonialism. But this particular treaty that was sanctioned by Pope Julius II is the most important document in the history of colonization. And what it did was, he commissioned the conquistadors from Spain, okay, and the Portugal government, Portuguese government, I'm sorry, to basically split up and divide the world as we know it today. They referred to us as infidels. So the language was that they were commissioned to go out and to conquer all infidel lands. Now, this is one of the roots behind why they want to hide this history, is because our people are so religious. And also, our Spanish brothers and sisters are also very religious. But the other thing that most people don't realize about this, before I go into the actual Treaty of Tordesillas, is that the pure European Spanish bloodline is called Hispanic. But the Latinos that exist today are not a part of that bloodline. They are connected to them by language. Okay, so in this treaty, the Spanish, they were given the whole Western Hemisphere, which included Mexico, and included Central and South and North America, and also the Caribbean islands. Okay, so again, I want to go back to this elite group of military soldiers that were commissioned by Pope Julius II to go out and to conquer all infidel nations, who they look at us as that. But I want to make something very clear, because this is something that's not really understood, that the individuals that are from the pure bloodline, and you can see them here, okay, from the conquistadors, are referred to as Hispanic. And this is why I was very confused one time when I heard a particular, this was years ago, person talking about the subject until I started researching it. Um, but nonetheless, let's talk about these individuals that we refer to as conquistadors. But actually, before they arrived here, I want to talk about the individual that we know as Christopher Columbus, who actually his name is Christopher Cologne. But the one thing that he did that was very critical to us today is that he kept good records, and those records survived, uh, and they are in the University of Salamanca in Spain. They're also in the archives of the Indies in Portugal, and they're also in the Spanish records as well, and Seville. And the original documents are in Lisbon, Portugal, but they're also in Seville, Spain. So I call this the section of love and righteousness meets hate and wickedness. So we all know the story. They teach certain parts of Christopher Columbus when he came. First of all, he never came to the Americas. Okay, he actually landed in the Virgin Islands and in the Bahamas. What was very interesting, but is still gut wrenching at the same time, is that the indigenous people known as Tainos, okay, copper colored people, they gave them food and shelter because Columbus had been lost at sea trying to find India. That's why he named them Indians. And by the time they got to the Virgin Islands or the Bahamas, they were starving so much until, basically they would not have survived if it wasn't for the Tainos. But now this is the part of history they don't talk about. Okay. And we know this narrative. All right. So the Tainos had never seen white men before. And they had never seen men riding on horses. They had never seen horses. So imagine the impact. You got people that look like whatever, that you have never seen before. You're scared to death, but then you think in your mind that these must be gods because we have never. The only people we have ever seen is brown and black people. We have never seen white people before. But what happened was when they were there, Columbus, they built this fortress because wherever they colonized our people on all of our lands, they built fortresses, military fortresses that they call cities. And they would plant the flag. In this case, it was the Spanish flag because King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella was the one that financed Christopher Columbus's voyages looking for gold. So they built this city called Las Spanola. They have so many different names that they have changed in history from this fortress that you would be totally confused to even find out. But we know from the Taino records that they built this city and this fortress. So Columbus, he took a few of the Tainos and some gold that they had found back to Spain. And he left 39 men there. So after about maybe 2 or 3 months, Columbus returned. And lo and behold, the whole fortress was burned to the ground. All 39 men were killed. And Columbus went into a rage. And he started, just shooting and killing people like, which is the MO of the colonizers. So the people, they bowed before him and they said, Well, our chief, Caraba, said that you cannot be gods because a god would not rape our women and take things by force like these 39 men that you left behind. And so Caraba, we don't know where he was at this time, but Columbus and those couldn't find him. And so, like they do today, they put out a warrant, or they put out a bolo, or be on the lookout for. Okay, um, so he was so angry that he put the Taino people into slavery. But he was going to do this anyway. But he wanted to mine the gold mines there, and he was taking people as young as 14 years old and putting them in the gold mines. And we know from what was done by the Belgium to our brothers and sisters in the motherland that he chopped off their hands whenever they didn't meet their weekly quota. So eventually, they caught up with Chief Caraba. They put him on a ship to Spain. God knows what else they did to him. And he was never heard of again. Now, what the other thing that happened that survived with some of the records was that Caraba had also told his people that they have to fight them to the death. Because if they didn't, he had some type of inspiration that they were going to wipe out their entire nation. And it was like a prophecy because that's actually what ended up happening. Okay. So what is not known is that Christopher Columbus and these band of people that he had with him wiped out. The only Tainos that was left were small children. And in fact, they wiped out an entire nation of people. And see, this is why they don't want this history to be told. And when you read Christopher Columbus's records and his journals, see back then they didn't have they was not trying to hide what they were doing. That only happened with the modern day deceivers because they wanted to cover this up. The other thing they wanted to cover up was the role that these popes played. And Pope Alexander the Sixth, who was the one that commissioned the drawing of the 16th chapel and also the picture of Caesar Borgia or Jesus. He is the same pope that ratified this treaty in 1506. So they want to hold these pope up as holy men, but their acts are far from holy because they were the ones that put into motion this evilness that was perpetrated on our peoples and all of the lands that they went to. So we know Christopher Columbus kind of faded out of the scene. Um, but then we move to the history that when they tell this story in the history books, they glorify these European Spanish elite class of soldiers called Hispanics, which basically it just means Spain in Latin. So as we move through the 15th century, we see that we see the first conquistadors coming on the scene. Okay, so basically, these people are glorified in European folklore. These conquistadors. Um, The first one we want to start with. Okay, we're going to move out of the 15th century into the 16th and 17th century because basically the 15th century was defined by Christopher Columbus and also by this Treaty of Tordesillas that basically divided the world. The only lands that the Portuguese got here in South America was Brazil, and this is why a lot of Brazilians speak Portuguese instead of Spanish. And Brazil is the largest landmass that Africans reside on besides the motherland. I don't know. I don't know the exact number, but it's somewhere 25 million, something like that. Um, so we move into the part of history of American history with the conquistadors, the 16th and 17th century, and these were the formative years because again, they have this doctrine of discovery that they didn't discover lands, they colonized the lands. And not only did they colonize the lands, they destroyed the civilizations of our people that were on those lands. One of the first documented invasion was in 1509 Ponce de Leon, and they named Florida La Floridia. Okay, if you look at the names that they replaced, like they did in the motherland when the Arabs took over there, they replaced the indigenous names with these Spanish names: Saint Augustine, Pensacola, Galveston, and Corpus Christi. So Ponce de Leon was known for fighting in the wars when they removed the Moors from Granada in southern Spain. So this is where he got a little bit of fame so that he could actually be one of the ones sent to America to conquer these lands. Um, he also colonized Puerto Rico, and again, um, these these Europeans are glorified in the American history books, but we know from the records that there was mass murder committed on all of these lands that they conquered. I mean, mass murder. We're not talking about 10,000, 20,000 people. We're talking about millions of people. And I think there's a conservative estimate of the total amount of people, of our people that they slaughtered. When you look at Mexico, you look at Central America with Honduras, San Salvador, Nicaragua, Panama, all of these lands, and then South America, and then North America, because they were also fighting against our people, the Choctaw. And we know from people like Chief Warhorse and other indigenous historians that the lands that they claimed and renamed, our people had been there for tens of thousands of years. You take Florida, for instance. Most of our historians from that time say that when the Choctaw was on that land and they changed the name to La Floridia, and they also renamed Western Florida Louisiana, that they never left that land, that our people were always and still are on that land, but because they ignore our history and they want to skip over the death and destruction that they cause as a result of this, then we don't get a true picture of, again, This is that savior mentality that that they give to the world, and particularly to the American people, about the fact that when they came here, they made life better for us. There are no colonizers anywhere in the world that made the people that they subdued and oppressed better. Okay, so we need to get that out of our head right now. Um, St. Augustine was the first European uh, city that was established by the conquistadors. Um, I made an important note about this right here. Um, oh yeah, okay. So the famous Gulf Stream current that brought Africans to the Americas thousands of years before there was any place known as Europe. We know from Dr. Ivan van Sertima and his great work, They Came Before Columbus, that our people used this current to come to the Americas long before any Europeans existed, and long before they came to this country to colonize it. But uh, Ponce de Leon was given credit for this. He was given credit for discovering again this Gulf Stream that our people knew about for thousands of years. So, one of the points that I want to make about this is that the reason why these lies have to be told is because when you paint the true picture of what actually happened, then it is almost impossible for you not only to claim any of these lands, but also to claim that you were the first ones to discover these lands. So by doing this, they wrote our great ancestors out of history, not only American history but world history. But again, we have the documents to prove it, their own documents. So this is why this makes this so crazy, is because we have the truth and the proof of what actually transpired during these invasions. Okay. Uh, one of the most celebrated European colonizers, besides Ponce de Leon, was Ferdinando Soto. Um, he was the conquistador that settled 10 southern cities, including Michigan and Indiana. And if you go in the history books, he's somebody that is glorified. Okay. But we know he left a wake of carnage in every one of those 10 states, uh, states that they subdued. Because what's not being told is our people fought back. Okay. Our people didn't just lay down and they conquered these lands. So when you think about the brutality that it takes to destroy a whole city of people, okay, you don't just walk into a city, okay, say this is my city, and people that's been living there for thousands of years, and just take over that city. I'll give you an example. That's like, all right, you own in a park, and I bring 50 people to the park. We kill everybody. I'm sorry, I don't want to make it sound so gross, but this is actually what happened. Then we put our name on that park, and then 20 years later, when other people come in, we said, this is our park. We discovered this park. You see our flag? So this is in effect what happened. And there was such, when you read the records of the indigenous peoples, it's not really the type of records that the Europeans have, but we know through their oral history that This was devastating. They use biological warfare, smallpox, uh, besides just straight out killing them. And imagine here you are, peaceful people, helping people who are starving, that are lost, that don't really know where they are, but they had no knowledge of farming, uh, and you're teaching them how to plant crops and how to feed them and their children. And these same people turn against you. And this was the type of betrayal that our people didn't know, because even though you had warring factions of different tribes, they had a code of honor that they lived by. They didn't just go out and kill people unless you took something from them, or you did something that was worthy of death. Like, they have the death penalty in this country. So it wasn't like our people were just killing each other for no reason. They had their disputes. And most of the time, the chiefs would get together, they would sit around, mm, smoke hemp, and discuss their issues. Okay, this is how they solve issues. But then you have these people that, basically smile in your face, but all the time their intentions are to wipe you out. So we know that he didn't just go into these cities and just wipe. They came, like we come in peace type of thing. But then once they got what they needed and wanted, then they slaughtered our people. And this is why there's such an uproar about critical race theory, is because you can't just tell one side of this story, because the records are there. And anybody that takes the time to look at the records can dispute any of what you're saying in your history books. But yeah, so this took place in 1939. Um, and we don't know how long it was, but we know that the records in all 10 of these cities show that Fernando Soto devastated these cities. In 1530, the most celebrated European conquistador, Cortez, colonized Mexico and killed and slaughtered millions of mestizos, or our people, in southern Mexico. He also did this in San Salvador and in Central America. Now, the thing that was interesting about this, back in 2000, between 2015 and 2017, I was working for Just Energy, an energy company, and here in San Francisco. So they took all of the managers from the different areas, and they sent us to Southern California to learn the solar business. And I lived in San Bernardino, and I lived in an apartment complex with a former, he was a former professor. He was an older Mexican gentleman uh, at, was it San Diego State, I think, or it was New Mexico State, one of the two. But one day I was sitting outside and I was reading, a book, a history book. And he passed by and he looked and he said, "Oh, interesting. I haven't seen a book, someone reading a book like that in a long time." So we kind of chopped it up a little bit. Come to find out, he was a professor, a Mexican guy. And he said, "So you like history?" I said, "Yeah, I love history." He said, "I got something to show you. Come up here." So I went up to his apartment. And when we walked into his apartment, he had the whole history of the conquistadors on his wall. And I was like, wow. And had a big picture of Cortez. And, he served me some tea and we sat down. And he began to tell me this history. And he said, well, the unfortunate thing is that Americans don't know true history. And I said, yeah, that's true because they lie so much about history. But then he began to tell me about how Cortez and De Soto and these people and Melendez, how they started slaughtering people everywhere they went, and that when that these were a special class of elite people in their culture. Now, I want to go back to something I mentioned in the beginning concerning the German ideology by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, that um, they taught about the system that existed in Europe, the peasant lord system, where you had this ruling class, and we still have this today in America, because America is just, no matter what they say, okay, it's just a blueprint of, European governance and European society. So they had this class of people that Karl Marx called lords, and that they were the capitalists, the lords were the capitalists, and the peasants were the workers. And that they always used a system where the workers or the peasants could never rise above economically the state that they were in. And it's sort of kind of like what our situation is today, because they have established a system where maybe one or two blacks might go through the cracks, but it's never enough where you can come together and formulate something and build something where it has accessual value. So um, the Communist Manifesto basically talked about how this capitalist system uses people on the bottom, okay, to fuel their riches and their wealth. And in this ideology, this Germanic ideology, is what was taught to all of the generations of people in the Americas that was a part of this elite bloodline. Okay, so we have okay, so we have so I went through that part with you already. But King Charles, okay, was the one. King Charles the first was the one to give De Soto the authority to colonize any lands he came upon. So basically, they were looking for gold, okay, but also at the same time, they were looking for land. Um, so what happened to De Soto? He was killed in a battle by indigenous black people. Okay, we know that he died and was buried on the Mississippi banks. Okay, I made a special note about him. Oh yeah, the this is why this ritual that's being played out with the coronation of King Charles III has a great significance for our people, because it was this king, King Charles I, that actually, along with the popes, they sanctioned this and they financed this. And this is in their own records. Okay. Uh, so we fast forward 200 years later, and let me make sure that there was a couple of points that I really wanted to bring out about this, because this is a part of history too that they want to hide from our people. So I want to make sure that I covered that. So We are still discussing the history of the Americas from 1492 to 1890 and the roots of European colonialism. We're still talking about that. So yeah, this ritual that's going on now with King Charles III is very significant, and you will notice leading up to this that they also have um, the history behind these King Charles figures, and they will, basically prompt them up as being significant people in the world. But we know that these people are directly responsible for the destruction of our people, and this was their mentality. It's still their mentality today, because if it was not, then we if they were the righteous people that they claim to be, then we would not be in the condition that we're in today. So this is why when someone tells me that you go and repent for your sins, then you need to go and repent for your sins first. Okay, and we're talking centuries of sins that no matter how hard you fight, because you can't keep the truth. Nature teaches us that a seed in the ground will sprout with the proper elements, and we have that today. We have the proper elements where our people are starting now to say, okay, we know the real history of the world. We're not going to be quiet anymore. We're not going to allow you to keep this narrative that you have kept alive for 1800 years to continue to keep our people down. And more importantly, the importance of knowing true history, American history in particular, is that our kids will know what they're fighting against. Because when someone fools you and makes you think that they have your best interests at heart, then you let your guards down. And so our kids still believe, and I don't want to sound like a pessimist, um, but the fact of the matter is, if we don't build our own, our kids are going to be in the same fundamental situation that we have been in the 500 years that we've been here, under the rulership of these people. We've been here thousands of years, but I mean under the rulership of these people. Okay, so uh, we fast forward where we look at we're looking at 200 years later when Spain claimed Texas, Oklahoma, Arizona, Utah, Nevada, and California. Now, again, I want to make this point clear because this about 125 to 150-year history that they completely wipe out of the record books. And the reason for this is all of these states that I just mentioned to you, they had to kill and wipe out the indigenous Choctaw, the Creek, who were black, copper colored people, and some of the Cherokee nation was also there. So they had to wipe out these nations in order to take over Texas, Oklahoma, Arizona, Utah, Nevada, and California. So when they do mention this particular time in history, they kind of brush over it in the sense that they make themselves seem like they are more like settlers, like they settled this land. Okay, but we know they didn't settle the land because people were already settled there. So how did you remove them from the land in order for you to take over these whole states? Now, again, we have to look at the magnitude of, we're not just talking about, we're in a state, let's just take California. Do you know how many cities that they had to wipe out the indigenous people there in order to claim that land? And again, our people fought back. They didn't just You didn't just walk on these lands and discovered it like you say you did. You had to basically, and think about this. Think about how many millions of people you have to kill in just one state, like California or Nevada or Oklahoma or Texas. Texas, a huge state. So, they tell these stories about the Alamo and these fights and wars that they were in, and they glorify these people who were in these wars. But the truth be told, these people were mass murderers. If they were here live today, uh, some of the serial killers that they show that have killed, like Ted Bundy and these people, they ain't nothing compared to these people. So this is a history that has been passed down, that we know that millions of our people have been slaughtered in order for you to claim discovery of these lands. One other thing I want to cover, in 1540. This is very important. This is still the 16th century. That Francisco Valcas de Coronado is another conquistador that is highly celebrated in European history. Okay, now he was the one, along with Cortez, he was one that colonized Mexico, Central America, South America, and what they call Santa Fe at the time, which is New Mexico now. And these are in his records, and the records show that the people there fought. They fought hard for their lands. In fact, the Pablo Indians reclaimed Santa Fe. I believe it was like 10 years later. But he he basically okay, so this is what happened when they went to the Southwest in search of gold. Um, there's an explorer, African explorer, well, Spanish black or Moor, called Esteban. But when they talk about Esteban in history, they mention him as a slave. No, he was not. Okay. In fact, without Esteban, they would have never found Mexico. They would have never found Santa Fe. They would have never found many of the southwestern trade routes that they ended up taking, because Esteban uh, guided them through the Southwest territory. He could speak the indigenous language of a lot of the people they encountered, and he saved them. Trust and believe, if it wasn't for the fact that our people mapped out these trade routes for them, this country would have never been built and established upon European rule. Okay, so as I was mentioning earlier, the oldest settlement in the Americas that was established in 1565 by Menendez, okay, who was sent again by King Charles to conquer Florida, because Ponce de Leon had already done that. But these people were greedy. They fought against each other for lands that didn't belong to them. But the most important thing is that's left out of these narratives is that the mass murder of indigenous people is the only way that these lands could be conquered. Um, so let's see. So during this time, we want to go jump to from between 1565 and 1700, the 1700s, because during this time, the Catholic Church and the Puritans, the Anglican Church, the Catholic Church, and the the Puritans and the what is the name of these? The Quakers. Okay, they came on the scene. They were the religious people from England, and they came on the scene and they began to challenge, the Europeans that were killing all of our people. The conquistadors who originally were the original invaders, they began to die out. Okay, and once they died out, then we began to see what I refer to as the English invasion. And it's funny because when you hear them talk about different things such as music, they talk about the British invasion. But this is what actually happened. So the colonial this is also during this time when they started having these debates about, is it morally right for you to have killed all these people? God is not pleased with this. And so this is when they began to have these religious debates about whether or not we were even humans, or whether or not, we were God's people as well as them. And so this went back and forth for, decades. But it did kind of slow down the bloodshed. But what happened was during this time, on the plantations began to rise. And this is when we move into the part of American history that they really, really don't want to come out. Okay, so let's look at what happened during this period between 1565 and 1700. Jamestown was established. So Jamestown was the first slave colony. Okay, and we're going to talk about what happened at Jamestown, but I want to cover something else real quick while we go into that. Queen Elizabeth I was the monarch during this time, and she commissioned Sir Walter Raleigh to colonize the Carolinas, mainly North Carolina and Roanoke. And in 1610, the Spanish, I'm sorry, in 1607, Jamestown again was colonized. It was not discovered, the language that they use. Um, Also in 1608, the French came into the picture with colonizing Quebec in Canada. And see, this is another part of history that they don't know, that our people lived in every part of the northern continent. Okay, so our people were even in Canada. Okay, so this is where this doctrine of discovery began to emerge. And this is a funny little joke for you, Lance, that the Dutch in 1609 actually sailed up the Hudson River and conquered the indigenous tribes that were there. And they named it New Amsterdam. That was the old name of New York. But the reason why it was changed is because the English, they retook New Amsterdam from the Dutch and named it New York. Uh, so also at this time, in 1610, the colonizers were starving in Jamestown. Again, these people had no knowledge of, crop and harvest, how to farm. So unlike the story they tell about slavery and slaves and, people coming over here that didn't have any skills, they took our best farmers, our astronomers, our skilled labor. Dr. Arthur Lewis, when he did his work on European world domination, taught us about this. And that the people they brought over that they called slaves were actually the ones that tilled the soil, did the crop and harvest, taught them about how the celestial bodies affected things on the earth. They had no knowledge of this at all. but they took all the credit for this. Okay, so we fast forward to 1622. Okay, where again the Church of England, they came into the picture because they were saying like, okay, slavery is wrong. We know it's wrong. Something has to be done about it, and what are we going to do about it? But you know, these people did not care about religion, God, or anything. All they saw was gold, profit, and money. So they were not going to let this small sect of religious people stop them from doing this. Okay, so now we're going to move into the second part of the presentation. This is going to be a little longer because this is really the meat and potatoes, okay, of American society. It's wealth, um, how this wealth was created, what the financial situation was at that time prior to these plantations blossoming. Okay, so this part is called wealth creation in the Americas. Okay, um, the English I already talked to you about because the English, this is when they began to come, and now they started to capture lands like New Hampshire that I talked to you about. The conquistadors, they were long gone. This is like 200 years later. So we want to talk about this system of shadow slavery that they put into effect, that we learn from the Communist Manifesto that Karl Marx um, put together and brought forth, and how this system was later became what we know as capitalism, because they used this very same system where you had the bottom, what they call the bottom feeders, which was our people, and then you had this elite ruling class of European people, but they also had a middle class who were more or less the managers of our people. Okay, or we look at as the plantation owners and things like that. But we'll show how this all evolved. Okay, so one of the major things that happened during this period in American history was the founding of the city of Charleston, South Carolina, which Charleston, South Carolina was a major slave post for the colonizers. This is when you begin to see the brutality of slavery, when they begin to brand our people like they branded cattle, put them on the auction blocks, okay, and sell to the highest bidder. Um, some of the things that they did was, looking at our people like they check out animals and horses or what have you before they purchase them, and degraded our people to the extent that they were looked upon as no more than animals. But this forced labor of rice and indigo were the two major crops that made Charleston a major player uh, in the plantation life. In fact, during that time, a lot of the slaves began to be brought to Charleston because Charleston was like a hub, like people from other parts of the region of the country could come and look at slaves that they wanted to buy, mainly in the southeast. Okay, so uh, the rice and the indigo crops made Charleston so wealthy, okay, that they began to move into another part of slavery where they began to send their own ships out, okay, to get to intercept slave ships that were coming and bring them directly to Charleston. So this part of history, the reason why they don't talk about it is because the pure wickedness involved with this was so, and the evilness was so great that it defies the imagination when you think about how I was looking at some of the things that were done, not just when they were on the boats being brought over, but when they got on the land. Okay, and we know from Malcolm that these people didn't just come here and were automatically slaves. They took them to, they stopped off at the Caribbean islands and they broke them in. Okay, so you had to break in our powerful warriors and our warrior queens in order for them to be subdued. Okay, and a lot of what they did. One of the reasons they didn't actually kill them, but they beat them to a point of death is because they look. That's like you flushing, not just money, but throwing away assets that you have. So they actually owned our people. So they didn't want to damage them to the point, but they inflicted a heavy amount of pain on them. Um, so we see the growth and development of Charleston just based on their activity in the slave trade, okay, and also rice and indigo. So it was estimated that in today's money, that Charleston, South Carolina, the rice and indigo produce about $800 billion. During our people produced about $800 billion just from those crops alone in the 250 years of actually chattel slavery that our people worked on these plantations. Then we moved to the Caribbean with the sugar plantations. And this is where the sugar plantations, again, was where a tremendous amount of wealth was created by our people. Um, you know, the fact of the matter is, the Caribbeans was the first stop for Africans coming to the New World. Okay, so people can play with that all they want for their satisfy their egos or what have you. But the fact of the matter is that those same people that are in the Caribbean, they are in the lineage of our people who were brought to those islands. They are the descendants, I should say. Regardless of whether you speak a different language now and are attached to another culture, this is the reality of what happened. Okay, so so what the Europeans began to do, because the British was taxing them very heavily, okay, for everything that all of the money that they made on the plantations, the British was taxing them. So they came up with the Sugar Act in 1764 and the Stamp Act in 1765, which basically um, said that, okay, we're no longer going to, it's like when the mafia used to charge people for collecting or whatever they were doing to make money in a certain neighborhoods. There was a tax, or just like we're taxed, American people, like black people are taxed when we really don't have any representation. Okay, so they came up with these two acts, and then there was the Townshend Act in 1767. But the big one that really put the ball into motion, okay, and this is the part of history in 1773 that actually put the ball into motion in terms of the Revolutionary War the Europeans here, George Washington and them breaking off from British rule. And it was the Boston Tea Party or the Tea Act in Boston when they began to rebel because they said, okay, if we got to send money back to you for this, then we're going to throw all of it. And this is, you know, this is what black folks have to do. Okay, we have to start throwing some of this stuff back in the ocean, in the water, because um, you're always going to, as long as you have this stronghold over you with these material things, it's always going to keep us in a position where we can't walk away from that because this is what we feel. And I always said that this was the one act that the Europeans in America did that actually was able to separate them from British rule. And this is something that if black people did, we would have the same results. Because contrary to what people think, black people, we have a lot of resources that we can use. Okay. We have a lot of resources in the world that we live in today. But again, our problem is that we have been taught to pull yourself up by your bootstraps, okay, which is impossible to do in this country. That doesn't happen. That's something that was told to our people to give us this sense of individual accomplishment, okay, and this is still affecting our people today. But when they threw all of that tea, okay, into the Boston Harbor and said, you know what, we don't need it. Rather, if you're going to tax us on this, then we're going to get rid of it. So uh, things begin to escalate from there, all right, because the British Parliament decided to punish the state of Massachusetts for this. Okay, and so as a result of the type of punishment that the British Parliament sanctioned for them, it was like, no, 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 no. We're going to fight against this. And again, this is the part of history that I believe that if black people took the same type of attitude, that we can overcome a lot of the issues that because as long as we hold on to these idle things, it's always going to have power over us. But once we, it's almost like I don't know if you ever watched this show called Hoarders, but you're holding on to stuff that's basically entombing you or imprisoning you. I saw this show one time with this black lady. She was basically a prisoner in her own home. Everything was piled up so high, she only had a pathway to the bathroom and the kitchen. And I was like, wow, okay. So this is sort of like what happened during this time. So in 1774, as a result of this, then they knew they had to organize. So we had our first Continental Congress in Philadelphia. Now, this is something that's not talked about as well. That prior to the Continental Congress, John Hanson, a black man, was running this country. Okay, and along with the Moors, they were running this country. Okay, this is documented history. If you look at the records that they have in Morocco, okay, because I remember Barack Obama slipped up, and boy, white folks was so angry at him. He slipped up and said that Morocco, okay, was our first partners, which is true. You know, this is true history. He was right. They are. Hmm. But what they didn't want us to know is that he was talking about black folks. Okay, so these black men. So now, when you look at, they have a white individual called John Hanson. that they try to say was the first president of America. Okay, I mean of the United States. But we know that John Hanson, we know where he was born. Okay, in Maryland, we know the records of him and matter of fact, John Hanson was the one that made sure that the soldiers and George Washington and those that were who were going to fight against the British had the ammunition, the clothing, the boots, and everything they needed to fight this war. And again, like you take Prince Whipple, who was a Moor that was very instrumental in the battle against the British. He directed on naval ships, but when they talk about Prince Whipple, they show him as a slave standing by George Washington when he was the one actually directing George Washington and them what to do. I'll never forget what's his name? I believe his name is Glenn Beck. He started doing a series when he came across this information called the Founding Fathers that he was unaware of. And I remember him being so surprised. He was like, why is this history not known? Why is this history about these black men who basically helped defend this country and actually led George Washington and them into battle? Why is this not known? Why are the first black senators who actually advised John Hanson? Why are this? So something happened. I don't know if I ever told you this, but when I was living and teaching in the public school system in Washington, D.C., they decertified me because I took my 11th grade class to see the congressional records. Now, white kids go there every year. And I'll never forget, I sat down in the principal's office. He said, you shouldn't have done that. I said, what do you mean I shouldn't have done that? He said, well, you have to get approval from the special education department before you do anything like that. I said, okay, but you have these other schools that are going, the only reason because we were a black school, and these kids were so fascinated when they saw these pictures of these black men, okay, who were the advisors to John Hanson. And I guarantee you to this day, some of those kids are doing something great. That changed their lives because after we went back, and they had a different attitude towards studying, and they wanted to know everything. But see, these are the types of things that we don't do with our children. It's right there in the congressional records, okay? But we let these people dictate and narrate our educational process, the educational process of our children, and we have to take responsibility for this. Okay, so once the first Congressional Congress met, then they knew they had to go to war. And so they met with John Hanson. John Hanson provided and the Moors provided everything they needed. And so they went to war, and the Revolutionary War began in 1776 with the battles of Lexington, or 1975 with the battles of Lexington and Concord. And then the Revolutionary War and the Declaration of Independence came in 1776. One of the things too that I want to talk about here before we move on is that the wealth creation of our people, okay, so 60% of cotton, 60% of the world's cotton was produced by our people that laid the foundation for the wealth of the Western world. And they begin to call cotton cane cotton. Okay. And this 60% in today's wealth would be $8.9 trillion. Okay. The other thing that happened during this period of time is the government began to use what we know as eminent domain, because back during this time, Black people owned a lot of land. Okay, so the government started using this law called eminent domain. They began first um, to take. They took 12 million acres from Black farmers. Okay, because they couldn't get loans from the state and county in order to put in a very needed irrigation system for their farms. So much like when people run into problems today with paying property taxes, they were stuck because without any water for the crops, they knew that they could not grow the crops. So this was a evil, wicked scheme to take 12 million acres from our farmland that we own, that they basically took from our people. And some of these lands were taken by force. So also we have the Homestead Act, where any European head of household in this country could get 160 acres of land free. I meant to send you the document. It slipped my mind earlier. I got caught up into something. I'm sorry about that. But I have this document. Well, you can go online and see it. Somebody, if they really want to see this. It's called the Homestead Act. Also, any European immigrant that came to this country was given 160 acres of land. Now, so when we talk about the creation of wealth, we have to look at this, okay? One of the things that we get confused is there's a difference between income gap, which is Black people make 10 cents to every dollar that European people make. That's an income gap. But there is a much greater gap, the wealth gap, okay, that's created from this land grab and this land robbery that I talked about, that is passed down from generation to generation. Okay, so they like to say, okay, well, the people today are not, didn't have us in slavery. No, you didn't have us in physical slavery, but you have us in economic slavery, because our people walked off of these plantations after 250 years with zero. Okay, and you have to comprehend this. So that's like you being in a race, okay, and Malcolm used to say, if you're playing a game and somebody's winning all the time, they ain't damn better than you, they cheating, okay? So let's say if you and I were playing a basketball game to 10, and I have 8 already and you have 0, who you think will win that game? Or I have 9. If we're playing one-on-one. So this is what happened to our people. So we'll see as we begin to deal with the educational aspect of how this was passed down. We'll see this very clearly. But going back to the wealth creation is that our people in 250 years produced the equivalent of $12.9 trillion. Where is our check? No, where is our land? We're not going for this foolishness anymore. And see, this is the main reason behind this whole reason behind uh, critical race theory and why they're battling so hard. Because our children need to know this is their money. But if they don't know this, they're not going to fight for it. So this is what's the true reason behind they do not want us to pass down generational wealth. They do not want this. Okay. But no matter what you do, this is going to happen. They know this. They know this already. This is not something that a lot of our people don't know this. I'm sure many of the people in the chat room know this already. But we're ready for our check because our people sweated on these plantations, okay, from sunup to sundown, produced all of this wealth that you are and your descendants are enjoying today, where our people are still struggling to buy food. This is wrong. This is wicked. This is evil. And this is the main reason why I don't subscribe to their religion. There's no way you could worship the same God that I do or creator that I do. That is impossible. Because these very same people that go to this, why haven't you repented? You still have time to repent. You can give us our land back. You can cut us a check. Then you can repent. Okay? Like in one of your stories with the rich man and Jesus. He said, well, what do I have to do? He said, give up all your riches to the poor. And he walked away. And it's the same thing with our people. Okay? We're saying, they're saying, if you go and you kneel down before an altar saying you worship the creator, and you walk out and look at the conditions that your ancestors put our people in, you can't be serving the same God that we're serving. There's just no way. And I don't need nobody quoting the scriptures to me or hugging me and kumbaya and all this stuff you do. I don't need that. We don't need that as a people. And one of the main things about this today, why they really don't want our children to know this and to fight for what is rightfully theirs, is because they still want to hold this elitist position over our people. Okay, this is in their nature. This godlike persona. You can go back to the Romans and see this. This is in their nature. Okay, and so the point I want to leave with this wealth creation is that we created this wealth. Okay, 250 years. Imagine that. Not 250 months, 250 years that we are owed this money. It's ours, and we demand it now. After the 250-year period, okay, before I get into the educational aspect of this, is that after the 250-year period, there was a period of 100 years of straight domestic terrorism against our people once we walked off those plantations. Okay, so between, let's see, between, I'm trying to remember, I know between the years of, well, that 100-year period, or that first 40-year period, 6,500, and this is documented, 6,500 of our people were lynched. Okay, this is 2 people a week for 90 years, not 40 years. This averages out to 2 people a week that they lynch of our people for 90 years. Imagine that. From 2015 to the present, the police have killed on an average of 5 of our people a week in the last 8 years alone, which I believe it comes out, let me do my math real quick, 4,000. So you see, this legacy, after all that our people have done to produce this wealth for you, and you still turn around and spit in our face, kill our people, and do all. No, like Chief Caraba said when they slaughtered the Tianos, that no gods would do this. No gods would rape our women like this, and kill our people just to take what they wanted by force. When our people, when you came to us starving, about to die, Columbus with his pathetic ass was about to die. Okay, when they tell these stories, they make them seem like they did so much when we know exactly what they did. All over in every country that you went to, whether it was Mexico, whether it was the United States, whether it was Central America, South America, Cuba, Haiti, Jamaica, let's not forget that. Okay. I didn't mention that the country of Antigua, our people produced, I believe it was 40% of the sugar there that also contributed to the rise of the Western world. Okay, so I want to cover something that's very important from this period here. You guys all right? And I want to cover something that's important here. Moving into, here we go. Okay, so now that German ideology, or that Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx, is not just the roots of capitalism, it's also the roots of the educational foundation in the Americas. So I made a couple of notes before I go into it. Harvard University was built with slave money. A prominent slave owner, Isaac Royal, okay, who made his profits from the sugar plantations in Antigua I was just talking about. He was the financier for the building of Harvard University, which also used slaves to build it. This is the oldest and most prestigious white institution in America that exists. And there are people from Harvard that are coming out now and admitting this truth that you won't see in the history books too. That not only did our people build Harvard University, but the very money that was used to build Harvard University came from this very prominent slave plantation owner. I forgot how many plantations he owned in Antigua, that produced sugar from our people for 250 years. So you see, no matter what narrative they continue to tell our people, we know the truth. Okay, so Harvard University was built and established off of this Communist Manifesto. Because remember now, when they taught their people, they taught the sons of the slave owners were the ones that went to Harvard and Yale. Okay, matter of fact, here I made a note here that the majority of the students at Yale University are direct descendants of these wealthy plantation owners. Some of our presidents a lot of people that run our government, a lot of people in the corporate world, a lot of the CEOs in the corporate world came out of Yale University. So this this educational foundation is attached to the plantation. It's directly attached to that. And again, this is why, you have these major corporations that continue to flourish and deny our people the right to flourish. Okay, that this is very wicked and evil. So you may not have owned a plantation, but trust and believe you might as well have owned one. Okay, because the very money and the wealth and the ancestral wealth and the land that you have today was taken directly from our people, and we have the proof. So you can debate that all you want. Uh, and this is the okay. So I want to go back to what Karl Marx and Engels were talking about in the Communist Manifesto, and also with the Germanic ideology. This is why they love Trump so much. Okay, that most of the people that you know as the French and these other Europeans, they're Germans. The British, all of them. This is something a lot of our people are unaware of. So if you know how the Germans feel about us, or you know about the Nazis, then you know. This is the root of all this hatred that is spewed towards our people. Because see, they know this history that I'm talking about right now. That's why I want to put it out here. They know this history. Not only do they know it, they teach it to their children and they glorify it. Because when they talk about this same history, they're talking about it from a whole different perspective. And this is the other reason why they don't want to deal with critical race theory that they call. I call it critical race studies because there ain't no theory. But, for sake of argument, the other reason is because, again, they want to be looked at as saviors. They don't want their children to know the brutality and the evil perpetrated against our people. They don't want this to be known. They want to shut down this history forever. So that when you look at them as, well, they discovered America and they did all of this, and they are these people who J.P. Morgan and Wall Street and all that. We know that the first financial foundation of Wall Street was slaves. We know this as a fact. So this is not, you're not going to escape with this. We're not going to let this die. Our children are going to know about it. And the truth is going to come out. It's already out, whether you put it in your books or not. We're going to talk about it. Okay, so this Germanic ideology, or this Communist Manifesto, talked about the peasant-lord relationship I was telling you about earlier, in class struggles. This is where this originated from. Where you have this class, you have a working class or a peasant class, then you have a lord. I believe in the last video, I talked about how the Roman emperors were known as the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. This is where this comes from. So we see people that have always had a savior complex, that have always regulated our people to the lowest status possible, when we are the very ones that are responsible for who you are today. Okay, that fact cannot be disputed. This is also the history of capitalism and the history of socio-economic oppression, because you have to oppress people in order to continue to benefit from the financial status that you have. You're not sharing it. Okay. So, when you look at our kids today and you look at the kids from that culture, then it's not fair for you to build up this degraded history, okay, make black people look like they were slaves on a plantation that were mindless and had to be controlled by intelligent people, which we know better. Many of them were illiterate. So, so here we move into the roots of education in the Americas, and also the roots of systemic racism, which exists in their legal, their economic, their banking, their housing, their voting, their religious, and their educational systems. Okay. Now, as I said, Yale University to this day educates the capitalistic elite in order to continue to run this communist manifesto. I don't care what they call it. Okay. And this is why when you hear these people, they're liars, man. They know this. Okay. They know this. Trust and believe they know this. But what they count on us not taking our kids to see the congressional records. They count on us not studying real history and telling our kids the truth. They count on this. So we are co-conspirators in our own demise, because many times our people are still regurgitating these lies that they have told without challenging this. And that's why I always invite any of their so-called scholars or historians. I'll debate any of them from any of their universities and use their own records to prove it. So this is not a game. This is, you have subjugated the Creator's people, okay, to this stature here. And now the Netaru says that this is going to change. This is going to end now. Okay, so I made a note here also about one of the richest slave owners in American history. They were some of the first bankers, the Brown brothers. Lance, you're probably familiar with them out of New York. The Brown brothers. These bankers, they made all of their money. These brothers owned plantations throughout the Americas. And they were the ones that financed Brown University. Okay. Brown University also is a university. Now, they call these universities Ivy League schools because you can't get in them. Because if you do happen to get in them, they'll tell you the truth about the capitalistic system that they have established for the elite in order to maintain the system. That's what they teach them. They teach us about Yankee Doodle Doo while they're teaching them how to run capitalistic systems and corporations, okay, to maintain the wealth that was stolen and robbed from our people. So in 1635, the oldest public school in the Americas, which is still active today, the Boston Latin School, which is still in use today, because they teach, again, this is why Boston is one of the most segregated and racist cities in America, where all of their teams are going to represent that ideology. Okay, this is no mistake. Okay, this is all planned, programmed game plan that has been handed down throughout the centuries. Okay, so also let's see here. Okay, so also in 1636, Roger Williams, okay, Harvard University was founded, but Roger Williams colonized this Providence, Rhode Island. Again, you know, they use these terms discovery, okay, when they created the doctrine of discovery. But again, this is no discovery. This is wholesale murder where you slaughtered and killed our people and took their lands. Okay, we have proof of that uh, because in 1637, the New Englanders slaughtered the Paraquat or Black Indians in Connecticut, gave them blankets with smallpox on them knowingly. The Paraquat was the only reason why you survived in New England. And this is the thanks that they get on a day you call Thanksgiving. This is why I don't celebrate that. Okay? This was no Thanksgiving. This was one of the most cruelest acts in human history. They slaughtered men, women, and children and took that land. And then they celebrated on a day that you sit down and eat turkey and dressing. Now, granted, I understand this. This is a tradition that our people celebrate many times. Families get together, what have you. But you must know, and I'll give a reference. Dr. What's his name? Sharabango. Okay, he taught about celebrating European holidays. I believe this. I may be mispronouncing it, Lance, but it's Sharabango or Sharabango, something like that. But I'll find it. I'll send it to you. His work is very fascinating in the sense that even way back then, you know, he knew that this was going on. All right. So after they slaughtered this indigenous tribe, the Paraquat in Connecticut, this black tribe, then we moved to the 1800s. Okay. So there were some significant things that happened in the 1800s. One was the establishment of the U.S. After the Declaration of Independence. 13 colonies were established. Okay. These 13 colonies were established in the Americas in defiance to the British Crown. But again, on these colonies, our people were still subjugated to the most inhumane human treatment, and this is when it really got bad for our people on these 13 colonies when they were formed, because they needed to produce more and more money in order to break away from England. So they needed to produce. Our people started getting whipped for, this is when you started seeing our people trying to run away from these plantations. I mean, they always got whipped, but they started being whipped brutally to produce, like you would beat a horse when you're trying to get it to go faster. They began, and so what they would do is, well, I want to go back to something I skipped over, Lance, that's very important. When they stopped, and Malcolm talked to us about this, the slave breakers, they had Europeans who primarily, a lot of our people talk about the Willie Lynch letter. They associate this with this. That our people are very proud people, strong, rambunctious. A lot of their jealousy comes from our brothers in the motherland when they first saw them. Okay, but what they did, one of the things that Malcolm told us that they did is they would tie one of our queens to a tree that was pregnant, and then they would take a whip and slice her belly open. The unborn fetus would fall on the ground, and then they would smash the head in the ground. Now imagine this kind of trauma that our people had to endure. That's still with us today. I don't care what nobody say. And then I think one time we talked about on a video I did with you a couple years ago how they would take the biggest, strongest person they called a buck, tie him to two horses, his legs, and then they would shoot the gun and the horses would go in different directions and it would split them in half. Now, this type of trauma never leaves a people. This was very cruel. It was evil. But these are the type of tactics that they used um, on this plantation in the Caribbean before they brought us to America. So there's a lot that is not told. Our people didn't just lay down. Okay, that type of evil we had never encountered. We had never encountered that. Again, I'm not saying that we didn't fight wars against each other, but they were righteous wars. They were usually over some kind of land dispute, or somebody did something that, where they hurt another person's family or something like that, which was far and few between. But we're talking about straight guttural evil here, okay? And so I don't care how you sugarcoat this. At the end of the day, the treatment that our people, and what's so unfair about this, Brother Lance, and the people in the chat room, is that our people worked for you, son of son. That's why when I hear these crazy people talking about black people are lazy and don't want to work, you got to be out your goddamn mind, okay? Our people for 250 years toiled on this soil and produced the greatest amount of wealth ever produced in the Americas, ever. And anybody that want to debate me on that, I'm ready to debate it. It was so unfair what they did to our people after our people labored and worked so hard for them to have the lifestyle that they have. Our people walked off these plantations with nothing, built up these civilizations, built up these societies where we produced our own banks, we produced our own everything. And you were so jealous that you had to burn them down. Now, the other thing a lot of people don't know is they talk about the cities that are burned down, but did you know there are over 30 black towns that are underwater? One of them's in Lake Lanier in Atlanta. I remember going there before. We used to go up there on Lake Lanier and ski and water ski and do all kind of stuff. I was just talking to Dee about that. This is the type of evil that is so cruel that they want to hide. Okay, and the reason they want to hide this is because they can't have you doing this if you knew what they did to our ancestors. You'd never walk into one of their churches again. If you looked at real truth, you would walk away from this. Either that or I don't know, you'd have to be crazy not to. Okay, so let's look at what happened when the 13 colonies were established. Okay, here we see between 1700 and 1750. Now we begin to see Britain flexing their muscles. Spain began to kind of decrease. Okay, but we still have, well, here in California, most of the streets and cities are named after the Spanish. So, and I know in some other Western states as well. But France also got into it when they went down, and we learned this from the Choctaw people, from the Washita people that were there in New Orleans, from their history, that they came to New Orleans. The French colonized New Orleans and basically sold it for nothing to the United States. So they took our people land, They have the earthen mounds. Our people were mound builders. They have the earthen mounds that our people use there in Louisiana as the Choctaw as a form of storage, storing meat to keep the meat fresh. And they knew how to ice down meat and keep it there. And then these evil people came, just totally disregarded our culture and said, well, we're going to sell this land to the United States. Now you're from Europe. You come over here, slaughter our people and take our land, and then have the nerve to sell it to the United States government. These are the type of people that we're dealing with. So, um, so in the 1700s, still sticking with the roots of the educational systems here in America, uh, King William III and Queen Mary. This is where you get William and Mary College from. Okay, that's a very prominent uh, European college here in the States. Um, then you have the founding of Yale University in 1701. We talked about that already in Connecticut. But one of the interesting things that happened with the founding of Yale was that now we have the Jesuits that come in. They learn the indigenous language of the Paraquat that they had just slaughtered, not the Jesuits, but the other people that just slaughtered. Uh, they learned our history. Now I'm going to tell you something that a lot of our people are unaware of. Okay, that I'll wait till I get to that part, and then I'll talk about it. Okay, so I made some notes here. Uh, so also in 1701, the French established a fort in Detroit as a trading post with the indigenous people there, because Michigan was a very important state for them. That way back with the conquistadors colonized it, they continued, and the European, they understood the importance of passing down things to the next generation. I'll give them credit for that. They understood that principle. Okay, so at that time, Detroit was a very important trading post for them, for the Europeans, and this is why when you look at our cities like Detroit, that they have totally decimated because they have used our people there. And then what they do is they take all the resources out of there after it has served their purpose. And they turn their back on you. And now today, black people are catching hell in Detroit. Okay. And so, but Detroit was very pivotal for them because again, they would not have survived if our people had not taught them how to survive, particularly in this the climate, okay, and not knowing how to grow crops, because in Europe they couldn't grow crops. That's originally why they started going out to other parts of the world, because you can't grow crops in the ice. And so this is what caused them to go out looking for food. So that no, I don't want to get your channel shut down, so I'm not going to mention that. But it got to a point where they had to go eat real food, if you know what I mean. So they knew that they had to go and find real food. So this is what caused them to leave Europe and go out now and explore other parts of the world, mainly just to survive from starvation. Um, so I already mentioned the case for reparations as a result of what our people produce. But I want to talk about now, I want to talk about something that's very important here. I made a note here. Okay, yeah. So the generational wealth that was passed down by the Europeans after 250 years of free labor of our people. um, is equivalent in today's market of $12.9 trillion, zero capital. I mean, 12.9 trillion for them and zero for us. Okay, because the average high school dropout white person still has 10 times the more wealth than a person with a college degree here in this country, a black person. Okay, so we know that education has never done, excuse me, anything financially or economically for our people. It never. So you can have all these damn titles you want. You can have all these degrees on the wall. That has never changed the condition of our people. Matter of fact, we may have been better off had we not done that. I'm totally convinced now that had we not put so much emphasis, I don't want to say education because you do need to have some type of knowledge of something, but had we established at our universities, our black universities, our real history, that's what I wanted to say, that things would have been different, a different type of education, not the regurgitation of these lies that have oppressed our people for 500 years here. Um, the other thing was, I talked to you about the Homestead Act, but also the legal status of black people allowed the massive injustices that we suffered then and are suffering now. Okay, and they did this through their laws. Um, and then when that didn't work, then they lynched, killed, and raped our people. Okay, so there is no debate about the foundational wealth of this country, where it originated from, who produced it, and who's responsible for keeping this from us. So I want to go into the last part of this. I want to go into that's very, very critical, because now we're coming up to modern day economic oppression and the modern day wealth that these people have. We already know where it came from, but I want to talk about some of these institutions that they have today that are still denying our people their rightful economic place in this country. Um, let's see, I labeled this. Okay, so the last portion of the presentation we want to talk about is the systemic racism and the wealth gap. Okay, and we talked about how this was done through redlining, their laws, generational assets, generational wealth acquisition, incarceration, unemployment, and generational poverty. Now, generational poverty is something we don't talk about as well, because you can't have generational wealth without generational party. I'm sorry, generational poverty in a with a Germanic ideology or a capitalist ideology. That can't happen. So you're always going to have this elite class of people, and I challenge them on this. Now, they want to say it's 1%, but I challenge this. It might be 1% of the wealth class that's in a certain strata, but you also have a large, about 30% of rich people who were formerly known as the middle class or the upper middle class. You have these rich European people that not only are they rich, but they can take advantage of all the institutions that we can't. So even if they didn't have access to certain things, they have access to capital that we don't have. So let's move into this wealth creation which is the foundation of capitalism and wealth in the Western world. Okay, so in 1831, between 1831 and 1865, U.S. banks, because now it's the United States of America, U.S. banks gained massive wealth from slavery. And again, Lance, you being a New York City guy, you know this. J.P. Morgan, Chase, and Wall Street, okay, was built on this massive wealth. Because now, when they talk about slavery, they always want to just talk about the southern plantations, but it was the northern bankers, the financiers, okay, that actually played a pivotal role in slavery, in the massive wealth creation of the United States. So this is why you see today, like when we saw this so-called collapse, that they were bailed out. They're not going to let these people collapse. This is at the root of their foundational wealth. So we know that J.P. Morgan, Chase, and Wall Street built massive, these were the first bankers that built massive wealth off of the 250 years of free labor from our people. And this is another reason why they don't want to talk about this critical race theory. Okay, is because they're banks that use redlining against our people, high interest rates that keep them out of certain neighborhoods, that keep them from purchasing certain properties. All of this, okay, was created from our people, not you, not you, our people. We have the records, 250 years of free slavery, free labor. Okay, so the way that J.P. Morgan and Chase and Wall Street, these original banks, gained their massive wealth is they acquired 113, let me make sure I'm right with this, 113,000 slaves, our people, that was used as collateral by these evil, wicked plantation owners to give to J.P. Morgan, Chase, and Wall Street as collateral for loans, to keep their plantations solvent. Now, we have the records from the plantations. Again, they're in the congressional records. The way, if you look at an accounting system, our people were used, you know, they used the accounts receivables and accounts payable. They still use that same digital system today where, you know, liabilities and assets. So our people were listed as assets. And anytime something happened to one of our people, okay, there had to be compensation paid for them. So if a slave owner came and they saw one of your slaves that they liked, mainly our women, but a lot of times our brothers who could do a lot of work, you know, buff brothers, they didn't give a damn if they had a family and children or not. It was like, I want them, I'm going to give you this amount of money for them. The kids be crying and screaming their heads off. Our queens are basically left like nothing, because they know too that once he's out of the picture, they can pretty much do what they want with them and the children. That they, okay, their attitude was that they owned them, so it didn't matter one way or the other. So then we see these. I'm sorry, Lance, I gave it wrong. It was 115,000 slaves, not 113,000. And this was the cornerstone of the establishment of Wells Fargo and Wachovia Bank. It also was the establishment of the major insurance companies in the United States. AIG, Aetna, New York Life, they all flourished because of these massive loans that was given out from 115,000 of our people that was sold to these corporations or used as collateral, I'm sorry, for these corporations. 46 million white people got free land from the U.S. government, okay, through the Homestead Act. Okay, 160 acres. So, you know, from the jump, we never had a chance to compete. And this is what Dr. Claude Anderson was talking about. Now I understand when he was talking about this in the 80s, that black people are going to be back in slavery in the 2000s, the economic slavery. This is what he was talking about. And at that time, I didn't have this knowledge that I have now. So I didn't know what he was talking about back in the 80s. But, and this is, and what's so crazy about that, I had already went to a black university in Morgan State, and this was never taught to us. So you see what I'm saying? Why we have to have our own independent think tanks? Because our children are not going to know this. They're not teaching this in black universities. They're not. Show me the curriculum of one of these so-called black universities that's teaching the true history of the United States, and I'll become their slave. I'll work in their house and in their yard. Show me. Sick of these lies and this nonsense. 100 years of legalized racial terrorism. Okay, 45 black towns underwater or burned down. Okay, so there was no transfer of wealth for our people. There was no transfer of wealth. Okay, and these towns that they now before they put them underwater, they kill all the people in the towns. And I think our people don't really understand this. These same people you worshiping in these buildings. They killed all the men, women, and children in their towns and then filled the towns up with water. This is documented in history. This is not Neil Frazier or Lance Scurv saying this. This is their documented history. Okay, so finally, I want to talk about, oh, I forgot about Fort Pike in Orleans Parish in Louisiana. Very critical because our people, the Choctaw, they fought them. Again, our people did not just lie down to these people. They had to be slaughtered in order for this to happen. Now, if this true history of the United States was taught, there'd be a totally different attitude with our people in building our own. I guarantee you that. But again, I don't know why this is the way it is, but these people have shown you, okay, that they have murdered and killed all of your people, taken their lands. There's no such thing as no doctrine of discovery, okay? Why is it that we don't want to build our own and teach our own the true history? See, this is why the Creator, and you know, I was talking to somebody about this. This is like a judgment against us, okay? Because now, again, there's a difference between you making a mistake and not knowing better than you now having the truth and turning your back on it. You're not going to just walk away from this. Our people are not going to just walk away from this too. They're under judgment, but you're under judgment too. And so we better start thinking about this now, is because not only do they not want this history taught, they're going to put things in place where it'll never be taught. So when you don't support people like me and Lance and Mrs. Scurv and other people in the chat room that's trying to build, you are helping to contribute to the demise of the creator creatrix people. You are doing this. You are taking their money, putting it on their altars, kneeling before them. They have taken you to this mountaintop like they did Jesus in the mythological story. You can think of it however you want. To me, it's a myth. When they took them, but nonetheless, a very powerful myth, that they took him to this mountain and offered him the whole world, but he turned it down. And that's what you got to do. That's our only way out, Brother Lance. There is no sugarcoating this. These people are very serious about burying this history. It's not in the history books. It's not in the books in our so-called black universities. And the only way that we're going to fight against this and get what's owed to us is we have our own universities. And with that, brother, I'm a little winded because when I start getting emotional, it takes more out of me. But, you know, they say we're woke. I disagree with that, brother. I think when they say woke, they're talking about the things that our people do on social media and other platforms. But as far as building things, no, we're not woke yet. We're far from that. So I don't know how long that's been. If you want to invite some of the people in the chat room.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Brilliant.
We can talk.
Okay, here, let me get off here. Hold on.
All right.
Nothing short of brilliant, brother. I mean,
this needed to be said, man.
But listen, this is it needed to be said, but it's not enough. No, you did a brilliant job.
I agree. No, I agree 100 to 1,000%. It's not enough. It's definitely not enough. We need to hit this subject a lot.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it's not enough. Like, you're not doing a good job. You did an excellent.
Yes, sir.
I mean, over and above, beyond measure. But we're so. The more I think about it every day, the more I realize how really and truly this whole thing has messed us up. I'm not saying that as a put down, but on a psychological level, in 2023, long after certain events may have taken place, we are so traumatized. I was speaking with someone earlier today, and not to pick on one island or one region, it could be anywhere with us. But we were speaking about, to be honest, Jamaican people. It could have been
Jamaican. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was the conversation where it went, because, you know, my father's from Jamaica, and and we just happened to kind of go there. And this is to pick on all, but this was the conversation. We weren't saying, well, this is everybody, and we know it's everybody. We happen because of our own personal experiences, how so many of our families, and this can be the folks from the South, it could be black folks from Brazil, it could be whatever, but we happen to be speaking about the dysfunctions of the Jamaican family and how messed up.
I heard about that. I think I heard your wife talking about that one time.
Yeah.
Is it really that bad?
Yes, it's really bad. And again, this is not to focus on one island. This
No,
is,
right.
I mean, we can
The truth
say,
is the truth. Yeah, I mean, the
right,
truth is the truth. Yeah.
yeah, we can say in the motherland that
Mm-hmm.
we've been affected here in an invert way. You see,
Oh yeah, definitely,
because the
definitely.
colonized find us here in a deeply embedded way that I was shocked to see. You would think that
Uh-huh.
be more unity, more the same things are going on over here. So this is all over the world. So it's like multiple sicknesses all over the body that we have to
Multiple
treat
sicknesses.
individual,
Yeah.
but there's still other sicknesses going on. So how do we get the right herbs and medications for that one sickness all over the body? And now we have the other things. But when you see how families don't communicate, when you
Oh
see
no.
how people don't hug their children,
Mm-hmm.
when you see how husbands and wives can lay in the same bed for 20 years and never make love, is this normalcy? When you see how,
That's insane.
because just like it was said that a baby who is not hugged or touched,
Mm-hmm.
development is retarded.
Yeah, you know what? To piggyback on that, Lance, excuse me for cutting you off,
No, go
but
ahead.
they did a study on that very thing with monkeys, and they took, soon as they were born, they took two of the monkeys and locked them in a cage.
Mm-hmm.
And then they let the other, I believe it was like three or four other little monkeys, they let stay with the mother. The monkeys that they locked in that cage for however period they could not.
Wow. Brother Neil fell off. It's probably because maybe his charge left his phone, I'm assuming, because it was just so sharp. And I know let's be glad that it fell off now. I'm quite sure he'll probably charge it up a little bit, connect the cord, and come on back. But I know basically he was done. So I'll keep talking until he comes back. But what I was saying is that, and I'm going to put the banner back up because everything fell off. Let me put this banner back up just so you can see something a little better than just something jumping like that. But like I said, so many of us go through a whole lifetime with the dysfunctions that were put on us from generations ago, but it's still alive and well. Those rhythms that some people, and like I said in my conversation, we were speaking about, how jacked up Jamaicans, on how, you'll have some family members who will hate the other ones. You have some who hate, and at the same time they say, let's unify. Let's get together as one. How can you when your mind is so messed up? You're born into trauma. Trauma is normalcy for you. You know nothing but trauma and pain, but you cover, or you come with the covering of normalcy. It's an act that you don't feel. The things I've seen and observed, and this is all, I'm not just saying, but again, that particular conversation was about many from Jamaica who I know a lot who are not like that. But those, okay, here he is back again. Let me open up the screen.
Oh man,
Yeah, no,
my bad, brother.
your charge probably went out, right?
Yeah, but I have both of my phones charged because
Right.
this is more like a little iPad.
Yeah. No, I understand. No, but I was just saying, and I'm
But
gonna put the link here. So if anybody wants to chime in, but you really, really, really put it down tonight, as always. As always.
yes,
But
sir. Yes, sir.
you struck. It's like combat, right? You could
Oh, yeah.
you can hit them one way, but the way you hit tonight, the blows that you executed tonight were lethal in a very special way to knock out the ignorance. And I was just Listen, I'm like, whoa, you throwing haymakers up in here, but not just
Okay.
some people, and that's it just for one. Okay, let me see. Let me. Okay, I keep forgetting. You know, when you do certain things on a PC and then you do certain things on an
I know,
Apple.
right?
So I'm trying to sit here, copy and paste one way.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I see Monk Millie. Monk Millie. Yeah, I see you. Yeah, we good. I had cut my lights out and just laid back.
Okay.
I'll put my face back on. Let me just put the lights back on. I kick back and I really listen to every word you have to say. And I'm gonna do
good.
A monologue maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. I want to go more specific, and I want people to understand when I speak on certain things, it may not be an attack, but these things need to be said because people in this
they do.
They are living in a barbaric manner in different ways. See, if you look at people all over the world and you say, okay, you can't say anyone people are bad, but they do their thing in a different way, a different flavor, right? So we can say, folks from Colombia can say, yes, you know, we got they got this cocaine or whatever. Whose phone is this from? No, it's not. It's just so loud. Well, yeah, it's Mrs. Scurv's phone. But anyway, you can say, Colombia, cocaine, Italian, Jamaicans, drug posses, Compton, California, gang banging. So we associate certain things with certain people, and it's not fair. But when you look into it, there's a modicum of truth in it. I'm not saying a stereotype.
No question.
You know what I mean? So
no, you're right.
So for those of us who have certain things put on us and we look deeper, there's something in there of a truth that we need to break that. And so we need to talk about people instead of ignoring it. So that's what that conversation was about, and how certain aspects of that affected me. My father was old school. He was not like the clown things that you see today. Some of them. Yeah. I have a right to say that because I know the difference. I speak the language. Even though they speak English, I understand the ones who are twisted. I understand their mindset, and I'm going to talk about it because
they speak patois too, right?
Well, yeah, I can speak it. I understand every. Yeah. That's when it says speak it, I'm like, I get tense. I can't do it. You can tell it's watered down. You know what I mean? To people who don't know, if I do it, like, oh man, you speak that. The main thing with me is that those who speak it, and I'm around them, and they're speaking real deep, and I play because they think I'm just a Yankee. They just think I'm always American guy, whatever. Right. So I used to drive the bus, and they would sit there. They might say something about me in a favorable way or some kind of funny thing. I know a lot of the women that got on the bus and they would start speaking about me. Oh, he's cute. He's this. I'm sitting there quiet. And I say, thank you. Whatever, But every aspect of our existence on this planet has happened to us through the terrorism that has been done by these beasts. Like, we got to talk the way that we're going to get over it.
We got to talk about it.
Because see, we do things to each other so severe lots of times, and there is no oppressor around us. Our mind is so screwed up. When you think about how they were broken in Jamaica, a lot of the men were broken and actually screwed up in their backside and buck broken. Now a lot of them come with this macho thing, but it's really pretty. I know that me. And I just want to throw this out there. I'm going to talk about that maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, whatever. And I want people to bring their experiences, that when they want to speak about something, speak freely, that they can do so. Because this is supposed to be a family discussion, and we know enough how we do each other. We can't play dumb now and act like we never experienced these things, or we never executed certain things. Like, okay, I'm going to make a point for 2 minutes, and we're going to turn the floor back over to you, open up again. I dropped the link already. I'm going to drop it again. But like with me, right? Okay, with me, there are a lot of, we're speaking on a Jamaican level, right? There are a lot of Jamaicans who want to go to America so bad. America is the best thing.
Oh, yeah, I bet. That's because of the propaganda that they get fed every day.
Yeah. So there was something done in the school system, in religion, education, that made a lot of them, especially those who came from the country, a lot of them like, oh, I'm less than. And then you had your own hierarchy when if you came from the city, you were better than those from the country. If you're lighter skinned, then you're better than one who's darker skinned. All of that is down there so bad, but none of them damn want to talk about it and the effects of it. There's a lot of molestation on down there.
I heard about that. That's what I heard about.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
And I'm gonna talk raw about all that stuff from what I've heard.
Yeah.
I've been in major relationships with young ladies from the Caribbean, talked to a lot of them. I'm gonna come out with some stuff and I'm gonna be raw with it. Okay? Because I'm so tired of seeing that, hearing people talk about all this righteous stuff and they are not going nowhere at all. With the murder so high down there, and the people that the murder rates that are so high down there.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. Yeah,
I heard about that. It's such a small place. There's so much murder. So I'm going to talk about things that even I don't have relation to, but I know it, and I'm going to talk about it. So I'm about to go underground even more so, and that's why I thank you today for bringing those things up, speaking on these things, and we have to go through. Look, if you want to clean up a muddy backyard, you're going to have to get ready to get in some mud, and therefore you may look because you're in there to clean up. The people sitting on the side talking it, they're not doing it. We got to go through trauma, the backstabbing, the back talking, the murder, all that stuff. Why are we doing this? So the only way if we talk about it and expose it, doing so, people ain't gonna like it. Because when you break a bone,
they're not gonna like it,
and don't cast it right, it's gonna heal up wrong, and you're gonna end up walking crooked, and crooked becomes normal for you. And when you want to start again, you think some breaking your bone again is the enemy, even when you know you have to break it, and you know he's there to cast it right. When that pain hits you, you're trying to push him off, but you got to go through it. I'm gonna do my job and go right all up in there, whether people like it or not. Sick and tired of the dysfunctions of Black people, but I'm going to start out there. But go ahead, brother. Come on and talk to us a little while longer. I'm going to drop the link. Anybody wants to come on in.
No, you're absolutely right, man. We're living in a day and age where truth is not truth anymore, and anybody can take something, put the proper spin on it, put a narrative to it, and then we just accept it. No. We're not going to do. The other thing is we cannot disconnect ourselves. I hear Black people saying as well. Oh, we're not as, and then they get these coons. Usually they have these titles, or from universities, and you get them, and then they want to shoot down everything that we're talking about. But you can't change the truth. You can change a narrative, but the truth never changes. You can. I believe there's a saying that truth crushed the earth will rise again. When they did when Ozzie Davis was doing the eulogy for Malcolm. The thing is you crushed our truth, but now the Creator is rising, is manifesting now. There's nothing you can do to stop it. It is the most powerful force that we know, rivaling love and righteousness, because truth is the foundation of both love and righteousness. You can't have that's the real Trinity. Okay, you cannot have again, brother. I'm going to use this because our people. I want to say this out of love because I don't want our people to think I'm trying to smash them. But the fact of the matter is, we read things and we take things to heart without looking at what it really means or what the source of it. So they have the scripture that says, "You shall know them by their fruits." We talked about the fruits today. So what is it that you don't get? What is it that you? I'm real puzzled by that. I'm just trying to figure out: is it fear that's keeping our people from moving forward and building together, or is it this thing where they have taught us so much that if you got yours and you better than the next person, that's what you should strive to be? Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Because from the fruits that they have shown us, we know what it is. We're living in it. And I don't want no rotten apples. I'm sick of rotten apples. I want fresh fruit. Okay? But you're not going to get fresh fruit if you don't walk away from these narratives that these people have laid before us, and they have given us the fruit. We know who they are. We know what the track record is. Oh, you have someone on?
Yes, we have Master Glam.
Oh, Master Glam. The Netaru, the Netaru.
Powerful too.
Yes. Yes. Oh yeah. No question. Hello, how are you? How are you, sweetheart?
I'm great. I just wanted to come on and say thank you, as always, for your insightful information. And, you know, we're all in the chat and we're just discussing certain things. And I just wanted to know, are there any books that you would suggest to us so that we could help to teach our children? Because I think it's very important that not only that the children read it, but that we read it so that we know our stories, so that we are more empowered ourselves, and that way we can teach our children our truth.
Yeah. One of the books that I always recommend first, and it's a kind of older book. These are two of the books I always recommend first, and then you can go to other books from there. But the one is by Carter G. Woodson, The Miseducation of the Negro. Okay, and the other one is The Destruction of Black Civilization. Okay, by Professor Smalls. Okay, those two books, and again, you know, they're kind of from the old genre in the sense that there's updated information, but it is the root of the information that we must get, because you can't move forward with teaching someone anything until you know what the root of that thing is. And those two. Now, the other thing too is this is something else they have wiped out of our culture. From our culture, our elders were held in high esteem. Okay, so our kings and our queens were the ones that set the policy and the narratives for our people. But in this wicked system, they have taught us to throw away the knowledge of our elders. And this is why our young people, that's where this disconnect comes in at. The other way they did this is through this music, where this music is straight garbage. Okay, I don't know what else to say, but this is why I always listen to music from the 60s, 70s, 80s. I listen to some hip hop, but it's got to be certain people like KRS-One, you know, people like that. I don't listen to these other people because now this was put into place so that our young people would be on this forbidden fruit, on this paper money that has no value, while we can't build any assets, to be stuck on that. Okay, as opposed to looking at real truth and them working together to build something. So yeah, those would be the two books that I would recommend to start out with. And then I would go to some of our historical scholars, like we have several that have done some fascinating work. One is Dr. Tony Browder. I would definitely, Egypt on the Potomac is one that I would recommend. Then Ivan Van Sertima's book, that came before Columbus, which will break down what actually happened here in the Americas. Then the what is Christianity Before Christ by Dr. I always have to think about his name because when I knew him back in the day, it was Booker T. Coleman. So I always have to respect the brother and remember his name.
Right.
Dr. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Dr. Kamene. So his book, Christianity Before Christ, is a very good work.
Adjust your phone a little bit because it's kind of cutting off half your face.
Oh, okay. How's that?
Okay, yeah, that's better.
Maybe I should. Maybe that's better.
Yeah,
that's better. Okay.
Yeah, you
Christianity.
leave it like that. That's good. That's good.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Christianity Before Christ, and the last one that our children would definitely I would recommend, Master Glam, is Stolen Legacy by George G.M. James. Now that book in itself, when I first read that book when I was young, that was the book that sent me on the search for the truth. Because prior to that time, I did have some knowledge of that, but I was blown away by the global scope of what Dr. George G.M. James taught us in that book. But yeah, I would start out with those books because remember now, when you're teaching the kids, they're gonna have a lot of questions. So it's best to keep like a little library before you expand. Because if you throw too much at them, they're not gonna comprehend, very much. So I would give it to them in small doses and make sure that they get the concepts first. So, because the way we're taught in this system, okay, we're taught to look at narratives, not concepts, and we're taught that because the people that taught us have a calcified pineal gland. So that in itself, it causes you to look at things in a one-dimensional way. So our kids have the ability to look at things in a 360, even a 720 metaphysical aspect, but you can't give them all of it at one time because it'll overwhelm them. I hope that answered your question. And also I wanted to thank Master Glam for supporting the Academy. I wanted to thank her for that.
Yes, that she does over and above.
She sure did.
Especially
she went over and above
with her presence constantly. She adds so much too. Just as there are many here. We'd be here all night.
Oh yeah.
Chat room, mixed genre faves, Indigo King.
Yes. Yes.
You just look up the Riri, just the whole look at those.
Yes.
Queen Red Pill and Queen Red Pill. I found the email. I'm gonna return a reply tonight. Just everyone who's here and some who are not here. So
and Lance, I wanted, excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off, brother. I wanted to make a point about what you just said with the names you called off.
Yes.
See, many times, even though I'm presenting, we need the energy from you as well. So this is something our people have a collective consciousness, okay, that they corrupted into the Akashic records. But we know from the divine law of oneness that our people are connected through our pineal gland. We are connected. So the energy that I get from just knowing the people in the chat room are there, it encourages us to go forward. And I'm sure the same thing with you as well, Brother Lance. When you're dealing with this wickedness and you're going to get attacked for speaking truth, you have to draw strength from your people. Because now they're going to try to clap back. Okay, there's no question about that. But like I hear you say all the time, I'm built for this. this is what, this is my purpose. I'm not going to run away from it, and I'm not going to shy away from it.
Right.
So, the point I wanted to make is that the people in the chat room is where I draw my strength from to continue on when I have to fight these wicked forces that I'm confronted with.
Yes. And to make it's so funny you'd say it that way about appreciating those who are here, because a little earlier on the site, on the homepage right below whatever featured video there is, there's that little some chat room. And I was sitting here and I said, let me just put something up there. And I'll say exactly what I wrote. I said, I also want to say how much I appreciate those here in our family who share their presence and wisdom and experiences, perspectives in such a generous manner that has enlightened my scope so much. I said, thank you. That's what I said. My time, 6:11, but East Coast time would have been 2:11. So I'm on that already. That's the feeling that I have, because I'm not going to draw it out. It's given to me and I accept it. And I have this.
The other thing with that, brother, that you just said, you be throwing out some gems. So I'm sorry, I have to jump in. I don't want to. I have to jump in. But so the reason why that's so important to us is because, again, we have been taught in this 90-degree angle about masters and slaves.
Right.
So that's why you have people that have a masterclass this or a masterclass this. And no, there is no master. And that's because of going back to this Germanic ideology where you have the Lord and the serf or the peasant, that you have to learn everything from the Lord. They're lords over you. No, learning is a give and take process. And you don't have to even talk to teach a person, because 70% of communication is nonverbal.
Right.
So just the mere fact that your presence is there, we know you're there, okay? And this is why our people have a form of telepathy, again, because of our neuronic cells and our pineal gland. We have this connection that nobody else has, but they have taken that away from us. Whereas we feel like, okay, I'm the master teacher here today, and you're here to learn. No, that is not true. That is not true learning or teaching.
Right.
It is a give and take, because what you have to bring to the conversation is something I may not even be aware of, and that happens a lot when I talk to you, brother. I may not. I won't say I was not aware of it, but there's another angle to it that I may not have seen. But now when you connect with another person that has an open pineal gland, then you're like, aha, now I can see it. But so that's very important.
Here it is. It at the same time, when it's time to respect your experiences, your studies, your perspective that came from the time out that you focused on these things, because this is not just hours and a few hours of study. You've lived.
Right, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
What you've studied and extracted out of books and conversations and tapes and observances, and then you sit down with all of these, like I say, you go to the market and you come back with the groceries and you lay it out and you figure out what you're going to do and what meal you're going to make in this kitchen. And it takes time.
That's a good analogy. Yeah, that's a good analogy.
On a teaching. So there is a point where we have to sit back now, because it's your time to do this. And the time has been passed on to you and to all of us. But with this lane, with this angle, with this way you cook up the meal, because like I say, you can take a chicken and give it to an Italian person, Mexican person, a Mexican. The Mexicans, the Jamaicans gonna jerk it up, and they're gonna jerk it up with tomato sauce and Alfredo sauce and a little bit of pasta next to it. It's the same chicken, right? But we prepare it different. So the way you prepare it will appeal to most of us, of course, but there may be a small percentage that it doesn't appeal to. So another teacher will cover that part.
That's a good point.
Meal,
yeah,
we have to absorb it, right?
Yeah, and that's a good point.
You bring a lifetime, because this thing is supposed to compound itself. All the people you studied, now you have that knowledge inside of you, and you bring all of your experience, add on to it, and it's supposed to be a tsunami. It's supposed to be like a when you have the mountain, everything sliding down, right? So you come with such, and we need to sit ourselves right in front of it and let it hit us. You know, well, that's not right, or this, and that. Because truth is truth is truth. There's many ways to get the truth. There's many ways to get 4 plus 1, 3 plus 2, 6 minus 1, right? 5 plus 6.
Absolutely.
5.
Absolutely.
So what I learned with people is that some learn different. They'll tell you too. Tell you, oh, I'm not feeling you, or I don't hear you.
Right.
You see, I'm adding. I got Master Glenn back. I'm glad you're back.
Okay.
Hi, I just wanted to come back because Monk Million sent a super chat, and he was asking Brother Neil, what steps would we take? Hold on, let me read exactly what he said. I think it was, what steps could we take to separate ourselves? Let me check exactly what he said.
Right. And thank you, brother. I don't see anything, but thank you anyway. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
Is that the question? What steps we should take to separate from the system? I just want to understand the question.
Yes, that's what he said. What steps should we take to separate ourselves from them? So I guess
okay, great question. Great question. Thank you, Master Glam. I better stop messing up your name, Master Glam. That was a great question. The answer to that is, so the first step we have to take is we have to divest our desires from this system. See, because again, we're not fundamentally hardwired like they are. And this is something hard for a lot of us to accept. Because now when we deal with stuff, we deal with a full spectrum. Okay. And that's why we are affected by so many different things, because we can feel the full spectrum of light, the full spectrum of sound, where no one else can do that. And so when we are attacked, we're not attacked in the same way that they attack each other. We are attacked based on our desires, because we are an emotional people, again. So what they do is they target certain things towards that, because we've been studied for centuries. So they know that you have a desire for certain things, mainly materialistic things, because that is what makes us feel better. I hear people saying all the time, well, why do black people have to go out and buy clothes all the time? Or they got to go out and buy a new phone, or go out and buy new shoes and spend $400 or $500 for sneakers. It's because of this deficiency that this system has caused in us, that makes us feel like these material things give us value. The other thing is, we have to become comfortable in your own skin. You can't look to the things that are used for us to validate as authentic. Okay, so each one of us have a different set of desires, but as an individual, speaking to the brother that brought the question up, as an individual, the first thing and I believe you and I talked about this before, Lance, that you have to look at your weaknesses, not just your strengths. This is something that they have taken away from black men, because it's hard for us. This is why it's so hard for us to have genuine conversations, let alone with our women. But we can't even have genuine conversations with ourselves. is because we have this issue where our values and our desires are misplaced based on a system that doesn't reward us. It doesn't reward us unless we participate in certain behaviors. So to answer your question is that you have to look in the mirror, look at the things that keep you moving in a certain direction that you don't want to go in, that you want to reverse, and say, that's my Achilles heel. That's what it is. That's what my main desire is. And I have to divest myself from that. And I often say that before I accept certain things, I'll eat bread and drink water. And that's basically the mentality you have to have.
Mm-hmm. So true. You got to have that conviction. You got to make up your mind when you hold up your fist that you're going to knock this opponent out. And if you miss, you're going to keep on going. Even when your lungs are burning for oxygen, you're not giving up. You have the determination of a rope. You can try to stomp me, spray me, kick me. I'm going to keep coming back no matter what. It's that kind of conviction that will finally wear down this thing that has been on us for so long that people don't understand. And as far as the aspect of slavery and the worldwide colonization, because the slavery may have happened here and there on the globe, but the whole world was involved in it, and energy released. So we're going to have to understand that when we look at these movies, that they just love to have these slave movies and subservient movies in Hollywood just to keep us in that one place. We're never going to be the one riding off into the sunset being the hero. So we have to be our own. But when you look at it, right, we look at slavery like a TV show, because that's really our only dealing with it in this modern day and age. That let's go watch this movie for 2.5 hours, maybe even 3 hours. And we say, wow, that was terrible. That was so bad. And we go back onto our lives. What if don't understand that? See, we think those of us who are enslaved were brought over within this lifetime. Life was beautiful and we're brought over. And we went through this, we were freed. The ones who were brought over, so many didn't even make it over here.
That's true too.
Had malaria, they died. They suffered. They stacked you tight. If the person
they suffer?
The restroom and it's splattered in your face and you were shackled, there's no way to wipe it off. You ever see a mosquito try to? But we have to get graphic like this. A mosquito we couldn't smack it. We had to feel that mosquito in our ears, and it's on our face, and we're shackled with stuff on our face. The women every time of the month. The men had to use it. Yeah, I've been in. Doesn't make me any more knowledgeable, but I'm here, and I've been to the slave dungeons, and I'll be going back every year. It's right here. I may go every month sometime. There's a part of it that is so low, maybe about 4.5 feet tall, that there was a little door cut out of concrete, and you had to crawl up under there, and there was no ventilation, and it went back, I'd say about 50 to 60 feet, and it wasn't a clean concrete. It was concrete, just dusty and just gravel, not gravel, but it's just, there was a smell in it. And as soon as I went in, I got down on my hands and knees. I didn't care about being dirty, right? I was going to take my camera and go all the way in there and put the light on the camera and go all the way to the end. By the time I got in and my feet got 2 feet in, but there was 2 feet between me and the body, I sweat easy. Man, I was sweating. And when I looked all the way into the darkness, I said, I got to be ready for this, to do this another time. It was like going into death. And that was just that experience. And outside of the little hallway with an opening this big already. So I'm going to bring an extra outfit. And it bothered me that if they could have been put in that situation, why can't I go now as a free man and get a taste of it to know what it's like? So I'm going to go back to the cameras, me holding one and some, and if I was a kid, I wouldn't want to go because it looked like something spooky back there, right? But I have to, because if they had to wait back there piled up with the body heat, I went in and sweated immediately. So imagine packing them in there like cattle like that. I couldn't believe it. So we got to remember that so many of us came there, were born into it, were born into it again on the next generation, born into it, and life expectancy wasn't that long. So in a 100-year period, we say 400 years, 500 years, whatever it is. Within 100 years, it could have been 3 generations. So there's never knew anything else. And that was the point where the acceptance of it into our very DNA and our mind, saturated with it, that now we're out of it on that level, but there's so much of it that we haven't even purposely gone to not scrub off, but to let the other knowledge saturate for a long time. So if it took that long to saturate into us, that even 2 or 3 generations out of it, 4 or 5 generations out of it, those of us today now, as they give us that wicked music, we gravitate toward it because it agrees with that thing that is saturated. It's like just add more, you'll continue on. In the movies, and this is what I know, they're planning on really putting decadent movies to these African companies that don't have as much money as Hollywood. I can say that. I'm not saying where I got it from. I'm telling you what I know. And that these companies that are so hungry for money,
not surprised.
They don't have to give. They just want to be down with America. They want to be down with that whole thing. And they dictate to them. I'm telling you all facts. It's like when you're given a test and the teacher says, you might want to remember this question because it might show up on your test. They're making them agree to put the LGBTQ foolishness in these movies. And the African, yeah. And they're so hungry.
I thought Africa was fighting against that.
So, yes, they are. But
they need that money, though.
The movie industry out here, they have so look for that foolishness.
Is it like Hollywood?
Me, from the horse's mouth directly. Again, like I say, I can't say who, how, where, but I said I'm going to share that one part. I'm not holding back anything, but I can't expose who it is that told me this.
Okay, that's good.
But by putting that in the mind of those there and those outside, see, they're going around the back door. The politicians, going to say all they want, but you can't stop a movie. Once a movie's made and those who are here see themselves in it, like, okay, damn, this is in here too. They might reject it and say, what is this disgusting thing? But after a while, they're going to absorb it. Not that they want it, but you keep showing this and keep showing this and keep showing this. Because
the lie that they tell is excuse me, brother, but the lie that they tell is that the politicians don't run nothing. It's the corporations, these billion-dollar corporations that run the world.
Right.
The politicians, they're good at this to keep you subdued.
That's right.
They give the narrative, and they're getting paid behind closed doors to do this. We know these, what do they call it? Political PACs, or these organizations that, put forth the agenda of these people we call politicians. They don't have no real power, bro. They don't have the corporations are the ones that have the power. They're the ones, and we are locked out of the corporate process. We are locked out of that. So I don't know of any major Black corporation that can have any type of global influence or even influence here in America.
Right.
Do you?
That's true. So they're going after our children. They're going after the youth.
Yes.
You should hear the music that's emerging here.
Oh my goodness.
I was sitting in a restaurant thing, and they were mixing Tree, the primary native language here in Ghana, with a little English. And I heard,
what is it called?
Spelled TWI. But
I heard that.
I hear they say
okay.
Right? But the music I'm hearing, and I was absorbing it, not knowing. I was sitting here eating, just nodding my head. I had something on the phone I was looking at, but I heard the music. And
that's because the beats always get you from over there.
Yeah. So
they got the beats, yeah.
Yeah, they got some dope beats over here. Blow.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Hey, for I'm like, whoa, make you just.
I love them African beats, bro. I love those beats, boy. They have you bumping.
For real. Looking around, nobody around. I start dancing. But anyway, I heard the mixture of tree, but I heard two words that I'm familiar with. And what were those two words? Repetitions he's spoken in the background. And look how they merged them together. Trigger and Nick. Trigger.
Oh my goodness.
They were saying tree, and then they said trigger, nigga, boom,
wow,
nigga. So when you see a nigga, which we are not, it's easy to pull the trigger. You see what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah, trigger and nigga. You
wow.
You don't have to explain something in a song to say, when you see another black man, you must pull out your gun and shoot him. They're not going to say that. They're going to make it go deep. Because the way our mind is, it's like when I was in Corrections Academy and they were training us on the guns. What you do in training is what you do in real life. They had a man who, once shells came out of the gun, he would catch them and hold on to them. So how when shooting the weapon, let the shells fall where they may. Why? Because that same gentleman, out of many, was in a real shootout. And when they saw him, he was killed because he was so preoccupied with catching those shells as he shot the weapon that when they saw him dead on the ground, he had his hand clenched with a handful of shells.
Wow.
Forget about that part. You see what I mean? So that's how we do. So imagine us being in an altercation with another black man and we have a gun on us and we decide that this guy's no good. He's below us. He's nothing but a nigga. How would it be now to pull out our gun? You keep saturating the minds a certain way. It's just like when you fast or going into sleep the night before and your television is on. And all of a sudden you hear a catchy jingle, but you don't really hear it. It bypasses the conscious mind and gets right into the subconscious mind. And you driving to work the next day, singing this jingle, saying to yourself, where the hell did this come from? You see what I mean? So these are the we got to use back on them in a righteous way. You see what I mean?
No, you're right. You're right. Because
Oh, no, it's even when I have shows that may appear to be a little decadent, but it draws in those who have that mind. Right?
Yeah. Right.
And they say, man, you were talking funny, you were talking crazy, but damn, that's profound. So we got to become masters of our own communication. How are we going to have somebody else study us so good and know how to get to us and we can't get to us? We got to be
that's why it's so important to block that stuff, man. That's why it's so important to block certain things and block certain energies out of your life because, the rote memory theory is 21 days, it becomes a permanent part of your memory, right? But how many days do our young people listen to this garbage? How many years do they listen to this? So like you said, it's ingrained in their psyche and it takes on a mind and a life of its own. And it's sad, man. Some of the music I hear.
Sexualization of our children. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Over social media. I know that. Most of us have some kind of connection to social media. And I find that, I'm an older man, much older than somebody who's like 20 or 25. But because over here, there is no, that's a young girl, you can't talk to her, which I don't do that. But on the flip side, a lot of the young girls, even though it's conservative here, they got no problem trying to holler at a 60-year-old man. I'm learning that now.
Really?
So I found out recently, there were many who I've been talking to, not in depth, but they might ask question here, question there. Some are legit, but there's a good 35, 40%, not of the men, but of the young ladies. They put up a picture of an older woman, and it's not a dating thing for me, but if you want to talk, we talk. I learn the culture, ask you some questions, maybe come and videotape you, do an interview. I'm open that way. This is how I keep the volume of stuff and communications in. I made a wonderful connection recently through someone else to help me with graphics and audio and different things. I'm really looking forward to that. But there's a lot of the young ladies here who let you know that maybe we can go out. Maybe we could. I say, okay, no, I'm very busy, whatever. No problem with my wife to go out with anybody on a business thing, right? But then they start more pictures, letting you know that. So social media can be constructive here, but there's a lot of destructive things that are going to go on here, and a lot of wayward things that are going to go on here because it's opened the floodgates wide open. Everybody walking around with this thing over here, and a lot of the poor people, everybody, but the poor children, this is their movie in the palm of their hand. This is their porn movie in the palm of their hand. This is their introduction to all the decadence. Their phone, just as innocent as we look at it, when you see what some of these people are looking at in the wrong way to use TikTok. I mean, it's a great thing if used properly, but what are they looking at over and over? And why are these 1 minute shorts that YouTube started and TikTok have? They had the longer versions too, but this 1 minute thing repetitiously going in your head, that's by design. They say TikTok.
Oh, no question.
Why do they say TikTok? Like the time is running out.
Yes. Wow. That, man. The stuff they have targeted towards our young people is unbelievable. We have to fight back against this. One of the things that they have done, not only have they made truth and lies almost inseparable, is now, according to the Mayatan laws that we're supposed to live by, there is no more things such as righteousness, okay, or balance. These type of words you don't hear our people talking about anymore. Righteousness, balance, judgment, those type of things. Not judgment, but justice. It's a difference. But we don't use these type of words anymore.
But they're removed. Because
they're removed.
Now, you have a word like righteous, divine, justice. No, we can't have justice because we plan on doing things that are just, it can't be any price to pay now. It's like taking out all the
no consequences.
The supermarket. Do you think if you don't see the cash registers at the supermarket that people are going to say, oh, and the door's wide open, and you see other people walking out? We're going to get degraded where we're not going to think that we need to compensate somebody for this, for bringing this food here. Their mind is go right on with it. If you see everybody else whining, if you see the guys getting up on the backsides of the young girls and getting them pregnant and running off, because that's another thing that I see out here a lot. The women don't make any demands. I mean, it's a cultural thing where you're looked at funny if you get to the age of 30 as a woman and you have no kids. You see how sometimes in America, if you see a woman with 6 kids behind her walking, she carrying some, say, oh my God, where's the father? Oh my God.
Right.
Here it's celebrated. But there's no other thing with responsibility. There's a lot of young ladies I talk to, not all of them, but I don't just come out and say, where's the father? But there's coy ways of finding out. And a lot of times they don't even know. And culturally, the focus is not there on that. Like, hey, you got to be accountable. You spray up in this woman when they come out to take care of it. So they just do it.
Well, Brother Lance, I gotta, I'm sorry, I gotta get out of here.
You do, brother. It's 3 hours and 20
man.
time.
Oh, really? Okay. I remember those 14-hour shows you used to do. I was trying to match you on that. No, I just have some errands to run today because I'm not driving tonight, so I
Right,
got a little bit of time. I don't get too much time to do things I need to do.
right, right.
So, but again, brother, I just wanted to thank you, man, for the opportunity, to speak truth to our people, man, and
Thank
all
you,
the
brother.
great work that you and your wife are doing, man. Keep up the great work, and
Always,
looking forward to the next one.
always, brother. And I know in 2 more days it'll be Monday again, and we'll be right back here on the
Yes, sir. Well, peace and love, brother, and I'll talk to you again soon.
Peace and love too, brother. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm
All
gonna hang
right.
on a few minutes and run my mouth a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, brother.
All right, brother.
All right. Okay, let me take this background off. It's kind of jumbled here. All right. Hide that one. Bring this up. Thank you, brother. Woo, a little too close, huh? Let's just take this away and do our backup. Maybe I'll back up a little bit. Maybe get another mic. I don't know. I'll just take this off. I'm gonna wrap it down. I just wanted to kind of, Brother Neil, he got me fired up. Or as they say in the hood, you got me up in a good way. Wow. But it's true. The amount of decadence that's coming at us. Let me take this one off just to make something available so they can see the logo when they steal the content. That's what that's for. But yeah, the amount that we're pouring in righteously in the bucket is not the amount that's needed because we got holes in the bucket. So we got to acknowledge that there are holes in the bucket. As much as we try, a lot of it's rolling off because I tell you, it's so seductive and so sweet, so shiny, so red. Black folks like shiny red things, right? And that's just in us anyway. But they know, the enemy knows how to appeal to us to make us come right to the trap. There's a big piece of cheese on the mouse trap. The mouse sees nothing of the trap. Other mice can be looking and watch the head of the mouse get caught in the trap with a bite of cheese. Could have just got his nose on it, bang! And they see the person put the trap right back. And the mouse says to himself, you know what? He got caught. But guess what? I'm going to go over there and get that cheese. Bang! Same thing again. And that's us. Can't we see that we need to reject ourselves from certain things and put the message out that this is not a joke. This is to kill us off. Anybody else want to come in? Let me know. Anything you want to say before I go? There's the link right there. Just hit it. Let me see some of these comments. Let me see here. Tyrese has been shedding a lot of tears on social media, DMing a lot of spiritual people for a way out. Yeah. I know that thing with him with the child support. Self-comprised is a trend in the rap industry. It is a self-comprised for the willing, though. It's better be told that the person doesn't know is a puppet. Yep. They keep running into the trap. He straight up said he can't get paid without rapping about violent stuff. He tried to say stop gun violence and no one took him seriously, yet he was rapped up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, shouldn't he kill the desire for the trinkets, baubles, and rubies that they give these rappers, right? If you can live without it. But see, once you get this attention, right? I can't express enough about watching television or anything media is really anti-African. I'd rather I'm watching the YouTube channel than LanceScurv. Thank you. Thank you, Kofi. Thank you. That's what I am. Even when I have decadent titles, it's going to swing you back to righteousness. It's not decadence just to be decadent. It might be entertaining, but to make people aware of different facets of who we're dealing with, because there are many of us out here that are living on such a low vibrational level that we can't believe how. I have been driving that bus, working with the incarcerated. you just can't believe what is in the underbelly. We see glimpses of it, but try working around it for years. Try working and being in the streets and vibing with everybody. You know, people say, oh, a bus driver. No, you're seeing some things. And many of those who do that particular line of work and working with the public, they become evil against the very ones that they should be helping because they get sick and tired of it. You got to keep changing your filters, man, when you're working out in the street with people of a certain vibration who don't know any better. So sometimes you got to learn to come at them with humor. Sometimes you got to learn to show a little bit of their own decadence or laugh at it for them to allow you in their mind to do some work. And then you have to have the ability to think on your toes quick, like try to figure out what this is coming at me. Come up with a plan. You got a certain punch coming at you. You got to figure out, okay, how do I counter this? But how do I block it from hitting me in the head? You got to think on a spiritual level. You got to think quick. We're so, and I'm not going to keep saying that we're so messed up because those who are here are aware. So all of us are not messed up. But for those who are, even those who look like they're not, who have something wrong with them on the inside, there's a lot of work to do, and it ain't going to be done in this lifetime. I don't care how young you are as the youngest who's here watching or in the chat room. It is not going to be completed in our lifetime. Am I saying it in a defeatist way? No, it is a lot of work, y'all. And we're going to have to start being examples. I'm not saying anyone here is not, but we have to be shining examples to pierce through the darkness. And we can't waver. We can't take this thing as some ego thing. Like Brother Neil was saying, how many will take the truth and spice it up and sweeten it up and use it to hypnotize you to seem as though they are, but they're not, like with so many of the so-called leaders. I'm in the trenches. I am in the trenches doing this, and I love being where I'm supposed to be. You want to be high up there? There ain't no high up there because the foundation is barely been made. And in the building process, there's all kind of obstacles in your way. You ever see a person try to build a big structure, a big building, and the city or the agency keeps saying, oh, you got to get a permit for this. You got to get a permit for that. You got to get, no. With this, you don't need anybody's permission. But too many people are afraid, just like the rapper you were talking about. He has to, but why does he have to rap about violence? Why doesn't he get shrewd and do something in a humorous way, even if he doesn't get the amount of traction and money back from that as an independent artist? Be damn funny and then come with something. See, a lot of these artists get a taste of when the enemy opens up those floodgates to let them in. So, man, I'm getting all this exposure. You can grind and get it. Be good at what you do. You can open up a restaurant and have the best food in it and don't even put a sign up there. Somebody's going to say, let me check out. Yo, why don't you got a sign out there? Check out the menu and let me know what you want. I'll give it to you free. Damn, man, this is good, but I don't know what to call it. There's no sign on the restaurant. We'll call it that. And you're going to run down and tell your friends how good that food was. And they're going to look for the sign that has nothing on it. We don't have to be broadcast by the enemy. Grind even as an unknown, and eventually you'll be known. All it takes is to start with that one person. And it just amplifies on a message or some kind of anecdote, perspective, experience shared. We're all supposed to do the work. This is me coming to the surface. Like this is the Scurv fish tank, and you see me come to the surface. But you don't always see me on. Because in real life, I'm somewhere else in the fish tank. I'm just here now coming up. You know what I mean? Showing my face. And that's when I missed Monk Million's super chat. I would never ignore anybody, you know, but I cut all the lights out. And the couch is right there. So got my pillow, laid down a little bit, just closed my eyes, listened to it, and that's when it came up. But next time I'm gonna turn this over to the side and keep my eye on the screen. But we all have a part in this in a different way. It doesn't have to be the same way. The YouTube is not the only way I communicate messages. I do it every day. If I'm in a supermarket and there's somebody talking to me standing in front of me, or I'm on one of the vans and we talk, or I always should leave an impression. It's not like I have the time to always say, hey, I got this pro-Black message. I may say something funny as hell so that the next time they see me, they want to get around me. Hey, man, I like that joke you said. Hey, and now we got time. But touch somebody righteously in a certain way, in the way that you know to do that's real comfortable, right? So we all have a job in this, and to wake up the minds of the people around us. And I'm very serious about that and always have. Even when I act like a clown, is to attract a certain faction. You know, I can sit down and talk serious all day long. But for many, that would be very boring to them. So you got to amp it up a little bit, you know? Let me see here. Yes, mixed genre. Tupac in the house. There's a video of a rabbi explaining why Hitler did what he did, seeing the Jews. Yeah. I have a video like that I could not play on YouTube. And on the other platform that I was on before, those Ishi people got me, right? Of what we're talking about here. And I was a premium account, and they didn't want that connection anymore. And that's the next night when they messed around with my website. Yeah, you know? So it is the link there. There it is, yeah. If you want to come on in, there it is. Whoop, there it is. You have anything you want to share or add on to this before I go? And I was thinking about coming on back, but I may or may not, because my sleep is messed up. If I can fall asleep soon, I'll sleep through the night, because I was up. I was wired. I didn't get to bed earlier today until about 12:30. And I woke up at like 6. When I woke up, I was like, oh, man. Because for me, 7 o'clock is when the show starts, but it was 3 o'clock for everybody on the East Coast. So, yeah, I might tool around and see what else I can do on the site. I've really been, because I'll always be able to do stuff on the site, because that's the grand central station of what I do, right? You can come on YouTube, you can come on here and there, but I want it to be so tweaked and so sweet with things working automatic. And I'm always going to have to go on there, but I can leave it and it's automated by itself. That's the goal, right? And again, like I said, maybe I should pull up a screenshot of this. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. I want to show you exactly where it is, so it'll be easy for you to go to it. That's what I meant to do. Let's see. Here we go. Share screen. Share this screen. Share. Okay. Now, I don't need to see this part of it. I need to go back on. Let me make this big. It's something I want to share with you. Okay. Let's go up. Now, right here. Okay, you see the top? You see my mouse? And usually I put the latest video or the latest major video right here in this area. Sometimes I forget, I'm only human, but we have this chat box here. Again, that's 24 hours there. If you and other people come on, it doesn't end like the YouTube chat room ends. This is always there, but most of the time there's nobody else. But if you say a certain time, a group of you, or you want to jump on this after the show, right? You can still type in here. Now, right here, it says click here to go directly to the LanceScurv conference line. You don't have to call this. You click on this here, right here, it'll take you right there. And you could be on your phone, you could be on your tablet, you could be on your computer. I'm going to add a little area where you can call in also and put that number. But here you can get there if you click on here. So that's how that works, you know. So also just the same stuff there. Everything that we have as far as Patreon is concerned, the last 10 Patreon posts, you'll see them here. That was one thing I was working on, to get it to connect and work properly. And so everything is here that you can see, and I have more to do. So it is what it is. But to work on this from the back end, it's a whole lot, you know. But yeah, let me see here any more comments, and I'm gonna wrap it up soon. So hurry up and get in if you want. Black media, this channel included, should be networking together toward the common goal of uniting and awakening those still asleep. I agree with you 100%, Royal, but it's quite sad that there's so much ego involved. I've tried over the years. I've been on here 22 years before YouTube was around. And it seems like when most Black people get a microphone in front of their face and a sizable following, the nose goes up and there's a fear that you're going to take away all my followers if, you know, you're more spectacular than me. Or I don't want anybody to really, I bring people on. Nobody can say, and some people will bring people on their platforms, but it's only in a way where it's got to be just about me. I had that thought, and I've reached out to certain people, and I've had certain things come back at me where I know it's not going to happen. And I'm being negative. I'm the first one. I challenge any one of these platforms that have a sizable, whatever, even if it's smaller, let's join up. I said it years ago. Let's create a logo. It doesn't have to be me that creates it. Let's create a logo of those of us who are connected in this movement, even though it may not be the exact way of speaking, but it's like when you go to the mall and you see the food court, right? And you know that food court, every restaurant there is an affiliate of that mall, and they're connected. Where you have a so-and-so network. Let's have some type of logo or identification where we can share information, share content, right? But we have this is what I know personally. I can name names too, but I'm not going to do that to start nothing. That would be nice. That would be beautiful. We'd get so far. It would be synergistic. But secretly, many folks are not like that. They talk that stuff publicly, and you say, well, they're a righteous man. But the things that I'm hearing that some of these content creators do that have sizable platforms, the ego, what has to be me. I know how to sit down and shut up. I love to be around greatness. Like I said, I'm from the old school. Again, I remember Tony Brown's Journal, Gil Noble, the McCreary Report, Black News, those shows on Saturday nights and Sunday mornings that I would watch, and the way and the soul that they had. And growing up in New York City, most of these shows are from New York, based there, but it's for everybody. We have so much decadence now, and so much people want to be their own star. I'm just a regular dude, y'all. I come on here every day. You go on my site, look at the old content when I was driving the bus. When I'm in my uniform, when I was working in law enforcement. It's no star thing for me. I'm used to attention from young. I'm used to being on stage in different ways from young. I had so much attention, I got enough to give to people. And I do when they come here. I've lived in different worlds, right? Different places. And I don't mean different physical places, but different lanes, different worlds. And learn from each world. Like I tell people, at one point, I thought my life was a bunch of useless rags that couldn't be sewn together to make anything. Meaning that an odd job here, an odd job there, a strange relationship here, this situation there, like it doesn't add up. It wasn't like, well, I went to school and I studied and I got my profession and I met this young lady and we bought this, nice house with a white picket fence and had children, and I'm going to retirement now. We're going on trips and so on. No, I thought for a while that while I was learning, my life was jacked up. But I learned to take those useless, stinky, dirty rags and sew them together and make a beautiful quilt. So it wasn't wasted after all. I could see the beauty of each part, but I couldn't see it when I was going through it. And that's the problem with us a lot of time. We think that what we have and what we've been through is not useless, but it's useful for something. It may not be useful right now. Like I always say, every tool in the toolbox doesn't come out of the box equally. You use the screwdriver more. You use the hammer more. What about that electrical gauge that you stick in the socket to tell the voltage. You don't use it all the time. But when you need it, you're looking at the hammer and the screwdriver like, you can't do nothing for me. So we have different parts of our life that some of us may feel shamed about, or maybe it's non-productive. When you pull it out the toolbox, you're like, whoa, this is something that I really need. I can learn from this. I can utilize this. So never knock yourself. Never feel as though you're less than. You're needed somewhere, and you're needed these different things. You'll need it for yourself, or you can pass it off as advice. Oh, I got a lot of advice for you because I've been through a lot of sugar honey iced tea. Trust me. I know what it's like. Some lady lies and tells you she ain't got no husband, and here he come 4 a.m, and I'm running down the street naked. I can tell. I got movies in me. Tell Tyler Perry to give me a call, but I ain't wearing no dress, and I don't want no man around me in no dress. Right? Wow. Oh, okay. I'll give you a few. No problem. And I'll drop the link in there again. I didn't see the chat room. I'll just drop it again. Right, I'll wait for you, brother. But yeah, what Royal said was true. It would be so wonderful. But the powers that be don't want it that way, you know. And plus, I'm a little too raw sometimes, so I scare folks. Yeah, Scurv, you know I love you, but I can't I can't be seen hanging with you online. And I understand. That's even a compliment to me that I'm doing something right. You know, you just try with every aspect of what you do to make things better. But at this point, I'm not going to subdue or water down anything that I've been through. I'm going to give it to you raw. And I want to give it to you raw more so each and every day that passes. And if I have to just keep it on Patreon with the words I may use or the situations, whatever, but I'm not trying to just come with this broad. I'm coming like a laser. And from where I stand, it's going to pierce right there. I'm concerned about the rest, but if everybody on my team takes care of their part and I take care of my part, we good. We good. That's what it is. Mick Genre said, yes, I don't watch a lot of channels anymore. I cannot stomach a lot of the information they put out. I'm the same way now. Yeah. Queen Red Pill. Yeah. Monk, I'm gonna wait for you. Wait for you. Yeah. But this is what I live, you know. As soon as the thought hits me, like I tell people, I dare anybody to give me a subject and I say, no, I can't talk about that. It may go against the community guidelines of YouTube, but we can go on else over on Patreon. We can record it. We can go everywhere else. Okay, we had brother Steve here. Let me add you in. Steven. Okay, talk to me, Steven.
Yeah, you see the shirt I got on, right?
Yes. Talk to me.
Okay, so yeah, am I having an echo or anything?
No, we're good. I have some sound over here. I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm thinking only I can hear it because I don't want to wear the big clunky headphones on, so I put them down. So go ahead and talk to me.
Oh yeah, so yeah, the question that you guys answered for me earlier, that's what I'm actively doing. I have a nonprofit that I'm a part of, and we're doing work in the Merck Park area. I'm not sure if anybody in the chat knows where that is, but it's kind of a famous place in California. But when I first got out of prison, I started listening to you, and simultaneously I joined the organization I'm a part of now, and it was just so vibrant around there. Everybody was getting along. Everybody was like, you know, yeah, all different type of vendors, and we were all coming together. Beautiful. And then somehow, some way, the enemy crept in, and then everything started to fall apart. This is after Juneteenth. Like, we had a huge Juneteenth celebration. It was like damn near tens of thousands of people. And, you know, the powers that be didn't like the way that we came together and we put that on. We put that on with our own money, where everybody, you know, bringing in their funds and everything together. But anyway, so my point is that the enemy comes against us, but just as they come with their trickery, we got to come harder and stronger. Like you give the analogy of the boxer, because I used to box too, and my dad used to box. So we got to brush ourselves off, you know. Right. You can see my nose. I'm not lying. I got a boxer nose. You can tell. But yeah. So I'm just continuing this fight. I originally went to Senegal, and it was like a huge language barrier out there. But I'm also thinking about, or I'm not thinking, I'm also making plans to go into either Gambia or Ghana. And I'm just
Beautiful.
trying to discipline myself down here to save the money, because I've been saving, but just to not get distracted by all the, because it's
Right.
expensive out here in California.
Very.
So,
I heard.
Yeah. And I'm still primarily young. I'm getting older, but I like to go out and get pictures from the ladies and stuff. And I also DJ, so I'm just trying to figure out ways where I can continue to stay focused and complete my life's purpose. And I believe that, or I know that we need our own land, we need our own schools, our own hospitals, our own everything. And we need our army to protect it. So I'm so
all
glad
those
that you got
things. It starts with you. It starts from within you. Everything that you see around you is the product of a thought. You look around, I see the blinds behind you. Somebody thought about that, made it, and they didn't make it the first time. They took their time and learned that they had to fit this a certain way, fit that a certain way until they got it right. And the thing that I'm really on now is dealing with what's in front of you that will take you to where you're going to be. See, you have your long-term goals, and that's good. But lots of times we have the long-term and we're so much looking over the horizon. I'm going to get there. I'm going to get there. And we start walking toward it and we trip on what's in front of us because we don't see what's in front of us. And lots of times the thing that we trip on is one of the very things that will get us there faster. So what I say and what I've learned is that what's in your path, and your path doesn't have to be narrow, it could be wide, but what's in your path, do what's in your path. Do the good that's in front of you. Work the good ideas that run through your head, but sometimes you have to run and catch it because it gets away and there's another one. Grab one or two or three, work on those. If it alternates a little bit, but always do what's in your path, whatever opportunity, as long as it has that same spirit like you shared with me, because that's going to be the very thing that takes you to your goal and beyond. See, we got to treat the long-term goals as a friend and a potential enemy. Why do I say that? Everybody says, go for the long-term goals. I say, yes, go for that. Keep it in your peripheral, keep it in your further vision, but work what you have in front of you. Be the best at what you do is what's in front of you that's doable, and reach beyond that always. But those things that are here, it's going to take you that far. Like I said before on the other show, I said, think of your life 10 years ago, right? Mm-hmm. Where were you? I'm not going to ask you now and say anything. I'm just going to say whatever I think. Where were you 10 years ago? And look at you now. And it's not just about the money, but look where you are now. Most people, they wouldn't believe how far they got in 10 years. They wouldn't even believe, and we all go through bad things and say, well, right now things not so good for me, whatever. But you're in a different world right now. Even if you live in the same place, and like you shared that you were incarcerated and came out, but look at your mind. Look at the things that you've seen. You're a black man just like me. I'm a little older than you, but I know what you feel. I know what you go through in this place. And so look how far you've come, and don't ever let anything discourage you from reaching those goals, but deal with what's in your path now, because those things, your passions, your loves, your joys, those are the things that you're going to be able to ride on even beyond what you think, because what you see 5 years from now is beyond the goal that you had for 10 years. So me, I'm here. I made it. So now what I'm seeing from this place to where I can go is so much further than before I got here. The big thing for me was to get here. The big thing for me was, the dream was to finally get out of that country and get here where they do have issues, but from here I can flap my wings easier. There's certain things that I have to worry about and concern myself. So now that I'm here, I can't just think about, well, I finally made it here to Africa. That's it. I see other opportunities now. So I will work it until I see what comes to me in the next 10 years. And for me, I'm trying to look about next year, the year that I'm breaking it down more because I'm 60. I'm not going to say it's over. I got a lot of juice in my fruit. I'm not worn out. America didn't take it from me that way, but I'm on it. I'm on it. Like when you're a boxer and you put your head in the chest of the opponent, he can't hit you. Your chest is exactly. You got your guard up. Whatever you do, what you do, he can't stop you. You squat down and you put your body behind the blows, and that's what you do in life, relentless. But if you don't know what it is that's in your path, if you don't know what your passion is, how are you going to know what to do? And this is where the distractions come in. You know, a lot of nice looking ladies out here. Like, women are not bad.
Yes.
But you can't let it take you off course either. Find someone or a group of people. If you like the female energy around you and you're not taking advantage of lying to nobody, they'll roll with you. And you have the advantage of saying, wow, these sisters roll with me and these brothers roll with me, as long as there's no jealousy on your mission. You'll find the more powerful you become in whatever it is that you seek to do. There'll be those agents that come around you and try to take up your time and slowly pull you away and cause all this confusion. I can't have that. I can only have unity now. In real life, in my online life, and whatever stranger I meet that may be a friend later, but a stranger at first. Vet who's around you and make sure that you're not losing a half a step in your mission to move forward. That understand most of the world will not understand your mission. You don't have to sit down now. You're on a journey of all these thousands of miles. Well, let me just sit here and explain to you. No. They'll see your rhythm. They see what you do after a while. At first, they may not understand. If they don't, you'll understand eventually. After all these years of being online, now people understand me. And I'm going to keep going. If they can't see by now, like this song, if you don't know me by now, you'll never, never, never know me. You know, I know you want to say something. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate you, because when I was incarcerated, I don't want to go into details, but I made some bad choices trying to keep up with my big brother and sister, you know, being the baby of the family.
Understood.
So anyways, when I was out, I went to this place called Courage Unity Center, which stands on Kemetic principles. They one of their images that they always show is like right behind you with the eye of Horus. But anyways, I ended up meeting this older brother. He went by Reverend EJ, and he taught me how to DJ and start my own landscaping company. But anyways, when I was locked up, he passed away from cancer, and I didn't even know he had it. He was hiding it all throughout the time that I knew him. But anyways, he ended up passing away, and I remember praying on my bunk, praying for another mentor, because that's what happens most of the time with young people. They have no direction. They have nobody to look up to and say, oh, this guy is doing this and he's successful at it. He's successful at, you know, doing the things that the talent that God has given him. So anyway, I was just praying for somebody when I got out to, like, you know, keep me in the right direction. And then that's when I stumbled upon your channel. And it's like, it was like heaven sent. Like, God said, you know, I'm gonna give you somebody. He's gonna be not close to you, like you know, like Uncle EJ, you know, because I call him Uncle EJ. Right. So he's not gonna be close to you, but he's gonna be, you know, doing the same thing that you want to do with your life. And
it's an honor, man.
That's why I always put Uncle Lance in the chat. I don't know if you see it and you'd be like, oh, who is this weirdo? But anyway, but no, I always put Uncle Lance because right.
And, you know, I never knew these things, man. You know, like,
yeah, we need mentors, man. That's what it is. And you know, I don't have direction.
Things, and I understand now. I understand, and that's why I'm always be raw and real. I'm not trying to be this and trying to be that, but there is lineage of things. See, it's like we're both in the same Walmart. I just got there a little earlier. So I'm a little further up in the line than you are. But I'm not better than you. But I can tell you what's coming up because I'm already here, a little bit here, chronological wise, as far as the time. So that's what it is. We have to pass the information and be real about what we go through with our experiences. So this is why no matter how much, and I was reading this too, and I really believe this, that with AI, it's going to take over all this stuff. AI cannot share your experiences. It can't tell you what your life. AI is not going to inspire nobody. You know, real human beings around them with real experiences. So you keep it real from what you see and what you know. In this fake world that they're trying to pull over our eyes, it ain't going to work. That's the power. You know, so much of us are depending on what use it for the facts, use it for certain things. But when it comes to your life and relating with the human touch, you know, I'm not talking no homo stuff. I'm just saying heart to heart, whether it's a man or a woman. You know, I always throw a joke in there, but AI can't do that. AI can't conceive a child. AI is not going to motivate you and tell you what you went through and how to get out of it or out of a mindset. It can just spit flat facts at you. And see, we've been duped to being in this world disconnected so something else can come in. No. When you watch the old shows from the 70s, Good Times and Sanford and Son and the Jeffersons, you see yourself. You may not see yourself specifically, but you see back in the day how it was, and you see characters in our communities the way it is now, and there's a connectedness. The main thing for me is to go back to the future, to go back to that so we can move forward in unity in the future through our real culture, not the fake things that's put up in front of us that appeals to us now because them beats, they sound good. Them women, they look good. They appeal to the lower desires the way they present themselves. But we got to put them in the proper context. We got to see the whole woman, not just what's under the clothes. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, like it's funny that you mentioned that though, because I'm involved with a Nigerian. Her dad is Nigerian and her mom was African American, and it's just she has the culture, that Nigerian culture, but that American culture is still like that sickness is still on her. Like I asked her a week ago, we were talking about marriage and stuff like that, and I was asking her, when you get married, what kind of dress you gonna wear? Because that right there that question was going to tell me if she's going to be my wife, because I don't want no white dress woman. But anyway, she said that she's going to wear both, which is fair. But I'm just like, you know what? I'm thinking to myself, why am I messing with these unconscious women? Because, you know, she's beautiful on the outside. She looks straight African, but she has that American mind. I'm just like, am I wasting my time messing with these unconscious women? Because when I watch you, because I always watch you all the time, and she was like, "Oh, what you about to watch? You about to watch Uncle Lance again?" Like she had like a little attitude with it because of the things to talk about. But I'm just trying to figure out, Uncle Lance, am I wasting my time? Because I actually met another sister from Senegal, and her family's from Gambia. So, and it's like it's a straight difference. It's a straight difference. Like she's like totally different.
As long as you're honest in your travels, you know, and you will meet people who will be appealing to you for different reasons. And it's good that you're thinking on a conscious level on the substance of a woman. And you have to sometimes understand that, you know, it's best to take your time, best to learn, because it's easy to get in something and hard to get out of it.
Right. Yeah,
and
you have to connect.
What she may be, she or the other one, and I'm not saying the other one and the other one, you got all this, whatever. No, but you're honest, and you have a period where you date. Dating doesn't mean committing, right? And some people don't like the word dating. You know, it's stages to this thing. So if you say, you know, you're dating somebody, then you're courting them, then you're engaged to them, then you're married to them. It's a filtering process, and everything. In me, of all people, with my crazy background, I've learned, you know, because if I had to do things all over again, I may have done it different, but if I didn't do it different, I learn now through what I've done. I can pass on. You don't want the regrets of saying I could have done more in my life, but I had so many women or whatever. I'm not saying you are having that right now, but it's a very serious thing because you hope to build. If you have a good woman with you that's going to build with you, you're unstoppable. You're not just two people. You're synergistic, meaning more than just the two. You connect with, make sure you're right and your filters are clean, right? Let me see here. Let me remove this here. LinkedIn always cuts out on me after a while. So at the 4-hour mark, they just cut out. Let me just add this back in. Okay, yeah. But it's a lifetime thing. And it's better if you don't even realize at that point and you take 5 years, 10 years, and that person comes to you. It's a perfect fit. But where they are now may not be where they are in 2 years. So you say the sister who has a Nigerian father, American, but she's in America, right? She's going to be affected by what's going on here, right? And that part of the hijack culture, you know, we there's songs marketed to Black folks. There's all kind of things, and we absorb it as our culture, but it came from them other people, right? In an engineered way, and it's hard to let go because they fuse it with some of the good stuff, the good beats and all this stuff. So we don't know how to separate it, right? But if you bombard her, I don't mean bombard her, but you walk the straight and narrow, you have an effect on her life, whether you're going to be with her or not. She's going to always remember you if you're not together. And in your growth, that can't stop. You can't stifle your growth because you see someone who you like, but they're not there yet. Yet you can't assess them or judge them where they are now because they have their own path. So it's almost like, hey, the books are open. The jury's out. Maybe if and you say within yourself, if she grows to that level, you know, but remember, people are not made for us to our liking. We all have different things about us. We all look, I know people that was so idiotic, so dumb to what's going on, living like that for 40 years. In the 41st year, it hits them. Wait a second, how'd you change so fast? You see what I mean? So everything doesn't develop at the same point. We hit that, you know, I've known people, like I said, I've known women who are so up on this level. And you see them 20 years from now, they pop, come on, let's go to the party, man. Sniffing stuff, like, what happened? It's like you climbing a mountain, you slip and you start to fall. You know what I mean? So take time, but never stop developing yourself and become what you want to see in a mate. If you become that as a man, right. I don't want nobody sound biting me, you know, or put on a dress. No, I'm not talking about that. But have those attributes and qualities that will attract those same things, because that works. Be what you want. Be that person that you want to have attracted to you, because they'll see those same qualities in you. And even if they may be on a slightly higher level of being awakened, or a little bit lower, whatever, it balances everything out. So don't negate yourself saying, I'm not saying you're doing this by, okay, I'm looking. While you're looking, you could be perfecting yourself. I don't mean make yourself perfect, but perfecting you. You can always get better. What can I do? Let me find an area of my life. Is it my conversation? Is it what I'm eating health-wise? Is it what I'm thinking? Or I'm still not in a place where I got over certain trauma yet, because we've all been through trauma. Polish and, armor all the tires, we wax the car, but there's another part that we didn't take care of, the engine nasty. You know what I mean? So there's always something to do. And while you're doing that, there'll be other people who notice you and will see your growth. If they don't even know you, they'll look in your eyes and download your spirit. There's things that happen in this world that we're not aware of, but it's very much there. So right now, the world has so much darkness in it. You just walking down the street with your spirit, looking to improve, looking to be a plus to whatever community you're in, whether you live physically here or there. it's going to be a light and it's going to draw people to you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
It will.
And
It
I just have to, I thank you for that. And I have to just continue to come out of my shell because I'm a Scorpio and I'm an empath. And I know I'm an empath because there's certain people I can't stand to be around and with their energy and stuff. And there's certain people I love to be around. And I get like, when I hear people's problems, I'm always trying to figure out a way to help them and everything.
Yeah.
But I have to protect my energy at all costs. And that's why
right.
I love to hear, like, most of your shows talking about protecting your energy at all costs.
You have to.
But yeah, also too, I know that I have to continue to lead by example because that's the best way to like attract those to you if you just live that life. Last question, Uncle Lance, before I let you go.
I'm good.
Ghana. Okay, for sure. I gotta go. I'm gonna go hit the gym in a minute. Ghana or Gambia? Because I know people in Ghana, but I've been hearing some kind of negative stuff about Ghana. I haven't heard nothing about Gambia, but I know that I wanna relocate and I wanna get some land. I've been saving up. I've been connecting with like-minded people. And
right.
Just want to know because I am going to be leaving soon.
Right. See, there's pros and cons to every place. It all depends on how it fits with you and how you live. Like, I don't want to go to China, but if you put me in China right now, we still going to do our talk shows. I'm still going to be connected. I just will be surrounded by something else. When I was in America, same thing. Here, there are differences here. Differences in culture, things I had to learn. I'm just turning this down so there's no feedback because I don't want to put them big clunky things on my head. Yeah, so there are pros and cons. Depending on who you are, your temperament, and how you live, there are pros and cons. Okay, people, they heard the pros, they want to hear the cons. I found that here, many of the people don't see the blackness. You are a foreigner, okay?
Yeah, I got the light skin too.
Yeah, that makes it worse. They're staring at you and everything.
Call me white man.
They call me that. They call me a brony all the time. So yeah. They know I may be Black American, right? But they don't accept me as that. It's okay, you're an American. And they know they can see and they understand, but I'm something different. And they don't look at it as being a Black brother, most of the people, even though some who are conscious will think that way because they're a little more advanced, but knee-jerk reaction, it comes out. Look, you've been in the other side of the walls. You've had experiences. It's not part of you, but if somebody came at you the wrong way and you wanted to go back and revert back into that, like, hey, you know how to communicate on that level. You see what I mean? But that's not part of you. So you'll have a Ghanaian say, oh, I don't trust those Nigerians. Well, what's the difference? There's two little countries between Ghana and Nigeria. And if you stood up people next to each other, you wouldn't be able to tell, right? But they have it in their minds. So you have to understand that that's how you might be received, right? As somebody different until they see what's common. And so that's what I do. I try to bring it together on the level of what is common and make them see that. They're oh. But they have to see that because their minds here are so colonized in a different way than over in America, right? But if you know how you want to live and you understand the system, it's like this. You have a chance eventually, which they don't really work on it. When people say, oh, you're going to get citizenship, it's not like that here. You can get it. So I know people have been here 25 years and just got it. They say that. Now in Gambia, what I found out today in my research, you have to give up your American citizenship to be a citizen of Gambia. They ain't going for it. Is it worth it? There are some advantages of still maintaining American citizenship, even though I don't like the place. You know what I mean? The system I don't like in America. My people and the country's beautiful. It's the system that rules it and is a noose around our neck that I don't like. So there's a lot of things, and maybe I'll do like a live show or something or recording on all the things pro and con about here, which are not major, right? Now, if I was a person who wanted to meet a lot of friends, a lot of the folks really don't warm up to you too fast. They smile, they're happy, whatever, but they may not warm up to you too fast because a lot of folks are set in their ways. But if you meet or get around a lot of people who travel, they're different, but they're from here and they're different. So all the good things that you take from America that are good, they're here, but they still have obstacles in the way they see things. So you have to know what's coming at you. And I will say, and just like mix genre faves, we spoke in a conversation that I have up on Patreon, there is a lot of jealousy amongst the people here. And there's a lot of ignorance, just as though the same way there's ignorance and jealousy in America. It's just a different way. You know, you ever go to a restaurant that says it has your favorite food, but they cooked it so different? It's like, this ain't the same thing I'm used to eating. Macaroni and cheese don't taste like this. You know, that's the same way with what they would call haters. But there are good people here, but they will see you most of the time as an opportunity to get money, because the perception is in America, everybody drives these big cars, big play. They don't understand about credit. You know what I mean? That you can drive off the lot with a down payment. They think,
tickets, too, traffic tickets. Yeah, I'm working with some right now. Yeah. So do they speak like good English, or the English like, you know, subpar?
Yeah, English is, you know, a major language here. You know, they have the tree and everything, but even the tree, you have some from one region, the Volta region. There was one teacher who told me about this. She said, I speak tree, but she was living in the Volta region, moved down here, and that same language was so completely different with some similarities. So it's like she had to relearn the language, you know. But English, yes, English, you ain't gonna have no problem. You speak English. Some of the people may not understand the English to its depths because they say it's a higher literacy rate here, but it doesn't mean the same. You have people who come from the outer villages where they want a better life, but they weren't schooled enough, and there's a disconnect here with that. So you'll speak to people, and sometimes they won't understand you. You go to a restaurant, like me, I go to a restaurant, not all restaurants, but if me and Mr. Scurv are far away, I'm like, yo, I can't wait. We're going to eat something out here. We're going to take a chance. And for me, I don't eat hot stuff. I don't like hot sauce and peppers and stuff. I'll take it remedial, like a herb, a cayenne or whatever, but just to put it in my food, say, yeah, this is hot. I don't do that. So it's like, listen, I don't want anything hot, nothing hot, no pepper, no this, no that. I want nothing hot. They bring it back with all of this hot stuff on it. I'm not saying all the time, but there's a disconnect sometime when you're speaking. So well, you can't get mad. The pace here is a little slower. I can't bring a New York mentality here where I'm like that. I can only do it with myself at home where I'm doing all this work, but I can get off that way or push and do my style. But somebody else, you have them do something for you and they're supposed to do it by tomorrow, but they don't come for 4 days. So you're like, it's just the way it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For that.
It's Africa time. That's what I faced in Senegal. Like people show up when they want to, and then they call it Africa. Like you have CPT time down here.
Right. Yeah. The event starts when everybody shows up, not at the actual time. So for me, I commandeered running this platform. I can speed. Like last night, I was up all the way up until 12:30 today. We have someone who's joining us here. Fred R.
Mr. Scurv didn't get on you about getting your rest, man. You gotta have your rest, charge your batteries. You know?
That's my only issue. What's up, Fred?
How you going, Lance? How you going? Remember me?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
Do you remember me?
I'm looking at your face and I remember your face, but remember, you know, my brain cells are limited now at this age. I have the capacity.
Mate, it's been a long time, man. I think we spoke about 2 years ago. And I came here with the name One Africa, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And And you said to me you're going to Ghana, but I'm Ghanaian, by the way. I live in Australia, so but I'm very happy. I see you all the time, and it's just amazing how you've made the transition, mate.
Yes, yes. I mean, it's. I know myself. I tell people it doesn't take much for me to advance and adapt. I'm highly adaptable. If I don't know anything else about myself, look, if you don't have a bed, if I visit you and you don't have a bed, I take both my hands, put it to the side, put it behind me. I can sleep on the concrete floor and have a good night's sleep. I don't question, right? I don't say, oh, in America, we do it this way. In America, we do it that way. No, it's like that little girl who's at the side when they're doing double dutch. She's timing the ropes. And before she jumps in, she knows she got the rhythm. It's like when you're fighting somebody, you're boxing with them, you're in front of them, you're feeling their rhythm, their moves, and then bang, you can come and get boom, whatever. Oh, almost got me with that one. It's a rhythm thing, but you got to know yourself. And it doesn't take much for me. If you see up in front of me.
Sorry, not to cut you off, but when talking about rhythm and adaptation, that comes down to our melanin, because with melanin is adaptive. And if your melanin is working well, you can be adapted to any environment.
Yes.
So that's because your melanin is really working well. So you are able to, adapt to any weather, any way of life. And I'm really happy, and it's really good to I just got up in the morning and I saw you online, and I'm like, oh, I got to get on here and talk to my brother.
I'm glad, brother. I'm glad. Just through the years doing this and meeting different people and having the feedback, that's what does it for me. I don't get caught up in the attention or I'm this person, I'm not. No, we relaxing, man. We chilling. Look, why would I come all the way out here and carry myself that way? Because the people in America mentality, they're reaching for this. I know a lot of prominent people. They tell me some secrets and tell me things. I'm cool with that, because I know my job.
But really, it's amazing how only African Americans always think that they've been under slavery for 400 years. But actually, the Africans are also enslaved, because if you're in Africa, what you see on the media, and that's why most of the Africans wants to get out of Africa. Have you realized that?
See that? Yeah. Coming here, it's the same result, but it came a different way. Okay, we talk about boxing. I might have got knocked out with a left hook on my last fight, but the other one was an uppercut. But the result is the same, a knockout, right? So it's just a different way. And so if you're not thinking beyond your own situation or your own mentality, you're not going to embrace knowing where their brand of being colonized comes from and how it works. You see? So like the hawk or the eagle that flies high over the land, you appreciate where you live when you can go so high and look down and see the villages and how things are arranged and where you are, where you stand. And when you come back now, you know what's around you. We can't fly physically, but we can still reach out, take our own idiosyncrasies, put it on the table and say, let me just not bring all this stuff, the toxicity I may have, put it down. Let me just feel what's around me and accept it where it is and know that, because there's a lot of unnecessary clashes that happen here with people because they can't come out of their own mindset. It's very important. So when I walk down the street,
how is Brother Kwaku anyway?
Well, he showed himself not to be the person that he projects, and we haven't spoken since January of 2021. And I cannot promote someone who is a fraud. I say that strong. I don't say it in a derogatory way. But at this point, I have to say, because many people ask, because for years we've done things together. And I worked hard because I believed that he was the real thing. And it wasn't slight, because even if your own sister doesn't mess with you, it had to be major. And it was very, very disappointing for me.
Yeah, but that's the thing that we all have to be careful with, because some people would act like they are on our side, but at the same time they're not really. So we got to be really careful, because at the end of the day, I've seen a lot of people using Africa as a way of getting followers, and then their reality comes out. So we got to be really careful, because even Lucky Dube said, I don't know if it's Lucky Dube or Bob Marley, he goes, not every black man is our brother, and not every white man is really our enemy. So we really got to be careful, because not every brother is actually a brother. We really got to be careful. We really got to be careful. And I myself over the period of time, I've seen so many people coming up with different names. Africa, let's ride. Africa, let's unite, and whatnot. And then down the line, you realize they're actually not Africans. So for me, as I live today, I say to myself, you are not African because you have a black skin, but you are African because you practice the culture and the way of Africa. Right. Yes. So that's how I see life us, because we can be easily deceived just by looking at the skin.
Let me tell you something, and I just want to say, Brother Stephen, I know you have to go soon, so we're not ignoring you. Reach out to me anytime. Information is there, and we got to do this again. And I want to talk to you some more.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? I appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, man. Love righteously. All right. Keep it up. Keep up. All right. Yes, Fred R. Let me just move myself over here, so some kind of
actually, you know me very well. I had your number. I had everything. We used to communicate. So right. I know you very well.
I hear your voice, everything. I'm with it. But I will say, this is why when you have a platform, and again, I'm not thinking anybody can get a YouTube page or channel.
No,
anybody.
No, not everyone. Not everyone. Not everyone.
What I mean is, everybody can create one. They can create one.
Yeah.
And
you're right. You're right.
Yeah, they can create one. And I've learned that when you already have some type of momentum going with a channel, you get some great people that are sincere. So I won't be paranoid and say, I'm not going to deal with anybody but you'll have those in your inner circle who they see your light and your sincerity. And there's ego involved. So if I ride with him a little bit, I can get this momentum.
I can get what I want. I can get what I want.
And you wouldn't believe how vicious people can be for that.
Yeah, definitely.
What is it now? We say we need that, the dopamine hit of attention. That we'll say, oh, I'm not into this for the attention. I'm into this because of my people. But you take it nowhere. You lose momentum. It's easy to get an ankh in some kente cloth and grow.
That's correct. And especially you're in Ghana, you can easily get it.
Exactly. And we can verbally plagiarize other platforms. Correct. Act as though and deliver it in a different way with our voice a certain way. And people say, oh man, that's the real thing. But me now, when you know someone for years before and know where they came from and know that this abrupt change came out of nowhere, but I'm still gonna, it seems like they're the real thing. What did I do? I take my camera and put it up in front of them. Right? And say, hey, pushing you because I believe in you. So there's no ego as far as I'm concerned. I would always do for anyone else. This is what I live, right? So you don't have that problem with me. But there are many people, not only the aforementioned individual, but people who get so caught up. Narcissists, you're right, Queen Red Pill. There's so much I will share with you in private you would not believe.
Yeah, to be honest with you, not to cut you off, the problem in this world now, it's not, I don't really focus on Eurocentric people. I think the problem in this world now is us. We are the problem.
Yes.
And I'll share, and I'll give you an example. I'm a registered nurse by profession. And when the vax came, I didn't want to take it. All right. And also I told, because prior to that, we had so many evidence and so many things, information with what the real deal is. So people around me, my family, my friends, I will share with them because I love them and I don't want them to take it either. Right. Now, there was a brother and a sister that took it, which is okay. But when they took it, they said to me, "Oh, it's okay." I asked them, "Are you okay?" Yeah, I'm okay. I'm all right. My own brothers, my own African brothers and sisters. But guess what? In a year time, the sister told me, "Frederick, when I took it, I end up in an emergency." But Lance, it took her a year for her to tell me that. Because she didn't want to tell me because she thought that she's embarrassed to tell me because I gave her a warning prior. But it took the sister, it took my brother and the sister 1 year for her to tell me what happened to her when she took it. So the problem is not other race. The problem is our race, because we are not honest. We don't tell the truth to each other. And so we are the problem of our own. And that goes down even in slavery. In slavery, my Ashanti people, the Ashanti people we sold our brothers and sisters. Okay, so the problem is really us. We are the problem, and we have to start looking and solving our own problems rather than going on the internet, or white people are like this, or blah blah they are like this, or blah blah. We are the problem of our own.
That's right. That's right.
And I'm not saying they can't be the problem, but I tend to look into myself more than others.
Accountability.
That's correct.
Because if we were all right within ourselves, they couldn't exist to even give us any problems at all. They would try.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. And now and now the funny thing is, the government is now giving compensation for the injuries, for the ones that are injured because of that. And the funny thing is, every race is claiming, but our brothers and sisters are not claiming either. Can you imagine?
Wow.
They took the gun, but even though the government is giving compensation, our brothers are not wise enough to go for the same thing that the other race will go for. So that's how sad it is. It's really, really sad. So we are the problem. We are the problem of our own problems that we have.
Wow. You're right.
We are the problem. We are the problem because, for example, like for me, I've been on other people's Guatemala social media like this. I come in here and we share conversation, but I'm not gonna go there and create a YouTube channel because you have a YouTube channel. Like you said, we all can go there and create, but at the end of the day, are we creating this for fame? Are we just creating it for fame and getting people to follow us? And to be honest with you, I don't follow people. There's no one was born to follow anyone. No one was born because you have brain. You have brain, I have brain. You have ears, I have ears. So nobody follows anyone. But when I speak of something, that you can take out of. That's the most important. But no one is born to follow anyone.
But the lingo was designed to twist our mind up in a ego-centric way.
That's correct.
Narcissistic way. Look at the two words, like and follow. So we get a dopamine hit. We see the numbers going up. Oh, they like me.
They like me. Oh, they follow me. Oh, they follow me.
You're following me. I have so many followers. I have so many subscribers. How many do you have? You have as much as me. I'm more important than you. I understand.
And that becomes, and even though we say, oh, Christianity, whatnot, that becomes the same principles and the same sentiment, just like Christianity. You follow your pastor, you follow you just keep following. So I personally don't follow anyone on social media. I mean, when I come here, when you're speaking something which is, African, which is gonna benefit me, and believe me or not, even with the African history, which is dating back 1.98 trillion years, some of the people that claim that they're Africans, they are not Africans. Still, they are not.
They're not. You already know
they
it.
Are not.
They're not.
Because it's a history. It's history after history after history after history. So no matter how much someone will come here and claim, oh, I'm African, or I'm not. You look into history and you compare. They're actually not walking in an African way of life.
That's right. That's right. So like you said earlier on, it was amazing for you to see me come. It's easy.
Yes,
when
of
the
course.
cell phone goes on the charger to charge up, it fits perfectly. So I'm charged up. Yes, the modern day government and rulers bring something else of a different mindset here, the brainwashing, educational system. I understand that. But cut all that out at the core, I'm at home. I'm good. I really have no desire. I miss America. I miss the people that are there, that are in my heart. The world is beautiful all over. But
yeah, of course.
It's people, you wait, after a year, you're going to want to leave and whatever. No.
I think leaving, because I've been to Ghana, a couple of times with my mom, dad, and whatnot. I think the reason why people are not lasting in Africa is they come to Africa and want to live the same life as living abroad.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And if you do that, you can't survive.
Right.
In order to live in Africa, you got to start practicing the African way of life wherever you are, so that when you go there, you're able to fit in and you're able to not wanting to come back.
Right.
Right.
Right. Right.
But if you live in Australia, or you live in Canada or America, and you are drinking Coca-Cola and you are drinking Fanta, and you go to Africa and you want to do the same, you're not gonna last.
Exactly.
Because these drinks are imported to Africa, and therefore they will be costing more. Right? So no matter how much you're gonna take it with you to Africa, you're gonna run away and come back. Okay?
You're right.
So, but you can sort of cut all of that lifestyle when you are in America, so that when you go to Africa, you can fit in.
Right. That's right. That's right. That's all it is. It's got to be on the inside first. I lived this way long before I came here. Long before.
Yes.
And folks don't understand. Like I said, it comes from within. It's an internal.
It comes within. It comes within. And I guess if people are not realizing this, they will just sort of pack their bags and go to Africa and coming back again. Right? And our people, we live by whatever everyone is doing, we do it. So if everyone is going to Ghana, they're all going to Ghana. If everyone is traveling, they're all traveling. They're not doing risk assessment prior leaving. They're not looking and seeing what will benefit them, but rather they're just following because everyone is going. So they just pack their bags and go. And then they will get there and they'll realize, oh, okay, so is this what it is? But hey, wait a minute. You were meant to do this before you get there. You were meant to, you get what I mean, right? You were meant to do your own investigation, independent investigation, and whatnot, because it will be a culture shock, especially, So yeah, we tend to follow. We follow so much. And I don't know whether it's because of religion, but we are followers so much. And not only the Africans living in abroad, the Africans living in Africa also. If one person is getting married, they all want to get married. If one person is traveling, they all want to travel. You realize in Ghana, right? For example, in Ghana, renting is very cheap compared to Ethiopia, because I've been to Ethiopia myself. Now in Ghana, back in the days when the Ghanaians travel to, let's say, America or Italy, when one person brings a car, they all ship cars. So cars are very cheap. Second-hand cars are very cheap in Ghana. And when they're all building houses, they all started to build houses. That's why renting and houses are very, very cheap in Ghana. We are following all the time. We follow so much. Look at this social media. Look at this channel. There's so many Africans having channels than any other race now.
I see that.
So many. If one person does something, we all follow. We all following. And that becomes very dangerous. Why is that? Because our enemies can easily enslave us. Because what? We all have one mind. One mind. We can be easily enslaved.
Yes.
Now, this YouTube has now enslaved our people now. Because our people will come on here insulting, swearing. So many kinds of behavior now I'm seeing on this social media. Now we are enslaved. The people that made now, the Europeans that made it, are now laughing because now we are addicted to it.
Yeah. I'm ready for, look, I can let it go. If they take it away, I'm not going to freak out. I enjoy the dialogue and the messages that are righteous and above the fray, even when I have to become an entertainer and act different ways to get the message through. There's always a mission. But I write and I draw, and if this wasn't on YouTube, this conversation between me and you would still be had. The vibration would still go out there. This is a way to amplify it, even though when you're shouting out what you feel, you receive a download. It's like you're a lightning rod. Not everybody's going to catch it, and that's in Ghana, so I don't get frustrated. You know what I'm saying? In Ghana right now, every young boy, every young bloke is trying to create a channel, and they're all saying because it gives them money. Now, Lance, I want to ask you a question. The life that we live in, it's not all about money, is it? No, it's not. It's not.
So if we're gonna be all on social media and YouTube just because of money, what are the young generation coming? Are they coming also to do YouTube or become YouTubers?
But see, this it's like a fly on fly paper. Right now, they will allow.
They can cancel. Yes, they can cancel it anytime. Anytime.
I'm shadow banned. I've been struck down. I understand how this is, but you build other things off of it while you're on it. I don't sit here and solely depend on this. And if you knew the money that I make on this, most people would cry. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do something I ain't supposed to do, but I'm gonna show something in a second. I'm gonna do it real quick. Okay, this phone here is giving me a little problem. Give me a second. I'm gonna show it.
Yeah, but Lance, even if you are making money, I mean, what I mean is, some of us must do it, but not all of us. Some of us must do it, but not all of us. Because if we are gonna do it, then it's a big disaster.
Right. But if that's the goal, then you're really stuck. Okay, let me let this open up. I'm gonna show you. This is an app that tells you, okay? This is projected for next month. So for those who, and I have to, oh, he's making 5,000, 10,000, 15, because there's some who are allowed because they connected as agents. Some are not. Some are doing real good. But it's like the lottery.
Anyway,
let certain people win it. Masses
anyway,
in it.
a lot of people, a lot of our brothers and sisters.
Look real quick.
Yeah, I can see. Yeah.
What you see right here, 327.45. And I lost 38 subscribers. 327.65. I'm sorry. Look right there.
Yeah.
Right there. Yeah. So, okay, listen to this. 327, just round it up to $300, right?
Yeah.
Say I'm here so many hours of the day because I'm writing or I'm doing something for the site or I'm doing something on YouTube. I'm doing the graphics for it. I'm doing all that stuff. Say I'm online 12 hours out the day. Say I'm online 7 days out the week. 7 times 12. What is that? 84. 84 times, okay. That's a week. I'm going to bring it to the month. 84, 168, and what? 232. 232 hours a month to get $300 or 327. That's a little over $1 an hour. Oh, I'm getting paid so much. But look at the time I put. So I'm not doing this for money.
Yeah.
Because
the reason why, Lance, to be honest with you, like I said, our people are not usually telling the truth. Okay. Hey. Some of these YouTubers, yeah, I get it. Some of these YouTubers, they come on here and they say, "Oh, I'm making $1 million. Oh, I'm making big money," and then guess what? It then now carry forwards why the reason why everyone wants to create YouTube channel, right? But at the end of the day, for me, even if you are getting $1,000, $1 million, that's okay. That's your profession. That's your profession,
right?
Right. I don't have to be like, oh, because you are making money on YouTube, then if I'm on different profession, I have to leave that and come on YouTube because of money, because life is not all about money.
Right. Understood.
You know, and, do you get what I mean? Because the body has different parts and it has different functions, right? So we can't all be social medias. You know, we can't.
And see me, I'm consistent down through the years.
Oh yeah, you have been. Of course you have been.
Sometimes I'm more of a clown, I'm a comedian. Sometimes we have that little bit of diversion, but I create from within. And I've learned a lot in the last 10 years that maybe there are things I said 10 years ago that I've grown, because you just don't get to a certain age and that's it, right?
Oh yeah, of course, because knowledge is never ending. So obviously,
never ending. So doing this, because I'm not trying to keep on changing myself to catch up with the latest trend. You see what I mean? People
of course.
Right. No, I'm just that dude who I am who I am, and we're gonna have some fun. I'll tell some jokes, whatever, but we're gonna move to this thing steady because this is who I am. And it's not about my age chronologically, but I'm too old. I would say that if I was 25 or 30, I'm too old to be jumping around.
Don't worry, age is just a number.
I know that.
So
I know that
age is just a number.
At all. It doesn't.
You know, so I'm really
radar screen. You know,
it's really sad that our people now enslaving our people. You know, some of the people are following trends, just to get viewers, just to get numbers. It's really sad. It's really sad.
And the attitudes that people have with this, they get attitudes, they hate on the next person. And so if if I'm not making all that money on there, then it must be something else I'm doing. Maybe I worked all my life. Maybe I have a pension. Maybe I had some equity. Maybe I got other things I'm doing, right? And it doesn't mean that, you know, like when you commit to something, you fully commit to it. See, so this has never been about money. There's times I've made more money, but it wasn't even about that then. All I did was take that money and get the equipment I needed. But now the equipment is breaking down. So I got to replace things out of pocket lots of times. Little donations that come, beautiful. I put it right back to what I'm doing because I'm about this. I live this. This is not just a fad. Oh, let me chase some money now. I read an article one time. I lie to you not. They said for people who are moving over or for people who are already here, one of the top ways of earning money is to start a YouTube channel or a blog. I was like, oh man.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I noticed on a lot of our brothers and sisters moving to Africa. All of them are doing YouTube. But I said to myself, not necessary. If you're not prepared to go there, don't go there, because YouTube, what you would then do is to bring something that you get followers and viewers, and you might turn around against your own people down the line just for you to survive there, which is at the end of the day, it doesn't worth it. It doesn't. It's like you're putting your people back in slavery again just so that you can survive, right?
Yes. But there are some people here who they are favored by YouTube, pushed on YouTube, and allowed to get inflated numbers. And I say that because they'll say the numbers a certain way, but on other platforms, their numbers are low, right? So that tells me those numbers are inflated, but they're in the pocket by the government that they built up with the people. But when the government says, say this and say that, that will lead them to slaughter, they have to do it. I've been approached in very coy ways to let me know, oh, you're trying to woo me into a position where you want to dangle money in front of my face. But I know there's a price to pay, and you want the trust that I have, even if a person doesn't agree with everything I say, but the integrity, does that mean anything anymore? I'm not selling that.
Yeah, it's really sad. It's really sad that the people that comes on YouTube and act like they love our people, they love our brothers and sisters. These are the people actually, they are worse than the enemy that they are saying. You know, these are worse than the different race that we are thinking they are our enemies.
The envy, jealousy, the desire for a status that doesn't exist. It appeals to, there's some people who never had attention and they get a little attention. I mean, even a little attention online, and it blows their mind. They can't be themselves. Look, we've talked before. I'm no different on the phone with you than I am here.
No. First, since I came on social media and, you know, I came across you, you've always been the same. But I think because you've been always the same, that's why your channel hasn't been much of a difference either. But these are the people that I cannot want to come around and have a chat to. And these are the people that if I see them still alive, still breathing, they might not have money, but it gives me hope in life. And I always pray that there will be people like you, because at the end of the day, you're not here for money. Because if you were for money, it would have been different results at the moment. You know, so and there's not many people like that. And unfortunately, our brothers and sisters, some of them are not opening their eyes enough to see the difference.
That's right.
Most people will be thinking, oh, because they are Africans and they speak about Africa, and in that way, that means, you know, but I personally, 2 years ago,
they become the savior.
But I personally, 2 years ago, if I wanted, because when I met you, YouTube was not as big as it was today. So If I wanted to become a YouTuber, I could have. But then I said to myself, look, we all can't be, because this platform was created by our enemy, and they've got the agenda at the back of it. So I said to myself, we all can't be on YouTube, right? It's just like their gospel work. Some of them will be, elders, some of them will be apostles, some of them will be just church members, and we all trying to liberate our brothers and sisters in many ways. So I said to myself, it's not necessary I have to be on YouTube. No, not necessary. But what I can do is, whatever knowledge that the creator gives me, I can meet a brother face to face and have a chat with him and send the message across. And that will be my way.
Yeah, we all have unique ways. That's what it's about. And I well know that this is the platform of the enemy, but you got to know how to take the enemy's sword out of his hand and chop his head off.
I'm on the phone. I'm calling you back.
It's all about for me. And as much as you can extract, and even though you'll see logos on the bottom for other social media platforms, people are telling me before I don't ask. The most I'll put something up if they say, man, we want to donate. I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. But you're not going to see me on here. Hit the Cash App, hit my PayPal, Here, go to. I put it there because people have demanded over the years that put it there so we know where to go. Okay, I'll do that. But that is not the reason why. All the years before YouTube, I was online. I opened up this channel in 2010 and didn't really start working it until 2012 or 13 when I would upload audio from Blog Talk Radio, just put it up. That's it. I may take a little funny video here and there or say something, but YouTube was not this business that it's become. So I would just,
it was. I've seen some brothers channel whereby even to comment, you have to pay money.
Yeah.
To comment, to even comment. So I said to myself, okay, now they were after money, but they have to use the black and white game to get our brothers on their side, right? Okay. So in the end, you get what I mean, right? They have to use the scheme, the same strategy of the enemy to enrich themselves. Okay, same thing, same way. The same way you would think they've done to us is the same way our brothers are doing just to get what they want.
It's a formula, and they figured it out. And that's why we have black man against black woman. We have the older against the younger, the ones who have a little status against those who don't, the ones who have a little education against the ones. It's got to be some opposition, number one, to make it work. You see, it's just like in politics, right? Oh, Democrat, Republic, but they're all benefiting. It's the different wings on the same plane. So with the black community, since we have so much issues already, it's like sweeping a room that's so dusty, but you didn't realize it was dusty because you didn't sweep it up. When you start sweeping up, you start coughing, it's like all this dust, and it never ends. It is 2023. Why can't we use this to cause ourselves to think or come to a solution or go in to make people realize this is where the sickness is and this is where this sickness is? Let's talk about it, bring it to the surface and wipe it out. But no, folks want to wallow in it on these platforms and keep it going. And because this one spoke better than this one and this one appealed to you better, I'm going to donate only because of that, because you justified my toxicity. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you the real thing. And there are things that people have said on this channel that made me wake up to some toxicities that remained in me and helped me to clean up. What's the point? Correct. Why would I be here so long? I could be taking a walk or doing something, whatever. I love what I do. I love talking to people. If you ask anybody, there are people who have been on the show who know me. The oldest person or the longest friendship that they have lurked in the background, but they see, they would have come forward if I was lying about my life and said, man, you're not telling, because these are guys that got integrity. You're lying, man. That didn't happen. One of my friends who I've known for now 6 years old, my friend Angelo, I was talking to him the other day. I want to bring him on. When I was 6 years old, it was 1969. I was born in 63. He's 4 years older than me. We used to be in the neighborhood chasing the lizards and praying mantises. He's a guy who's deep into nature. He got into film, different things. I know another friend of mine.
So you're more than 50 now, yeah?
I'm 60. I just turned 60.
Wow.
April 8th.
Wow. You look very young. You look very young.
Thank you, brother. Right now, I've been eating so much food. I'm looking at myself I'm like, oh, I'm a little bloated. I gotta cut back this week and slim my face.
You're eating too much. You're eating too much fufu, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit here and there, but you know, it's all good. My thing, you know, even our bodies, they ebb and they flow. I'm off the rails right now because I'm so excited about the downloads that I'm receiving, that sleep comes when it comes. You know, and I'm so excited. The shackles are off. I'm living. I can think.
I'm very, very happy for you because now you've gone to Africa. You've settled in. America doesn't even ring the bell at the back of your mind anymore, basically, because you're used to it. You're used to the life. And yeah, so these are some of the things that, like, I look, you know, you're like a role model to me, actually, because even though, like, I'm from Ghana and I've got cousins and my grandmother there, it's very hard because I grew up in Sydney. So hopefully down the line, I hope to make that change that you've made, you know.
Yes. And
even up to now, and my parents couldn't do that either. So really, you've done well. You've done great for yourself. Yeah.
Man,
yeah.
Thank you.
So where about in Ghana do you stay? Where about in Ghana are you?
Right now, we have an apartment in Oyarafa, right? But we're building a house up in Abri. And the house structure completed. We're just doing the icing on the cake now, you know?
Oh, okay. Sure.
When I saw the screen, I was like, hold on.
My dad's side, they're from Koforidia. I'm pretty sure Koforidia is a bit closer to Accra.
Yeah, but I know where that is. That's over by West Hills Mall.
So,
right.
Yeah, so my dad's side is from there, and then my mom is from the Bruno region, the Bruno region. Yeah. So I've got.
You said a Brie.
Yeah, the Bruno region. Bruno. Have you been to BA? Have you been to Bruno?
No. I thought you said a Brie.
No.
We're up in the mountains.
So Bruno is like 8 hours drive from Accra.
Yeah, no, I wasn't there. Maybe I passed through on my first trip because when we visited the first time, we were all over. I mean, we went out far, all through Kumasi, down, you know.
Yeah, just a little bit of info. Most African Americans in the diaspora, most of the time you end up going to the Accra region and whatnot. But Bruno region is where you can actually experience Ghana, because majority of them are.
Yeah. This is not where I am. I know it's Ghana, but it's not the real Ghana. People have told me that.
The real Ghana
city, because the city here, they don't even want to come here. Like, it's like being in America. They don't want to be there. But because I'm used to being in America, I can deal with it. But I know this not even where I live now is not far. We're building a house is not far enough. You see, so eventually I'd like to build something small, way out. Out.
So to experience Ghana, it's not Accra, because Accra is foreigners, right? So the Bruno region is where the main Ghanaians, not foreigners, the main Ghanaian lives, and that's more better, more relaxed. And that's where I've built my house. I've got a house there. That's where I'm building my house. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
If I could have done it
all the way,
I would have went out to an area like that. See? But it's close. but you know, you see whatever. But if I could, no regrets. But if and when I do it again, it would have to be further out. I don't want nothing to
further.
do.
And also the lands there are way cheaper. Like you can buy a land there for about 1,000. Okay.
Yeah.
Very cheap. Very, very, very cheap. So the thing that I was trying to say before is we don't do independent research before moving. We are moving because everyone is moving, right? And they end up coming back because they're not experienced in Africa. Accra region is more like you're living in United States, basically.
Yeah. No, you're right. And this is why many people feel difficulty when they come from the villages to come to get work, and they may not have the skills, and they fall down where they would have been better off staying where they are and living a better life, where they may not have been money per se, but they're living such a healthy life because
no money.
Right. Where
not money there, but better life. Yeah,
better
not
life.
Money there. And you know, the Accra region, you are getting your tomato, you are getting most of your farm from the Brown Ahafo region. That's where you are getting your stuff from.
Right. And right now, you know,
that's where the farm.
Yeah, but what they're doing, they're selling stuff and they're selling it before it's actually ripe. They're doing a lot of that.
Yeah.
They don't wait. And of course, understood that they think that it's a longer shelf life and a better chance to sell things. But when you go out in the country, because I've been out further, Mr. Scurv hasn't, but I have been, them watermelons and the mangoes there, that's why we're growing our own stuff. You can't fit with the price. But they're selling stuff here now that you bring it home and it's no good, especially like from Medina, market there, whatever, which used to be better, but they're getting now, the prices are going up. It's still a steal, but the prices are going up, but they're not concerned with the quality no more. They want to get more money.
Because in the Accra region, there's no farmlands there, right? So all the farmlands are about 8 hours drive away, and it's very hard to bring it to the capital city. Yes. Right, because they haven't got their track with fridge in it to preserve the produce. You know what I mean? So in the Accra region, things are very expensive, just like you are living in the States. That's why most of our brothers and sisters coming to Ghana are returning back, because they only know Ghana to be Accra, but that's not the case. Ghana is way outskirts, outside, 8 hours drive.
That's right. And I've seen that peace in the villages that I've traveled through, but I didn't retain the names because it was so overwhelming at first. You see this and that and whatever. But I said, you know what? I may not remember names. I'm just going to enjoy the vibe. And it's nothing like Accra. Nothing like it. Like I said, I can deal with it in this apartment. I got the New York City chip in me. I lived there for 38 and a half years. It's no problem.
Yeah.
New York City, Accra can't compare to New York, right? Back in those days.
Of course.
But that's what keeps me. I know how to defend myself that way against the stresses of what some people would say is stress. It's no stress here for me. For me, it's no stress. I see the movement, the chochos, the markets, everything, the folks trying to get money out of you, the girls trying to get money out of you, but it doesn't bother because that's a natural atmosphere for me, right? But
with the you know with the African mindset, and I've got some people that I talk to back there. All their mind is money. They've got no plans but money.
Tell me about it.
No plan, absolutely no plans.
Because I'm a Bruni.
What they think is money.
You see, hey, how you doing? They talk to you for a second, and they'll say, "I have no money. Do you have any money?" And then the girls try to flirt with you, try to get money out of you. You know what I mean? Come around, I need money. It always, like I said, I donate, I help, I've given. And I'll always continue if my spirit tells me. But to sit up now and you see this person has nothing on their mind except to get money out of you. You know, it's like just a matter of like, okay, what's going to happen now? When is the sales pitch going to come? And I can't do that. I know some very wealthy people, and there's times even out here, I get a little more than what I'm getting in, right? I just can't bring myself, hey man, just because see, sometimes there's lessons that you have to learn when you don't have as much to make you think to find a creative way to the next level. Is money's not going to bring you to that level because you get it, you're not going to think. You know what I mean?
Yes, of course. You have to teach people to fish, not to fish for them.
Right. And I'm teaching myself.
So
I go online to learn something, to say, how do I do this creatively, or to cut a certain corner righteously so I can put myself in a better position? You see what I mean? Because there's some people I know that said, well, you should have stayed on your job for another 8 years. And I'm not staying to no job till when I'm damn near 70. I'm not doing it. When living here is easier and more natural and away from that system.
Yeah. So even I told my parents that, why do you want to go to Africa when you are old? You should go to Africa when you are young so that you can benefit from Africa and Africa will benefit from you. And that's why I personally always tell myself that I'm not going to wait till I'm 50.
No,
I'm not going to wait till I'm 60 before going to Africa. No, because there's no point. Might as well stay here if I'm 60, if I'm 50, So quite often, the Africans wants to go to Africa when they are about to, let's say, die, which is really, it's not the best thing, right? For everyone in Africa, for yourself either.
Here's another point of view. For me to stay in America would be to die. For me to stay in America shackled by the system is a living death, because I know better and I know what I have inside me to get out. Others may not feel the same way, and I don't feel bad at them or mad at them because they do, but I know the world is a big place and I know there's so much inside of me to share. I know my role on this planet, and I haven't even begun to let it all shine out yet. Now, the wheels have been spinning in America from my heart, but it never took traction. Here, I can go a little slower and zoom, because every day I'm haunted by my thoughts on a righteous level, creative level, things I have to leave on this earth to make it better. You know what I mean?
There's a friend in Ghana who, like 2 days ago, he explained to me that he wants to go to Jamaica, and then from Jamaica he wants to take the journey to America. And then I said to him, brother, like, for me personally, even if you buy me a ticket, free food to go to America and stay there, I want. Because I'm not going to be in a country whereby out of nowhere someone can just shoot a gun.
That's what I didn't like.
I'm not going to, because I live in Australia here. We don't have gun, you walk free. There's no problem. But to buy my ticket to go to United States where everyone can just take a gun out of nowhere, I'm putting myself in a risk, and I won't do that. So I've visited many places, but I won't go to United States.
I've been personally at gunpoint several times. There was
really?
Guys following me out in Orlando. It was a Sunday. I'm casually riding my bike. I never had a Sunday off at that particular point, but they gave us that Sunday off driving the bus, right, with my particular schedule. It was nice and sunny. Mr. Scurv had to work that day. I was home. I said, you know what? Let me take my bicycle, right? I love to ride. I got my unicycle, my one-wheel bike, I have a two-wheel bike. I'm riding, visit a couple friends. The sun started to go down. It was still up. It started to go down. Let me get out of here. Because where I lived, of it was, okay, we're buffering here, I think. The pocket of it was beautiful, but around it, there's certain pockets of pine hills that were rough, and I knew it. And I knew most of the people driving the bus, working in the jail. The amount of people I knew in that area it wasn't proportionate to the time that I lived there. So people are like, man, you know so many people because of the jobs that I did in the public, and then getting on social media. So I'm riding down this road, Hiawassee Road, which is right where my subdivision was. And I had some headphones on, right? I saw They had a divider, a lane in the middle that you can turn. It was weird. I had to get used to it. These guys are riding parallel with me. When I see stuff like that, I don't just look. I use my peripheral. So I said, let me just stop and act like I'm tying my shoe. I cut the volume down on my head, on my Walkman, on my music, and I kept bopping my head. No music was there, but I kept bopping my head. I wanted them to think I couldn't hear them because it was very quiet.
Yeah.
So I'm acting like I'm tying my shoe, bopping my head, humming, whatever. They were like, yo, should we do it here? Or should we let them ride up a little bit? I'm like, oh my shoot, God. These guys gonna rob me. So I scratched my head like this. I looked at them. And the stereotype, the gold teeth, the locks, how they would portray. They were that. And I know, and then some had tats all over their face. I said, okay, this is the real deal here. But you know what? Whatever happens, they ain't gonna get me. So I acted like I'm going up and riding a little bit. They rode.
But 1 second. Sorry, I just want to ask a question. Were they Africans? Your own brothers?
Yeah, American Africans. Very ignorant.
Oh yeah, obviously your own brothers, yeah?
Yeah. I had a very nice bike. I'm like, they're not gonna do that for a bike. Because it looked healthy. And I didn't have any jewelry on anything, but they knew, like, this guy's too clean cut. He got money on him. Like, I'm really going to ride around with $3,000 in my pocket, right? I don't even think I had 20 bucks on me because I would never ride out there with that kind of money. So where I was supposed to turn in my subdivision, there was a turn to go in at the point, a part where I didn't live near. Up on the hill was a major entrance, and my house would have been 2.5 blocks in, but it was a hill, right? So for me to go up there, I would have roped myself off because it was a long distance. I would have had to turn in that first one. And I said to myself, if I got to jump off this bike, let them have it. I'm going to run up in one of these yards, right? I'll run the risk of somebody thinking I'm in the yard and shooting me than a definite getting shot at. So this is nighttime. That all of a sudden they just got dark. It was right before the time. So they drove in ahead of me, thinking I didn't notice them. They wanted to get to a point where they can stop their vehicle and come out with their guns and try to get what they get and probably still shoot me and kill me. So they took the left and went into the bottom part of the subdivision. Then they took another left to go up to turn because I let them go ahead of me. So when they turned the corner, that's when I got up on my toes and shift the gear and started pumping hard to get the speed up so I can go up the right side, which had part of a hill. So when they turned around and I had hit my light out, I had the flashing red light so the cars can hit you, can see you. I cut all the lights out. I'm pumping, went down to a lower gear, kept pumping. They saw me from way back there because I kept glancing. Here they come speeding. So by the time I got the road turned a little bit, I see the headlights behind me. So I said, okay, I'm not going to let them run up on me. By the time the turn came, I saw a house with big hedges. I threw the bike down and I got in the doorway. Didn't know these people. Whipped out my phone like I was home. So they drove by real slow. They thought I was home, so it was a bigger risk. They didn't know if I was aware of them or not, or telling somebody from the inside to come out and bring the guns or whatever have you. But they went down to where my house actually was on the corner and turned around again. I stayed there. When they left again, I grabbed my bike. Now I'm on top of the hill. I caught my breath. I went down, turned the corner, and they were tearing up coming. I threw my bike in the front yard, which was up on the grade, so they couldn't see it from where they were. I got the key in and just got in time, and they were looking around. They was coming to get me, man. They thought I had some money, right? The other time was when I used to drive the dollar vans in New York City, all right? There was a guy who I picked up on a cab fare, because I had a very fancy van. So we talked a little bit. He told me where he wanted to go. He wanted to go to the 40 projects. Google the 40 projects in South Jamaica, Queens, right? Didn't scare me. I know people all over. So after a while, I see him looking at me. So I'm looking at him at the corner of my eye. Then I act like I was looking up the mirror, and I see that he had a gun in his chest. Not a holster, but it was like some kind of pocket in the head. And I saw the butt of the gun. I said, this guy got a gun. Oh, a lot of guns I've seen. So he kept looking at me. And he said, man, you look like the guy that raped my niece. Right? I said, what? He said, yeah, man, you look like the guy that raped my niece. So you got to come back strong. Now this guy's got a gun. I didn't. I said, I raped your niece? I look like the guy that raped your niece? I said, where's your niece? Oh, she down the way we going right now. I said, oh, really? I said, well, you need to go get her and bring her outside and look at me and tell me if I'm the dude that raped her. If I'm the dude that raped her, put a fucking bullet in my head, because I don't rape women. Yeah, man, I think you the one that did it. You front. And I said, man, I got these big letters, Sir Lance, across the back, got neon and rims and all this fancy stuff flickering and whatnot, so you know who I am. The neighborhood knows me. I grew up in this neighborhood. Why would I do something stupid like that? You know what? You questioned my integrity. See, I had to come back with some aggression on him. So by the time we got to where he was supposed to go, this was not going to be a normal transaction. Like, okay, bye. He's like, I'm gonna get my niece. So he paid me. It's crazy, right? He paid me. And when I went to give him some change, he snatched all the money out of my hand. He says, I'm gonna give you this money back if you're not the one, but if you are, I'm gonna kill you. And then there's crack dealers all around there. He was like, yo, and I think he winked at them, right? Remember that guy that we said that raped my niece? And they were sitting there like looking all thuggish, like, yeah, man, I think that's him. Yeah, so and so and so and so. And they pulled up the waist and shoulder, like, yeah, So I said, that don't scare me. Bring your niece. But when you bring the niece, I don't care how much guns you have, you're going to give me my money. And so he said, yeah. And so there was a girl up in the window. And he said, yeah. So he said something to her like, you're going to have to come down. That wasn't no niece. They made that up. He just wanted to rip me off. But when he was saying that, he did pull the gun when he was talking to me, and it was right up against my head. But that was a scam. But you never know when things are going to come. Really? Do that, right? And I mean, at nighttime, in certain areas, whether it's New York or even Orlando, you lay there, boom, 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 boom. You driving the bus, sometimes people's buses are getting shot at. Mine never got shot at because the dudes in the hood, they knew me from working in the jail, but they knew I was authentic. They knew I wasn't no agent. A lot of times they don't have the money. I let them ride.
So you can. It's a place whereby you can easily be a victim any day, anytime.
Any day, anytime. Your reputation has a lot to do with it, but there are always some from other places who will come. They don't care. At that same intersection, when they started following me, a few weeks later, there was an off-duty police officer going to the ATM so he can have a little cash in his pocket because they were going to do some holiday thing extra, like overtime. It was like 5 a.m. These other two dudes got released from prison in Miami, and they knew people in Orlando, so they wanted money, right? This guy didn't have his uniform on. I don't think it would have mattered. They rolled up on him at that particular ATM, shot him in the head, killed him, took the money he got and took the other gun he had, and they were gone. That's the kind of stuff that if they had a crime news channel, there wouldn't be enough time to report all the things that are going on. But when you work in the street like that, or you work in the jail, and you hear what these guys go through, and the news comes on, and you see something, and they come to your unit, they bring them in locked up. Damn, he just killed 7 people. This guy's in my unit. That makes you see things different. You see what I mean? Then you go out in the street, you see the same guys, and you know their charges. So you got to know how to deal with them.
With the African Americans in Ghana now, do you guys have your own community? Like you have your own meetings and your own gatherings, or no?
They have groups that honestly get together and don't do a damn thing. They have groups that want to maintain that we're American, but we don't really want to mix with you because we want to have our own thing. So why'd you leave America?
That's another division. That's another division. Another division. Okay. Divided. All the time. All the time we are divided. All the time.
So for me, I say it, now who's watching, I don't really mess with any of them. They're choice people, individuals that I deal with. But that grouped up thing and me going with the camera and all, and then they get back on YouTube, want to talk about you, want to find out about you, want to know if you got money or not, or how'd you build your house and gossip and all this. And nah. So they will say and make little videos about me and say little things. Oh, we know people here who walks around with his GoPro and he's stuck up and he doesn't mix with people. Mix with what? I don't want that. I came to get away from that. Like I say, if you move from an apartment that's roach infested and you move into a nice house, make sure when you pack your bags, you ain't bringing the same roaches over there. You say, oh, well, I don't have any roaches in my house. And you unpack your bags and you see them crawling across the wall because you brought that, may I say it, you brought that shit with you. I didn't come here for that. I am who I am. I can express myself. I have my memories and my experiences. But I didn't come here to manifest that. That's why I deal with individuals.
And how is the relationship between the African Americans and the people and the Ghanaian people? Like, are you using your way, your upbringing in order to lower them down? Do you guys see yourself as superior and they are inferior? Do you?
No.
And are you telling them?
No. See, with me, again, if there is a person who is overtly ignorant and hateful toward me because they think where I come from is superior, so therefore I must be superior, so they're going to shoot negativity at me. You have those too. You got to break it down with them and let them know. Here we are on this land where my lineage is from, and my spirit, my soul, everything.
So some of the Ghanaians feels like they are more like they are in a better place than you because you are coming from somewhere. Is that correct?
A lot of them feel that way because there's a lot of inferiority complexes here because of the colonized mind. Because what I learned, what one person told me, I really wanted to get them on camera, but a lot of people don't. I said, listen, I got a microphone. Let's talk about it. I said, no. I said, okay, I'm going to repeat what you're telling me because you're telling me some truth that in the schools, they don't say Ghana's bad, but they'll say, oh, America is so good. So the children in their mind come up with the whole thing that ain't nothing in Ghana. But you have the Lebanese, you have the Turkish, you have the Chinese, the folks from the UK, the folks from America, folks from Singapore, setting up shop and doing good. And what do they say? I've been here for a couple years. I haven't had a vacation. I'm going to go back to my country for a month or two. My country. See? They say so they're not looking at it here as home, even though they've spent years here and thriving, big businesses, right? But those who are here will automatically delete any sense of hope by saying, I want to go to America. I'm like, listen, do you see what's on the news? If you go on the news and watch the local news channels there, pull up some local news channels from New York, from Chicago, from Atlanta, from Miami.
You know, Lance, I go on the website and I check gun violence in America, yeah? Mm-hmm. And it's beyond imagination. Yeah. A day, more than 20 people are being killed from gun violence a day. It's craziness. It's really crazy. It's mind-blowing.
Even driving in Orlando, there's a guy who might have pulled a string, we're close to the stop, so I'm at a high speed, but I still slow the bus down, and he's running up to the front of the bus. I open the doors. Boom, boom, boom. It's a gun. God. This guy's 15 years old with a big behind gun. Oh, driver, sorry, man. I said, don't worry about it. I ain't see it. Even though I did.
So Lance, please, when the people act like they are better than you because you're coming from abroad, please just take that opportunity to educate them.
Of course.
Because especially you being that you're Jamaican. Jamaica, they are the same Ashanti people,
Right.
So Jamaica and Ghana,
I'm gonna tell you about that too. A lot of Jamaicans come here, and I can say it because of my connection to Jamaica through my father and Mrs. Scurv. I married a Jamaican woman, right? So I can
that's correct. Yeah.
A lot of them come here and clan up the same way, standoffish, and even a person like myself, who in America is embraced by Jamaicans, right? And when they find out that my bloodline on my father's side comes from there. We're all good. But when you move out here, you're an American. You don't belong. That's the feeling.
Oh, really?
Embraced. But what? I'm gonna tell it like it is. Not all, but the majority.
Yeah, please. I think they haven't looked into our African history. It's the same thing. Don't get me wrong. When I went to Ethiopia, the Ethiopian old about he was about 60 years old. He said, "Oh, you are not Ethiopian." But you know what I did? I educated him. I said to him, Ethiopia means burned face. I have a burned face. You have a brown face. So who is Ethiopian? I'm more Ethiopian than you because I have a burned face. So I said to him, do you know what the history? The history is our ancestors from Sudan, from Egypt, from Ethiopia, they left East Africa and they migrated to West Africa because we didn't want to accept religion. When war came into the East, we moved to the West. So don't tell me that I am not Ethiopian because I'm more Ethiopian than you. Now, with Ghana, do you know the history with Ghana? When after the Ghana Empire got broken down, some people from Burkina Faso, some people from Mali, some people from Nigeria, some people from Burkina and Benin, they went and established the Ghana that we call today. So we Ghanaians, we are even foreigners. I know. We were not in Ghana to begin with. We are foreigners. We're coming from Mali. Some came from Mali, some came from Nigeria. That's why even with the Accra region, most of them are predominantly Nigerians. So we came from every place. After the Ghana Empire got broken, after all them Mali Empire, Songa Empire, Ghana Empire, we came to Ghana and established the country we call Ghana today.
And
so this is the history.
That's right. That's right. More need to know that because there's a curiosity when they see us walking down the street. Of course, they're going to stare. But there's a small percentage, and I'm not imagining things, of, I call it Ghanaian resentment. And it comes from not the youngsters as much. It comes from some of the folks who are in my age group. Because the perception is that, oh, you came here so quick and you built this big house. We've been here so long and we couldn't do as much. So how dare you come and it's not even that, but that's the perception, right? So they're realizing those in that age group, not all, but for their dreams to go abroad and make money and do all these different things, that pretty much is not happening. But for me to come here, Mr. Scurv to come here, it's almost like we're teasing him saying, nah, 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 nah. I come from that place. I'm making it better here in your country. So I've had older men who may have owned shops or in public. They stare so hard like they want to fight. Dudes 60 and 65 and 70 years old. Like, and I said, what is it with you, man? One of the guys, you think you're better. I'm like, wait a second. I dress down when I'm out here.
Yeah, that's the unfortunately, that's the
we came
unfortunately,
out here.
Unfortunately, you know, Lance, this kind of behavior is coming when foreigners came and infiltrated our African culture. So we are only left with hatred, jealousy, because even in the plantation, there were people that were jealous of their own brothers and sisters, because someone have to be like, oh, please the slave master, right? For them to be on top, and then in that way they are able to enslave their own brothers and sisters. So it's not only you. Even in Ghana, somebody who is rich has so many enemies and so many hatred. And I think it's not only in Ghana. I think it's only in it's only in West Africa predominantly. Because when I went
Yeah,
to Ethiopia, it was totally different. Even if the Ethiopians, if they realize that you're a foreigner coming from different place, they embrace you. They laugh with you. They are happy with you. They welcome
right.
you, and that's why I loved Ethiopia so much.
I was reading what Sister Oyala said. Even when you're minding your own business and not bothering people, you're bothering people. That's the truth. It all depends on what's in the person's head.
I think Lance is the West African mindset, because, for example, when I went to Ethiopia, East Africa, I didn't see that. Right?
Right.
I saw that they were very happy. You know, even some of them told me.
Yeah, confirmed.
Even some of them told me. Some of them, even one police officer said to me, "Oh, because you're a foreigner, we got to protect you more, because you're coming to our country." So I was in Ethiopia for 4 months. I had no issue, absolutely no issue, and I loved it more than being in Ghana, to be honest. So at the end of the day, the brothers and sisters here that wants to go to Africa, don't choose only Ghana. Do your own research, because Africa is big. And I'm not
Right.
going to say, oh, Ghana is the best because I'm from Ghana. No, I went to Ethiopia. I was there for 4 months. I loved it. I had no issue. I never thought, oh, someone will rob me. Because in
Right.
Ghana, sometimes you are scared of these things when you're in West Africa. Yeah? You're scared someone will rob you.
Yeah. No, but see, the crime like that, like America, like New York City, is extremely low. It's more petty
Yeah,
things.
of course.
Until
Of course. Of course.
a little kid will run by and snatch your cell phone out your hand or something. It's like, I'm not Superman, but I'm not scared going anywhere, right? Compared to America, where as nice as it was where we lived, I never took walks, only in my subdivision in the daytime, because I know what can happen there in Orlando. There was a situation before we left where there was a person who was shot and killed. They took his body, put it in the trunk, or really in the back of a pickup truck, right? So you know the sides are up. Nobody's really seeing that. They did this quick. They drove past our house, the old house where we used to have the butterfly out and people would see it. 2 blocks into the subdivision, it was like 4:30, 4 o'clock in the morning. Nobody was out. They took the body and dumped it in somebody's yard and drove off.
To be honest with you, Lance, when I see the media and I see our brothers and sisters getting killed in America, it really pains me a lot, because I feel like the world is big, and why should you limit yourself to only America, to be honest?
Mm-hmm.
You know? And someone will argue and say, oh, because I've lived in America for so many years and whatnot. But life is about preserving yourself, protecting yourself. And if
Right.
you're living in a place whereby your life is at risk, then you might as well look for a better place, because we own
right.
the whole world.
Mm-hmm. A lot of different comments. Folks are listening. That's right.
You know, so yeah, the Ethiopian that so I'm just sharing my experience when I went to Ethiopia. I went to Ethiopia for 4 months. And when I went there for 4 months, it was totally different. Being that I'm West African, I saw the different. But then Lance, I realized they also eat different. The food is different. So the mindset is also different. do you get what I mean? So it's really amazing.
Right. The diet here is too much starch.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's so amazing that they're more lively, they're more kind. But then you go to West Africa, more aggressive, more hatred, more. So I've looked into the diet, and the problem in West Africa is starch. Okay, starch.
Too much.
And what does And what the starch does, the starch paralyzes the brain, sinus, especially cassava. What the cassava does, it paralyzes the brain, and it just, this is where the hatred and the separation is coming from.
Right.
This is where the hatred and
things. They mix the cassava in with so many different things you wouldn't even realize it. Like, wait a second.
So I went to East Africa, and I end up knowing the reason why the West African, you know, they're coming up with such energy, and the East Africans have totally different energy. So I enjoyed Ethiopia. I enjoyed Ethiopia, and yeah, if anyone wants to go to Ethiopia, basically go to any. Don't limit yourself to Ghana, because I feel like a lot of people are going to Ghana because of the media.
Right.
Because of media. Yeah.
This is a stop along the way. This ain't the final destination. I know that. You know what I mean? But we're enjoying where we are, what we're doing with a complete task and do. And like I said, I don't make 10-year goals or 5-year goals. Wherever I am now is what will be the vehicle to take me elsewhere. But this is a journey for me, and there's more. And in a couple of years from now, we'll come back and play this tape and play this recording, and you'll see.
Yeah,
you know?
of course there's more. Maybe in the future you will build your house in maybe 8 hours away from the city, from the capital, and yeah.
That's right. But my brother, I'm gonna have to make a few phone calls, set up some other things, but we need you on more, man. You know, I need you to.
It's been I was very happy. Like, you know, yeah. I only just got up and I saw you, and I'm like, oh my God, my brother, we haven't chat for a long time. And so, yeah.
I'm happy. But I want your I've been through like 5 phones. They get smashed, they get hurt. Man, I've been through so many phones since I've been here. So send me your information again. Call me, connect with me again.
I will send you my information again. I will send you my information again. You know me very well. I know. And I know that you, of course, Miss Lance. How is your wife anyway? She's good? She's enjoying Ghana?
She's happy. I know she's sleeping. She goes to bed way earlier than me. She's back there relaxing. I heard her talking on the telephone. And so when I started the show,
I think she's full. I think she's full Ghanaian, right? She will be full Ghanaian.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, her grandparents, her great-great-grandparents, all of them came. You know what? Most Jamaicans, 93% of Jamaicans have a direct lineage to Ghana, right?
Anyway, do you know the meaning of Jamaica? It's called Jamaica. When they went there, it means they are missing, right? So it's called Jamaica.
Right. Well, you know, she has her great-great-grandfather's buried on the family property. He's from Ghana.
Yeah, definitely.
So she knows it's direct.
About 94% are from Ghana. It's just 90. The rest of them will be from Sierra Leone and Nigeria. Because if you go to Jamaica, you have Freetown. There's a town called Freetown in Jamaica.
Ghana. Yeah. So I already know that. Just don't know like exactly whatever. And there's a gentleman who did my genealogy and it went right back up to that, to a Ghanaian woman, you know, in other parts of the
family.
You know, when you have genealogy, if you go back through this grandparent and that grandparent, you may hit a dead end here, but there's another one here that you can go further, and maybe this one you can go even further. You might not be able to get all of them, but you did an excellent job. And it's on my website. You know, my genealogy.
I just hope that the African Americans there can, because prior to them coming to Africa, they were talking about African unity. So I hope now that they are there, they are not being divided. They are not dividing themselves, but actually coming together as one unity. That's what I hope for.
There's more knowledge now. There's more acceptance of this. Used to have back in the day, folks, they say, I had nothing to do with Africa. Mud huts and lions and tigers and poverty and little hungry babies with flies flying around. That's what they would say. Now there's more of an acceptance, but there's still a lot of us being divided there. So there's work to do on both ends of the shore. You know what I mean? And so brothers like yourself who are righteously outspoken and can break it down like that, and you are aware, it's like you're a doctor because you can see where the ailments are and know how to heal it up. It's going to take time, but with each generation now successively, we can get it done.
You know, I know you have to go, but I'll share you a story. So when we used to live in Sydney, my brother and I, we met one African American, and his name was Evan. Evan. Now with Evan, we loved him so much because we know that we are the same. Now when Evan was moving from Sydney to Perth, he gave me his shoes. Like, yeah. So we have to unite, because the problem, African problem, is we have to be able to solve it.
Right.
We have to be able to solve our own problems, you know.
Yeah.
And for me, I don't look at the enemy anymore, because we have to grow. We have to grow up, and you know, looking into the enemy. We have to look at the problem is our problem, and we are the only one that can solve it. Yeah.
This is why I don't go through the whole thing. Oh, we need to wake up. We need to wake up. Look, and like I always say, every corn in the bag of popcorn is not going to pop. We need to focus on ourselves and those of us who know, and we will influence those. But if you go directly all the time, wake up, wake up, wake up. You know when somebody tells you to wake up, especially if it's a day you don't have to go to work, and they wake up, okay, you fall back asleep again. And some people enjoy the ignorance because ignorance can be bliss. When they live the life, when they realize, man, I haven't done anything, and you're telling me all of this stuff, forget it. I'm going to stay asleep. They don't want to take the investment of changing themselves. And it is difficult to new habits, new mindsets, and everything like that, but we got to do it. We got to do it. We have no choice. I'm glad I was always aware to a degree. And even then it's tough. Because the gravitational pull of, not that it pulls me, I'm going to be envious or jealous or hateful, but you got to fight yourself. You know, you got to fight all that off before you can throw your own righteous punches and do what you have to do. But once you get the momentum and you stick to it every day and you remain committed to how you live as an example and what comes out your mouth as an example of what to do, and pour it all out, even if you don't feel you know everything, because none of us knows everything. But if you pour out everything and you pour out everything and we all pour out everything and use those examples to understand.
Did you travel to, so since you came, did you guys travel to any parts of Africa yet or no?
No, not yet. Just Ghana. Mrs. Scurv had to go back to America because her father passed away last year and she stayed most of the year. But me, no. Okay. When she was gone, I laid low, and a lot of time I didn't most of the people didn't know that she was gone because that would have made me more of a target. Not a target to get robbed, but just on a spiritual level, because it got real.
Of course, I get it. I understand.
There were women coming at me hard and trying to use the hocus pocus also. Panties at the front door, stiletto heels, little powder, little blood in the panties.
But they don't know that you've grown past that stage.
Yeah. It's like they watch. If I would leave, a lot of times I never left in the daytime. At the time when she was gone, my hours were screwed up. I would get up like 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening, do a show, run out to the store before they close, come in. So there are people that are around here that they watch. You know what I mean?
Now that's the thing. If you're not careful, even coming to Africa, you can break your relationship with your partner. These are some of the things that people need to be aware of. Yeah.
There are dozens of women who tried aggressively. Just let me know if you want to take a walk over by my house tonight. You can do it. All that. Yeah, but in their own way. They don't do it in an aggressive way as an American would do it. They do it in a very like laid back way, very gentle, very soft, but they're letting you know, and then now.
Because they think you have money. Basically, they think you have money, eh? They think you have money, basically.
That's what it is. That's what it is. And with this telegram, I didn't know. And I know now. But they have a people nearby part of Telegram that whoever lives closest to you and it's on Telegram. You can hit them up, hit their number up, call them. So these are the people you're seeing in the street. I stick out. So I get calls at night sometime. Oh, I saw
really?
You. Yeah. I got a call last night. I can't repeat what was said. Yep.
Oh,
people
you know, from tonight, if they call you, just give them my number.
You hit up in the corner here, and it tells you. See, look at this. People nearby.
Wow.
You hit nearby, and it shows.
I do hope our listeners are picking up so many things from this conversation.
These are all my
If you want to go to Africa, you want to go to Ghana, be careful, because you will face all this. You face so many situations. So many.
Look, I've been on a trajectory for such a long time, and I have a momentum. If you notice, when you see a motorcycle, a guy riding a motorcycle that has a straight up and down windshield, if he moves fast enough, it could be pouring down raining, but the rain can't touch him because he's going so fast, the windshield blocks him, and the rain just goes over his head. So when you have momentum in how you live and how you like to live, and you're happy in how you like to live, it's no problem. I could tell you a dozen stories, crazy stuff. And because of that, I have younger friends of mine who are single. What? I got to come out there. I saw how those women look on the video. They're coming at you like that, and you way older than them. I said, it's not about them loving you. Now, maybe you can find somebody who, you know, but initially, what? And like I said, the whole social media thing, there are people I see in the street, oh, LanceScurv, I follow you. I love
people got to be careful. Even when I went to Ghana, right? I mean, they didn't know. I wouldn't tell anyone that I'm from overseas, because I can speak the language very well. There's no problem. The thing is, if you're from overseas, it's very hard to meet the real one, someone that will love you for the sake of love. It's very hard.
There was another thing that I read about that. There was a Ghanaian who left the country for a little while, came back, and he wanted to meet someone, eventually have a relationship, and he was like, there's no love in Ghana. Now, there may be.
No, there's no love.
But it's there's
no love.
But it's a lot of arrangements here. Like, if you can take care of me, I'll be with you.
Yes.
But the first and foremost thing is, if you can secure me, then you can have this.
It's just one way. It's one way of love, whereby they are with you because you are a provider. You know what I mean? It's just It's not like, okay, we are together, we work things together, whatnot. It's basically they love you because you're a provider. That's their love, basically. You know. So
also,
there's
a lot of things going on where I see women who are of a sizable age, they're provided for, but they're looking for a little extra cash. You see what I mean? And it's crazy. I've seen this. I'm not saying everybody, but the decadence, of course, here is more intense because it's compressed like a pressure cooker. But if somebody ever turned that knob to take the lid off, it would explode because it's here. You just don't see it. You go in America and look on Instagram, you see the crazy stuff. It's out in the open. But here, it's a lot. It's a lot of decadence. Yeah. And if you pull somebody to the side and say something to them, they'll be like, okay, but don't tell nobody. Nobody has to know. I've been around people who
that's even dangerous, Dan, you know.
Straight out of church. And they say, look, watch this. And they go
and you've realized, and you probably realized they all claim that they are godly people, but then you can see, actually, you can see they're all holy. They all walk around like angels. Yeah, but actually that's not the reality. They are wolves in sheep clothing.
Don't believe the hype. Don't believe the facade. Don't believe it. And again, it's not everybody. There's some very nice people I've met out here.
No,
But
no,
when you dig deeper,
not everyone, not everyone, of course.
right.
But
But
these
some
are
of them get
some of the things you need to consider if you. These are some of the things you need to consider if you have to make a way to the motherland, right? And it all comes down to you doing your own independent research. You know,
mm-hmm.
like nobody would think that East Africans are different from West Africans when it comes to certain ways of life. You know, so you got to do all of that before you make your way to the motherland. And of
Right.
course, you got to live like an African wherever you are before you move to Africa. In that way, it's easier for you to move.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, man. It's I still love it. I understand it. I'm the kind of guy you can put me anywhere and I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what's around me and how to navigate and how to balance with it. That's just the way I am. I've been around so many different types of people in my life, learned a lot.
What's that comment? I don't what are they saying? Same to you, brother.
I would just
brother.
Okay, let me see. Whatever. Just part of the different parts of the conversation. As you're talking, they're saying things. So they may say things amongst themselves or something that you said, whatever. Like mixed genre Fave said, you have to blend in Africa, dress like the locals, wear faded t-shirts, etc.
That's correct, yeah.
And that's what I do a lot, you know, but they know me from now, YouTube and stuff. So the locals are right where I live, they know that. So with a little telegram and a little whatever, I'm gonna get some calls tonight or some little text messages and some pictures.
That's some of the some of the risks you guys are facing. If your face is out there, you're gonna face that risk all the time. People will know you wherever you go.
And it spreads like wildfire. So like I'm used to it. So when they come and say, I know you, I know what they're talking about. But I'm not looking for that. But I can handle it. You see what I mean? I'm like, yeah. I'm so-and-so. I move just as normal as anybody else. If they see me with a camera, they put two and two together. But most of the time I have it covered. But I always keep something with me. Even if I go to the corner store, I keep something on me, a camera, something in the bag, just in case you run into somebody interesting so I can bring it back here. That's what I do. You know, I got a crap ton of footage. We did some walks and stuff. Tomorrow I edit it and put it up. But see, from my side, I'm enjoying myself. All that other stuff doesn't bother me, doesn't affect me, doesn't tempt me. Because there's a lot of that around here if you're not really strong. You know?
Africa is big. Africa is big, very big. And I hope every brother and sister will visit, you know, go, you know, just try every part of Africa and see for yourself. It's beautiful. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Cash rules everything around me.
Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. But brother, yeah, let me get ready to run. Send me the information. I'm gonna run this contact information below on the screen so you can see it. But you know, Lance at LanceScurv.com. That's the best way to reach me. Like I said, on WhatsApp or whatever. Everything is down there in any video you can find me. And that goes to anybody who wants to reach me.
So Lance, you know, it was great to catch up after so many years. I think it's about 2 years. Wonderful. You've always been real.
Well, thank you, man. Look, I don't have no strength to carry around all of these masks. Okay, here's a mask one way for this. Here's a mask. Hold on now. I gotta have this mask. Oh, hold on. I gotta have this on the front of me. No. I gotta be, look, I tell people, and people don't like to talk this way, but I tell people, whether it's a funeral or a homegoing service, whatever it is, that's gonna be one happy, fun party. Because folks are gonna be comparing stories of stuff that I've been through that you didn't hear before. Did he tell you this story? Did he tell you that story? Because of the life you live. And I love it. And I'm getting a dose of it through the work that we do here now. It's just so nice to know that whatever country you think of, you can drop down and know somebody that may know you and have a good feeling towards you. Yeah, there are people who don't like everybody. I understand that. But you're in Australia right now. I feel good knowing that you're there. And me being here, when you come, you got to come here. So That's the way it is.
Oh
And for
yeah,
all
oh yeah, of course. Like of course, obviously I don't plan to live here forever. I don't plan to live here forever. As you know, to go to Africa, you got to plan, right?
Mhm.
Um, thank God that like I've experienced so many hardship because I didn't want to take their juice. You know, I didn't want to take the jab, right?
Right.
So I went through so many hardship, and now everything is fine. I didn't take it, and actually, you know, you don't have to take it to be able to do certain things now. They're relaxing the rules. So yeah,
Right.
so hopefully I will see you soon. Actually, I've got my Ghanaian passport anyway. I've got it right here. It's beautiful.
Great.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
yeah, I gotta work on getting one of
have
those
you
soon.
got yours? Like, have you got
Yeah,
yours?
soon. Yeah.
Huh?
Got my little connections.
It's
Um,
beautiful. It's. I mean, it looks better than the Australian one actually, because the Ghanaian one says ECOWAS. It says ECOWAS at the front, meaning that you know you basically can go to any West African country anyway. So
yes. Yeah.
looks
Yeah.
very nice. So
Yeah.
anytime from now we could catch up. You know,
Yeah.
at the
And
airport.
because you're very informative, you're upbeat, you shoot straight to the point, and you have a great energy about you, man. And even though you don't
Oh yeah. Like
always
even here, I you know I help a lot of brothers and sisters. Even some of the people back in Ghana, I help them with because thank God I end up looking into herbs, you know, plants and whatnot. So I still help some people back in Ghana when it comes to their problem solving, disease and
right,
whatnot. Because I don't, of course, I went through university with you know Eurocentric mind, but I prefer the African knowledge. So yeah, so I'm helping brothers and sisters whether I'm on YouTube or whatnot. But I just feel like we all can't be YouTubers. You know, we can help in different way of life. Yeah. So thank you very much, and it's beautiful to start my morning with catching up with you and having conversation and what
wow.
you're doing in Africa and Ghana.
Yes.
Please, um, if any Ghanaian tells you, oh, you're a foreigner or whatnot, please understand one thing. Whether you are in Ghana or you're African living in abroad, we all had been under slavery. So
Yeah.
obviously, they
Oh my
also yeah they also have their own way of thinking because of
mm,
what we've been through for 400 years. So there will be little bit clash and whatnot. But don't let that bring you down. Don't feel down. Um, as long
good.
as you're having this skin, you're an African. Do you understand? And
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what you always have to
Nothing's
have
gonna
it
make
at
me
the
down.
back of your mind.
No, nothing's gonna make me
Huh?
down, man. It's no, there's nothing's gonna bring me down or make me down. I'm always gonna keep
Yeah.
up.
And and
Always
and
keep
even and even it's not only you. Like even Kwame Nkrumah who went to United States and came to Ghana to liberate and make Ghana better. Even his own people disown him. So um
yeah,
it's just the way we are. It's just the way the West African mindset is. We hate each other, we kill each
yeah,
other, and yeah. So as long as we want to take this job and unite, there's gonna be friction here and whatnot. But don't worry, just keep your head up. There will be people like me who will meet you and be happy and embrace you and hug you and
right.
you know. So yeah, so don't feel down at all.
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
what you're doing, keep going, and yeah, people will understand you when the
right.
right time comes. But I'm
Yeah,
really sad to hear that brother Kwaku. It's very hard to hear that brother Kwaku has went didn't really. I thought that you guys will work together, you'll be together, and yeah. But it's very sad. But
that's what most
once
of us.
again,
Yeah, but it is what it is. But after a while, darkness cannot survive around light. And that's just what it
that's
is.
correct.
It's not even
Yeah. That's
a
correct.
mild thing. It's really severe and so diametrically opposed to the imagery that was put out, and I would not condone the things that were done. that have been done toward me, done toward Mrs. Scurv. No, I've been quiet about it for a long time. We've had private shows and discussed certain things. I won't say too much here publicly, but that was the biggest change in the imagery that we thought was to something else that has nothing to do, but still will put out the righteous words and all this stuff. Yeah, go ahead with that. We already know the real deal, you know, and I cannot even be near that. No way. Evil, trust me. Don't want to say much because I don't want to get caught up in the drama, the online drama. If you follow something,
it's okay. You know,
find out sooner or later.
It's okay. We have to cover our brothers and sisters' faults anyway, so it's all right. We just hope that I just hope that every brother will do things from their heart and not because they want money. Because at the end of the day, money is nothing. I tell you, sorry, I looked after a patient who was a millionaire, and that patient was dying, right? So at the end of the day, money couldn't save him.
Right.
So it's not all about money. Yeah, it's not all about money. You need money, but don't let money, don't let money control you and the way you do things and the way you want to. Yeah.
And every day and every week that goes by, I'm trying to reduce my dependence on money until there's very little overhead, no dependence on it. I'm not saying dependence like I don't think money. I mean, I know we need it to do, but I'm not, if I have it in my hand, I gotta go buy this, I gotta go buy that. It doesn't take much money for me to live the way I'm living now. And I'm gonna reduce it even more until I'm totally free. You know what I mean? So when things are paid for, done, built, finished, everything, what do I have to spend on? Like I tell people, if I pick a mango off the tree, the mango doesn't say, hey, come back over here and give me $3. You know what I mean? It doesn't. I eat it. I throw the skin down, it goes back to the earth. What comes out of me goes back down to the earth to replenish. The sun shines, the water's there.
That's
seeds,
correct.
It's part of a system. And the enemy who made the artificial system, it's not in favor of us. So if we can come out of that system, we'll live free. Who made the boundaries of countries? We need to live free. Yeah, but on that note, brother, I'm a run. I got to make a phone call in 2 minutes or so, 3 minutes, and hit me back, man. I got to bring you on more.
Thank you. Right? Thank you very much, brother. Have a good night, and definitely we will meet.
Because your hair grew longer. It was shorter the last time. It grew.
That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Now you remember.
Yeah, exactly. In the early morning.
It took you a minute. It took you a minute. Now you remember now.
Yeah. No, I already did, but we said it's the hair that threw me off. I was like, okay. And then now you're in the vehicle. But when we did the other show, you had all the walls were white and the camera was aimed up and the sun was up. And then you had your hair shorter. Now it's a different scenario, longer, but I don't
That's
forget.
Correct.
That's right. All right, my brother. Thank you so much.
Have a nice day, and I know definitely I'll meet you face to face one day. I know that.
Yes, and we're gonna get in the video face to face and play this one back and tell people, yes, this is when we said that and we brought it into a reality.
That's correct. Yeah. So my brother and everyone here, thanks for the catch up. Hopefully we'll meet again. Take care of yourselves. Eat well, drink well, sleep well.
Yes, I will. And I'm going to eat well. There's some food up there on the stove waiting for me. Thank you, brother. Take care.
See you, brother.
All right. Thank you. All right. Yes. See, when I woke up this morning, we knew we were going to do the show with Brother Neil Frazier. If I can put in more time, we put in more time and roll. You know, I'm going to eat something, answer the call to nature. I said I was going to come on, but this is about 6 hours and what now, 4 minutes? We did the show, the after show, my show in conjunction with this is one big show. So it all worked out fine. And I'm happy about that. So let me see. Anybody, just for the sake of including, anybody want to say a quick word before I go? A quick word if you want to. You can do that. You can do that. Because I'm going to leave another 2 minutes. But I never just want to just cut off and just disappear from everybody. You know? So we'll make that happen. Anyway, what am I going to do? We will be back live tomorrow evening. I'm gonna create. Yeah, you're right, Indigo King. Yeah, you know I always want to do. Like you say, come on, let's do it. Let's make something happen. I'm like, all right, I'm a little tired, but I'll set it up and I'll just sit here for a little while. And I'll end up being up till the sun comes up because right now in Accra, it's 1:05 a.m. And remember, I stayed up till 12:30 and woke up around 5:36 in the afternoon and jumped on the show at 7, my time, which is 3 at the East Coast. So 7 to 1. Come on now, that's like 6 hours. So I'm not mad. I like these. I like doing it that way. Whatever I have, I'm going to give. I'm going to pour everything out. And I do feel a little tired. So I accept that. But I feel good about this show because it was powerful. And to have both the brothers come on, Master Glam came on, we good. We good. Now, if you want to do the chat room, fine. The conference call, fine. And again, like I said, I'm going to show you all again. For those who don't know, if you don't know, now you know. I'm going to show you how to get on there. And I'm gonna show you real quick. Y'all remember if you were on the site, right? And make sure you could see this. Let me just do a different layout. You can see it full, right? Okay, if you're on the site, right? You come up from the top. You see it. I don't know why this thing got stuck. Let me refresh this. I don't know why I'm showing 2 screens like that. Okay, let me go back up again. Okay, right. You see the top, you see our show, which I played it. I'd have to mute it because you hear double. See the top, you see, right. Let me just cut the sound on that. You come down below this chat room here. Come on, don't be stuck. And right here it says click here to go directly to the LanceScurv conference line. You click that without even having to call, it would take you straight there. So that's how we roll it, right? Let me stop sharing this. Come on back, and we're good. So anyway, I'm going to cut out right now, y'all. I'm going to get some rest. I think if I sleep now, I'll get up at a good time and have my sleeping hours back proper where they should be again. I wake up and I just head on out and get some sun. Maybe I'll go up at the property with Mr. Scurv. I don't know. I got some things down here in the city to do. And I'm going to get some sleep. I'm going to answer back some messages and stuff and make that phone call because they tried to call me and I had to ring it down. So that's what it is. Play a little music. I'm going to head on out. A mosquito. Look at that. Look at that. Did I get him? Yeah, I got him. Look at that. That little dot right there. Is he still? What the hell? It was a mosquito, but it was a bug in my hand. It wasn't a mosquito. What the heck? I don't know. Bugs will come. Anyway, y'all, let me head out of here and look at these last few comments, and I'm good. Yeah. Okay, let me see. All right. If you want to hit the conference line, fine. I'll be here. I'm going to eat a little something. I'll talk for a little bit. I'm not going to stay on long. There's some things I want to record, some monologues, some fiery stuff, but I guess I'll do that tomorrow. But I'm glad that you understand the vibe and the frequency and stuff like that. I used to put out maybe 2 or 3 more things, but I was running myself down. But now I can really get down and build my reserves and feel good about what I'm doing, you know? Anyway, much love to you all. Let me block out my face here, put a little music on, and we'll be out. Here we go.
just tell me that you don't wanna leave just yet. My eyes agree. It's almost like when we first met. I don't care, it's getting too late. I can't wait. Don't wanna spend a minute without you. I know you feel the same. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. I know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high when you can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. When I'm with you, my legs go weak. Can be red. I think my heart just skipped a beat. This feeling is getting so strong. There's something special about you. You're the one that I want. So come on, give me love. I'll show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we get enough, baby. So come give me love. Won't you love me to the moon? Love me what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me don't just what I want. Won't you love me like the last? Love me right now. Show me what it's about. Love me to the moon. Love me you know what I want. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we get enough, baby. So come give me love. Won't you love me till the morning? Won't you love me till the morning? Tell me what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me just what I want. Won't you love me like the last time? Love me like the last time. Show me what it's about. Love me till the morning. Love me in the evening. Love me in the evening. All of your love. She wanna know me. No breaks, baby, let them hold body on tell make you go. I get in my way, never out of my way. Like you the one in the morning. What it's gonna be? Take squad, go deep. Riding on a team, got what you need. Baby, won't you keep me? Something to do when I get home. I got something for you when we get home. If you let me put it down, when I hit the town, you should tie on me. Keep my hands on me. Try, baby, I think we should side with me. Say we're solid one time, it will I me. Promise you never keep the moves on time. I know it's all love, everything good. Get the vibes on crush. I know it's all good. Know it's all. I've been feeling like the motherfucking man. Can't nobody do it like I can. He's fattest in the land. Body turn your nigga to a fan. I made it where I'm at on my own. Had a couple blocks in the road. I get to the bag on the low. I'm just trying to stack while they go. They know me, baby, won't you leave me? Give me something to do when I get lonely. I got something for you. never had me. Keep the moves on tuck, I know it's up. I know it's everything good. Keep the vibes on crush. I know it's all good. Know it's all love. Chillin' all day, all in your space is where I want to be. Here in this room, what did you do? I just ain't getting enough. Too caught up in your love. I've been trying to get, but you won't let me. In my brain wants you. I've been by myself, asking for help, but nothing to work on you. Yeah. You always make me feel like okay. You never leave my thoughts alone. You're the reason I'm going out. I just can't stop thinking about you. All that I crave when you're away, doing the space, yeah, maybe your brain, give and we take, the love that we make, it's my favorite drug.